You are now tuned into Flipping the Birds, a Philly Sports Network podcast.
What's going on, Eagles fans? Welcome one, welcome all to another episode of Flipping the Birds.
He's into the end zone. Touchdown, Eagles.
Hello, ladies, gentlemen, birds of a feather, Eagles fans everywhere. We're back, and it's already starting off with a surprise. This is me. It's not a simulation. Liam Jenkins is back on YouTube. We're on a live stream. It's the NFL draft. We're here, and it's not going to be the biggest surprise of the night. Give it an hour, and it'll all be chaos, and there is so much to look forward to. The Eagles, this is pretty much Christmas for them now. They're coming to this draft with 2 first-round picks, one at 10, and one I keep telling myself is 30, but then it's technically 31 because Miami played, silly games and won silly prizes. But 2 first-round picks. We're going to be taking you through all of them from round 1 to round 7, running through every lump and bump, every nook and cranny in the way, and giving you an Eagles-infused view of this NFL draft. I won't be alone, though. Obviously, I'm one British man. I look like I've gone through a hell of a rehab product. I'm already on my second cup of coffee. So to guide me through this evening, we've got Brian Cameron and Eric Reese from Flipping the Birds. We'll be joined by some more familiar faces later on. We'll come to Brian first, and then we'll chop to Eric. I mean, Eric, I want to wildcard it just because I think Eric's headset looks so Nintendo Switch. I get
that one a lot. So the cool thing about this headset is I had it for about 24 hours, and then one of the dogs got to it. So I know I did not mean to get it like a Nintendo Switch one, but I will roll with that because Nintendo Switch, I love them. I got one right over there. It's actually this exact color scheme. But anyway, enough about my headphones. I'm happy to be here for night 1 of the NFL draft, representing PSN alongside Liam and Brian. Others who will be joining us later, but you'll get the whole taste of PSN as far as the Eagles team, even more throughout the draft, and you'll also get a familiar look at straight up the Flipping the Birds before and present.
And on the topic of switching, we will switch over to Brian. How are you this evening, sir?
I'm doing better. Didn't get to make Flipping the Birds last night because I was a little under the weather, so I'm still recovering, but I couldn't miss this for the world, right?
It has been such a chaotic few days where Brian thought he had COVID. Did he actually have COVID in the end? Was that per sources or was that confirmed by you?
That's still per sources. Has not been confirmed by anybody.
So let's
not report that, though.
Brian might be trading COVID out of his system in Hertz water. But yeah, it's been a while. I just want to say before we get started with anything draft related, format for the weekend, obviously, I'll try and be on here as much as I can. We're going to rotate out so a load of guys can come in and have their say. But just a big thank you to you guys. I know the YouTube channel is a bit quieter than it has been in previous years. I promised it a a lot that it's changing, but we made a couple big sort of moves recently. Phil Stifle, who's in here today, is Bear to Knowledge. Has been hosting a fantastic breakfast show every single day, Monday to Friday, all Philadelphia sports centric. We've got Brian and Eric from Flipping the Birds, and of course there might be a couple more surprises later on as well. I may even maybe I'll do a little live thing once a week. Who knows? Maybe we'll shake it up. Maybe LJ will come back. But let's talk NFL draft because this might be the most uncertain thing I've seen in a long time. I'm not the most clued up here with the level of prospects. Outside of the second round, I get a bit wishy-washy. I haven't had time to kind of do my due diligence. But even the top 5 feels like at this point it's a mess. Will Levis was 25-1 to go first overall. Then he was 4-1. Now apparently he's guaranteed to go second. Then the Texans don't want a quarterback. I almost feel like as easy as it is to look at the Eagles situation and say, oh, well, they can do this for Carter or they can go back for this guy or whatever. It can all go out the window within 5 picks because if Will Anderson, for instance, ends up dropping to 6 or 7, it could change literally everything that we've thought about going into this draft. And it's so plausible, it's scary.
It feels like things are going to get a little chaotic. I mean, with all the rumors out there, the Titans supposedly trying to trade up. Philly now apparently trying to trade up to 2 or 3 for Jalen Carter, which I think is a little bit of a surprise from our standpoint. but it's just pure chaos, and it feels like there's no guarantees. And I think this is like the first draft in a while that there's actually no guarantees on who's going where, except for the top, not even the top two, only the number one pick right now. Stroud is falling. Levis, nobody knows. The report for Wilson just came out saying that he had just questions about his medicals. Atlanta apparently wants Bijan. Eagles want Bijan, and I don't know. It feels just like pure chaos. I'm trying to embrace it right now.
I'm sorry, I was on mute. Yeah, no, as I guess the question I have is looking at the picks and just looking at straight picks. How far do you think you go throughout all the teams in the first round before something is shaken up as far as a trade is concerned? Or
I go 2 picks.
Okay, so we should. Is it fair to set the over and under at maybe 3, and then just 2.5, 3? Because I'll do the over. I'm gonna go. I think it's gonna get to maybe pick 6 or 7, and I think it's gonna be positive disrupts.
I think it's all going to be contingent on the quarterback. And I know it goes without saying, but we've even heard like the Colts not knowing who they want. And then it felt like, Will Levis is the ultimate like Frank Wright guy because he's essentially a big white guy with a big arm that can't do anything else, which is what Carson Wentz was. So like there's that element there. But I think you look at a team like the Texans who then want to move back and you're like, but then it's who do they move back for? And if they move back for a quarterback and they're banking on Richardson or someone like that, unless they're going to go like Stenson, which they're probably not, like the chances are that they're kind of gliding back down towards that 10 spot, hoping for a miracle that Richardson doesn't go to Seattle or somewhere like that. And it could just mess everything up. So the Eagles are sitting pretty. They don't have to force anything. I feel like there's a lot of smoke. And because Howie Roseman is this ultimate aggressive general manager who pulls off trade after trade, I think off the top of my head, I might be wrong. It's 42 draft day trades this man has made, excluding 2015, where he wasn't really in sort of power.
That's insane.
So it's wild when you put that into perspective. So everyone's expecting it. And I feel like this is the 1 year they don't have to be aggressive. Like, let the other teams in this free-for-all, it's a very top-heavy class. Everyone's going to fight and try and get the guys they want. One of them's going to fall. It doesn't really matter which one. It can be a lineman. I'd even, not that there is a punter, I wouldn't even mind. Like, it could be any. Just take whatever best player falls into your lap that you're most confident on, and that's it. Like, it's that simple, I think.
See, personally, I would personally, as a fan, from the standpoint, I would be kind of disappointed if they went lineman. I understand a lot of people feel like there's a big drop off after Paris and Skoronski, but I just feel like you could do so much more outside of that, right? You could do running back. You could even trade back, get a wide receiver. I wouldn't recommend that. Linebacker, edge, the cornerback. There's so many more options on the table outside of lineman, and that's the only thing that makes me cringe right now. From this standpoint, I know Eric is a big Skoronski guy, so I'm not trying to poo-poo.
He's got short arms. Everybody don't like him. He's a T-Rex. Apparently.
I just feel like you could find studs. Like you have the kid Whippler or Whipler.
Yep.
Second or third round, like kids like that you could find later on. Like get like Liam saying, get the best player available right now. I would just be crushed that the best player available just happens to be an offensive lineman.
I've said it a couple of times, just in the past couple of weeks on Flipping the Birds, or maybe even. If not on the show, then definitely like immediately off the air. If the Philadelphia Eagles decided to just really make a left turn and just go corner at number 10, and they just took Joey Porter off the board, I wouldn't even be mad about that. There's so many different ways that you can sit here and just make a pick that's a high talent pick that's probably going to impact the team that also fits the team need. So that's what we're looking at. And also, hey, you don't have to take a draft pick. You can trade out maybe to get other picks and get a player. If anybody watched Flipping the Birds last night, I really like Josh Jacobs.
Right.
By the way, big shout out to Eric and Morgan. Sorry about that, Liam. Big shout out to Eric and Morgan for holding the fort down yesterday on Flipping the Birds. I was definitely watching.
I even caught a little bit as well. I think it's a weird one with the offensive line situation because there's two ways to look at it. Like, the way I see it is that technically the Eagles have taken 2 premier guards in 2 drafts. Like, yeah, Cam wasn't a first-round talent, but, like, you see where I'm going with it. Like, Landon obviously had concerns with his injury, but it's worked out. You've now got 2 guys that both of them at the time they were drafted were expected to fill in at center. They're now not, and that's okay. Like, I've swallowed that pill that it's okay Juergens becomes more versatile. The other flip side of it is that Jeff Stoutland is so good at what he does that it's now just almost assumed that he's going to turn water into wine. And it doesn't always work out that way. I mean, there have been the occasional lineman that just hasn't really done anything, but they've been so lost in this all-star lineup of like, even guys like Nate Herbig, who turned into, I would say, like a franchise starter at one point, and that's why he got a big deal somewhere else. So you're kind of going, oh, well, we don't need a lineman at 10 because you can pick up like a guy you can pick Eric up off the street, give him a red and blue helmet instead of his headset, and he's going to be a starter by week 8. And I think that's kind of a dangerous mentality to have. You still want to get the right talent through the door. I don't think it's any of them this draft yet. There's no need for it. Like, you need a backup offensive lineman at tackle, right? I think Skoronski, there's the idea that you can play guard. He's a little bit versatile, very agile, which is what the Eagles like. Where I kind of falter is that they've got a versatile guy that was a tackle that can play guard in Jack Driscoll. And he's been absolutely fine when spotting in for Lane Johnson or whoever. You don't need to force another backup just because you've taken a litany of guards and they've now become starters. We know you can get those guards elsewhere. Suro Peta is still on this roster. He's a very viable backup candidate. As much as I'd like Skoronski and I like the idea of having an heir to the throne for Lane Johnson or whoever, I think the Eagles have done so well with their offensive line that you don't have to force it that early. Like, there are team positions like safety, running back. I would even say tight end for me over running back. Like, get a tight end to someone like Darnell Washington. Not at 10, obviously, but they were more. You need impact players now. Like, offensive line, you can get later and work around it. As appealing as Skoronski is, we know there's a steep drop off. I just don't think that drop off impacts the Eagles like this year. If it was next year, absolutely. This year, I don't think so.
Yeah, I think it's more about not beefing up the team, right? You're talking about backups. Like, great, you could draft a backup any other time, right? But this is a team that just came off a big Super Bowl loss, and I feel like there's less than a handful of players that could really push the envelope for them next season. Like, you have a guy like Bijan Robinson, and I hope I pronounced his first name right.
I think you have.
Right, it has to be that. We have a guy like Bijan Robinson who could come in, plug and play, and actually be that running back for you with Rashad Penny, Kenny Gainwell. It also keeps Penny healthy. You have Jalen Carter, who rotation with Fletcher Cox, rotation with Jordan Davis, Milton Williams, could be that guy going for this season. Outside of that, like, if you do go edge, if you do go safety, yes, those are great plug and play players, but I just feel like everything else is just falls to the wayside. It just becomes I don't want to say a waste of a pick, but it's kind of you're just loading up the roster at that point.
Yeah, I kind of think, and I kind of want to do this exercise with you guys real quick. If you were to trade forward, maybe just 2 spots, maybe 3 spots, you're eyeing up probably Jalen Carter, correct? Like, is that who you would be? Is that unanimous?
I think so.
Well, not for me. I've got my own Jalen Carter discussion that I need to get off my chest at some point.
Okay, let's go ahead.
Here we go. I feel like we need a little chime in for this.
Wait. We will let Eric.
So so it's really going around board real quick. So this is perfect because I have Jalen Carter as a person I would take if I moved up to 7, which it's about as far as I feel like I would want to move up. I think Jalen Carter will be there, and I'm taking Jalen Carter. I also have had in a lot of mocks. 10th overall, he's still there. So that's kind of my first round pick, my 10th overall pick for the Eagles. I think if I'm taking a rookie and not making a trade for this, that, and the other, would be Jalen Carter. I think to me that's pretty much undisputed as far. And if I'm trading back, then yeah, it's Bijan. Like, I think that's my tell. But Liam, I'm way more interested to see what your take is on Jalen Carter.
Yeah, I don't want to give my take. Just let Liam take this one.
Mine has nothing to do with the player and all to do with the fact that I've said it earlier on Twitter, and it's hard to do it in like 18 characters or whatever. So this is like perfect, okay? Outside of what I genuinely forgot, Josh Sills had a bit of an incident when he was quickly, discarded from the team. Can you name a time in the Nick Sirianni era where there has been even a mild sense of drama or distaste or upset or unrest? Like, that's been, debatable. Not like someone's validly upset. Like Fletcher Cox at Jonathan Gannon in year 1. I think everyone was upset with Jonathan Gannon in year 1, including the media, apparently. But outside of that, there's been nothing. Okay, you go back to the Doug Peterson era, and I don't think it's a coincidence that it's not just Carson Wentz that's gone. Like, if you go back to 2016, you had Nigel Bradham, getting caught with a gun at an airport. He then battered someone with an umbrella. You had DUIs. Nelson Aguilar got caught in a strip club. Sam Bradford held out for a contract. Fletcher Cox held out for a contract.
Was Josh Huff a part of that era?
Yeah, that's a good one.
Josh Huff, was he a part of the Arrow?
Josh Huff, that was absolutely. We had Daryl Worley come in and got a DUI. That was what, like, one season later. The winning cures all. But I feel like if they didn't win, there was a lot of just unrest in that team. It wasn't properly clicking for a billion reasons, most of which now have been exiled. There has been a massive contrast in the way this team evaluates players, not just in the way that Howie goes after athletes, but the first year, so I would say 2021, I think 6 of the 7 guys or something were team captains at college. And they all had either some link to Jalen Hurts or some link to the Eagles, where Milton was obviously Fletcher's cousin. Year 2, Jordan Davis, Nakobe Dean, former teammates. Even someone like Grant Calcaterra, former teammate of Jalen Hurts. AJ Brown, Jalen Hurts, his best friend. It was this real push to get a culture shift of the right character, exemplified by a quarterback that was, leading by that example. Whether Jalen Carter is absolutely fine, he had a one-off and it was a stupid mistake and he'll never do it again, or whether he needs to be babied is irrelevant, because that risk for me isn't worth it. You're in a rare position in this draft. You're at 10th overall. You can get a game-changing player. He could be the most game-changing player on the planet. If you're Jordan Davis, or let's say, I don't know, okay, I won't name any names. We can all think of a former PSNer at some point or another that maybe hasn't panned out. If I was to come to you the next day and be like, we're bringing him back because we're in a great position and we can pay him loads of money and it'll be actually really affordable and he can bring all this for us. And that, like, maybe you guys got on, but it wasn't quite great and there was stuff that went on. Like, you grit your teeth and get on with it, but it's not ideal, right? It's not great. Now, Jordan Davis could have been the best friend in the world. He could have been a great leader. And the Eagles, if they do draft Jalen Carter, I won't be pissed at it because they've got 2 former teammates there. They've done the due diligence, and Howie's probably going to let, are you sure? The same way Matt Patricia comes in the building, are you sure, Darius, that this is okay? Like, we've got to trust you on this. If you're all right with it, we roll. But if I'm a general manager and I'm looking at someone that it isn't even just the incident that went to court, it's the pro day, it's the metrics, it's the work ethic, it's all this stuff that's come out and somehow not bolstered his stock at all to a point where teams are trading up. Like, I find that a bit confusing, and it's just not a risk I want to take at 10. If he slips to 31, like we saw Chauncey Gardner-Johnson slip through the draft a couple of years ago, for similar concerns, character concerns, slipped all the way down. And every day on this stream, we were pounding the table, like, the Eagles need a safety, draft Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. Obviously, that panned out okay. The Saints got a banger of a deal later on, and that was fantastic. But you also run the risk of, if you've got that 10 guarantee and it's an impact player, and it's someone that Jordan is then maybe he has to kind of babysit and Nakobe has to babysit. They've got their own job to do. Like, they're 24 years old. They're kids themselves. They're not trying to play leader, And I don't know. I'm not taking that risk of Harry Roseman. I would much rather a Nolan Smith. I wouldn't take Lucas Van Ness, but I would get it from a logistical perspective. I'm not in on Jalen Carter. And I know that's a controversial take, but I know everyone is obsessed with him. And I don't understand why, outside of the fact he's very good, but everyone is ignoring the most obvious red flags out there. And that's where I'm at. Like, if the Eagles draft him, great. I understand they've done their due diligence. If they don't, it's a very good reason why. No one can be mad at it. Even if he turns into, like, what the Justin Jefferson was, a defensive tackle to the Eagles, to Jalen Reagor, like, it doesn't matter what he does. You avert that risk based on the evaluations you've taken, and your team goes on that same trajectory. You don't just want to, like, take a risk at 10. This should be the most surefire pick possible. If there's any kind of concern that it won't pan out, then I'm out. And that's where I'm at. Sorry,
so what you're saying is Bijan Robinson at 8 overall for the Eagles. Confirmed. Just confirm it. That's what you're saying. Per sources, Liam Jenkins is confirming Bijan Robinson in Philadelphia.
I would like Bijan Robinson purely from a perspective that I know how he doesn't play running backs, and I know that you're going to get a rookie contract running back now for 4 years and an option with Bijan, right? And he's a premier running back, probably the best we've seen since Saquon Barkley. Gives you the downhill ability that Penny would if he was healthy. You get that, it's an insurance policy there. And at this point at 10, it's a risk-free swing, and you know what you're getting. It's a game-changing player. Like, you see it there. There's no qualms about it. Like, I would much rather take a swing at Bijan than I would on Jalen Carter, and then the camaraderie and the chemistry just not quite panning out for whatever reason. There's also the element as well, if we go in that place with Jalen Carter, that he's going to come in alongside Fletch and Jordan Davis. Where does he start off the bat, year one? he's not replacing Fletch. And if he goes
Right.
above Jordan Davis, that's going to cause an issue for Jordan Davis. And if
Right.
he doesn't go above them, then you're banking on someone that has known character concerns to suck that up as a third place defensive tackle as a first round pick at 10. So like,
Fair point.
I'm not in. I don't see it.
I mean, it's
Okay.
sort of the same thing that happened when we had Lito and Lito Shepard, and I think it was Sheldon Brown coming up when it was like Bobby Taylor still. Is that the right era, or am I a little bit off from my years?
I feel it's about all right. Yeah. Like,
Yeah,
I
okay.
see what you're getting at. I know the example you're putting.
Like, yeah, like I think like that come up right there. Like I think you might have the right pros that that are able to kind of help him get acclimated to the NFL. Maybe the right pros that because I look at the locker room and I'm just like, hey, this locker room, this culture seems pretty incredible. If we can get them on board, and that's one thing. But do you think? And I guess this is a little bit away from the Eagles and taking Jalen Carter more of a general question. Do you think that there's anybody that is going to be taking Jalen Carter in picks 1 through 9 based on the idea that based on his character flaws, you think that scares away teams 1 through 9, so he would just fall to the Eagles and they wouldn't have to trade forward?
I genuinely feel like if someone trades up to 8 and they displace Atlanta, then it will be for Carter. I feel like it's either Carter or Bijan, because obviously Atlanta are linked to Robinson as well. But I feel like if it's 7, it'll be for Bijan. If it's 8, it's for Carter. I think Chicago are in this weird spot where they could just ruin the Eagles' day, whatever they do. Like, they're going to go for an offensive lineman, they're going to go for a defensive lineman. It's like you flip a coin and whichever one they go for is probably, I wanted him. And that's that. But yeah, I wouldn't be shocked. I've preached it for like a week now in articles. I would not be shocked if Carter falls to 15, 16. And everyone's going to be on Twitter going, what the hell? He's so good. It's like, yeah, he is. But he's obviously, clearly teams are talking with him. Like, there's something not quite right there. So he could also go first overall for all I know. But,
it's fair.
It feels like that with all the top 10 teams. I mean, outside of the quarterback needy teams, right? You're talking about Detroit, you're talking about Seattle. Atlanta, to me, is the anomaly because what they're doing there and how they're building their team is a big question mark to me. But either Chicago, Detroit, Seattle, they could go one or two ways. They could go, for actual pieces, or they could just ruin everybody's day by picking a Jalen Carter or a Will Anderson or Tyree Wilson, whatever case may be. Or Bijan Robinson in Atlanta's case, which makes zero sense to me.
So what do you guys think of pick 30?
For me, if he gets there, it's Brian Branch. I would happily move up for him. Just do whatever, like secure that safety spot. Aggressive Alabama safety. That ticks 2 boxes right there because Howie now loves the SEC for some reason. So you're getting it's weirdly like one of the only positions where you can get the premier player at that position at like 30. Like the premier position corner will be Devon at like 10 maybe ish, like 10
right? Yeah,
between 8 and 12. Offensive line's going to be 10. Quarterback's obviously going to be 1. All the trenches are gone. Like maybe linebacker, but I don't know. I think there are guys available at the top of the second. Like, I think safety's the one you can get a home run hit in like 30. So I would be all in on Branch if he's still there.
No, that sounds about right. I mean, I think in my mock it was like safety early second, linebacker, in the second, something familiar to that. But actually, no, it was in the second, just around there. I had, of course, my crazy mocks, I put in a trade. Do you think there's a possibility where Quez Watkins is out of the future plans by the end of tonight's?
Eric and I traded him in our mock drafts.
Yes, because I think we did.
I think
I traded him a little bit earlier, and I had Cortland Sutton on the mind.
I traded him in mine. I can't see him beating out Zacchaeus, to be honest. I really can't in camp. And I feel like if you've already got Quez and you've brought in Quez 2.0 and you can trade Quez for a deal sweetener, like why wouldn't you, sort of thing? Like, yeah. I don't see, if it's
give me Jalen Hyatt.
If it's a difference between moving up and getting, let's say a tight end and you trade up into that second round from the bottom of round 3 or whatever, like, and it's that sweetener, you might as well. Really quickly, I do just want to say, I know we've done this before. I can't see it from my screen, but I know every time we do with the draft, we try and go for like goals all the time. I don't know what we're on at the minute, so I'm just going to quickly check. But I know we've got like 25 odd people watching. So we're on 19 likes. All right, let's try and get to, where are we? Half an hour to go. Let's see if we can get to 30 by the time the draft starts, which is half an hour. Perfect. So if you haven't given us a like yet, guys, it's the best way to. You don't have to subscribe, don't have to do anything other than sit there looking beautiful in your bed, eating nachos and drinking a beer. Just press that thumb. Means a lot to us. Gets us going.
That's what it looks like.
Yeah, and we'll see if we can push it, because we can get some crazy numbers with it, and it means obviously we reach more people. We can trash Jalen Carter to more people. It's a win-win. But
You just snuck that one in there like I wasn't listening.
Any questions you guys have as well, make sure you do put them in the chat. We're going to be here for a solid 12 hours, probably, is what it's going to feel like. So there's nothing that's off the board. I know Zach's obviously happy there for Bijan. Was it Isaac said, I think if Howie takes him, it'll be because we have 2 Georgia players that have advocated. And that's where I fully agree with it. I'm like, all right, like, I would get it. If the Eagles take him, I get it. But because I'm not Howie, I can only go off what I know and what I would do. And it's like, I always revert to anything about, like I said earlier, the PSN analogy is that if I'm going to bring someone in that could ruffle some feathers, probably not going to do it because I love the guys too much and, what we have special. Similar to the Eagles, right? You want to keep that Super Bowl culture going. But yeah, we've got 30 minutes left nearly. Let's move back onto 30. I mean, Eric, I know you're one of the most recent people of us to do a mock draft. Who are you looking at around that sort of 30?
Around 30. Around 30. I mean, making trades. That's what I was doing. No.
Yeah.
He was willing to do
it. But in previous mocks, I did have a corner going there. I mean, for me to look back at the corner that I had now, I mean, look, I'm like, to be fair, I'm a hockey guy. I'm not the best with all the names.
Oh, stop. No. Whoa. You're on a regular Eagles show, like weekly. I don't want to hear none of that nonsense anymore.
Okay, well, I can't the corner outside of like, dang, who was, I had a corner in this most recent one I did, but with all the trades, I ended up taking the corner at 67. I forget, honestly, Forbes. I know Forbes was a name that I looked at in the second round when I was kind of going between 2 or 3 different corners, but there's about, I think in the second round, there's going to be a run of like 3-4 corners that go off the board, and Forbes is going to be one of them.
I think you take Deontay Banks at 30, honestly.
There's Banks. That was another one. Isn't there a corner out of Maryland, or maybe it's a safety out of Maryland?
I think that's Banks, is it? Isn't he out of Maryland?
Maybe it is Banks. What was Battle's a safety?
Jordan Battle's a safety.
Where did he go to? Maybe I'm thinking
Alabama
school. Okay, never mind. So you didn't go to Maryland at all. But yeah, there was a defensive.
Yeah, Deontay Banks is out of Maryland.
So that's one I remember as well when I was doing an old mock. But yeah, Emmanuel Forbes, Zach, that was exactly who I was thinking of. Banks is a mid first out of Maryland. That's what Ben J is saying. And yes, Jordan Battle is a safety. I did not go with Jordan Battle as my safety later on, but at 30 in an earlier draft, I do remember taking a corner. I do remember Forbes, and then you also said Banks. So those now ring a bell as somebody who I think will be taken around 30 or second round.
Let's talk corner for a second, because obviously this picture has gone wildly different to how many of us expected. Like, coming into free agency, it was kind of assumed that Howie would have to choose between either Darius Slay or James Bradbury. And that will be absolutely perfect because they had 2 first-round picks and they could find a future CB1 who could start at CB2 and build up. And it's like I've preached the exact same thing for like 5 years now. Ever since I've done this YouTube channel, I just want them to take 1 first-round corner. It's all I ask. But now we're at a point where you've got Darius Slay for a couple more years. You've got James Bradbury for a couple more years. There are a couple of guys underneath as well that we picked up last year. Obviously, Josh Joby being one of them. The nickel set with Avonte Maddox. They don't need a corner directly. I think it was Sports and Metal actually asked about corners. We'll get to his tight end question shortly because there's one I adore, and he apparently he's got loads of injury questions, so that's brilliant. But where do you stand with corners on this? Because it's like if they come away with a Christian Gonzalez, I was all in on Christian Gonzalez like really early on before the James Bradbury and the Darius Slay signings were announced. And as soon as they come back, I'm like, I feel like it would be a waste for like a year or two. Like you really kind of want Slay to be, and in no mean way to him, but like out the picture. Like this is a 2-3 year down the line question where you want to get that guy alongside a veteran who he can learn from, and then eventually take that baton in like a natural line. I feel like dropping him in there at the minute, I don't think it'd be as good as Slay or Bradbury off the bat. But if you're taking a premier corner, I would say there isn't much between the top 2 or 3. Below there, it gets a bit murky, especially with the nickel guys. But someone like Gonzalez, I could see giving Slay some trouble in training camp. And I'm not saying he would ever get to a point where you'd be fighting for a role off the bat, but you've got a first-round talent that's like, 10 years younger minimum, like probably 12, 13 years younger. Got a lot of hunger, wants to prove himself, first-round pick, thinks he's entitled to that spot. Like, if you do take a corner first round, which still some people are quite high on, is that just going to cause complications from you can't get him on the field, or if you do, that's going to cause friction elsewhere, and Darius has just got another excuse to punch Matt Patricia?
I think that's one of the positions that's it's acceptable. It's the exception to beef up on, like to actually get a backup for, because it makes all the sense in the world, right? You get a cornerback that you can groom while James Bradbury and Darius Slay are both here, so you're not taking a back seat with the learning curve with him having him on the field with taking up all the snaps. And Darius Slay's deal, I think he's there's an opt out if not this year or next year, one of those two, as well as Bradbury. So it would make a lot of sense for them to make that kind of move. I wouldn't mind if they went for that 30 or they traded up for like a Deontay Banks, whatever case may be. But I don't know, like if they get a cornerback, I start to worry more about safety now, because it's kind of like, okay, like where are you going to get that premier safety now? Because are you moving Avonte Maddox? Are we actually going forward with that? We're actually make that happen now this time. But then you move Avonte Maddox and the nickel slot is just vacant and it's not good. I don't know. It's too many complications if they at least for my well-being, it's too many complications if they go corner opposed to like a safety or something like that.
I think just if the Eagles were to make a trade, and let's just say they landed at some pick in the 60s and a safety was calling, I think you can find a pretty good safety in the 60s. Like for example, a name that I have is Antonio Johnson, safety, Texas A&M. Like that's a guy where like I don't think you're pressed to really run for a safety that early. You can get a heck of a safety, heck of a corner. If you want, if Liam, you were saying, what if Gonzalez comes in and gives a run for Slay? What if? I mean, Slay, if we had that kind of depth with Bradbury, Slay, and apparently Gonzalez who beat Slay for a role, I mean, yeah, that's sick. Like I would love to have that.
Yeah,
I fail to find the issue.
I feel like it's just one of those where it's like, again, in this situation, you've got a chance to get one guaranteed home run hit and a second impact player, and you want to fill 2 holes where it's like plug and then that completes the team. I feel like if you're adding in, same argument with the offensive lineman, right? Like if you're going to add Skronsky in and it's under that radar, it's kind of the same when they brought in Andre Dillard, and I know it can't really be compared to that, but Andre Dillard was brought in meant to be the backup to Jason Peters. And then things happen. It didn't pan out. Next thing you know, another guy comes in out of nowhere and magically steals it. And not that Dillard has been a bad pick. He just hasn't really had a chance to do much. And when he has, he's performed average. Like that's the simple point of it. You want players that are going to come in at positions of need and make an impact. One of them, I think, genuinely is tight end. And I think that transitions quite nicely to S&M's. Well, we can't really call it an S&M, can we? Because that's going to get a bit...
Sports
we haven't even reached the draft yet, and it's already gone wrong.
PSN after hours begins.
Here we go. After 7:30.
That took 33 minutes. So
we need a little board next year.
But yeah, I think there are like some real options at tight ends. So I'm just making it at the timestamp because I want to clip it for TikTok because I'm sad and we've got to make TikTok. So yeah, why not? Anyway, yeah, I think tight ends, there's one guy I really like, Darnell Washington. I think the guy's just a monster, but athletically, there are apparently some concerns that were unbundled recently about injuries. It was in the same report that Charlie Campbell put out, where the Eagles apparently were in rumours to move up. So I don't know how much that's going to factor into it. But he's the kind of guy where he's not going to be an immediate threat to Dallas Goedert, and he's sort of what Goddard was to Zach Ertz. Only Goddard was like a profound run blocker. Washington's sort of like very good receiver, but doesn't have... He's a good receiver. He isn't the crispest route runner. Doesn't really know how to use his frame as a run blocker, but can high point the ball like anyone, and it's just got like ridiculous agility traits. So I'd be all in for that because you can... And it's like, if you think, what have the Eagles tried to do for like 3 years now? Tyree Jackson, Grant Calcaterra, It's the same copy and paste sort of format of like a bigger tight end that's rapid, that can be this like sort of storm breaker down the seam. Your best gut, if you just want a tight end to run a go route, Darnell Washington's your home run pick there. And you can kind of pick up the rest of that along the way. You're going to learn, if you want to learn run blocking, Dallas Goedert's probably one of the best people in the entire NFL to learn that from, you know? So like, I'd be all in on that pick for sure.
You know, it's one of the things, and I like a tight end. I think it's a little bit early, however. I think it's early only because I'm kind of defensive heavy if I'm not making trades like a chaotic human being. So I don't know if this would be a reach right at 30, but what are you thinking about linebacker? Is linebacker too early at 30?
Just gave up on tight end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I'm just. What about a linebacker instead of a tight end?
Before we get to linebacker, just to chime in on the tight end concept, I think it's a great idea, and I think it's also noteworthy that Darnell Washington has actually been removed from a lot of these teams' draft boards. So the likelihood of him being available in the third round or even later is very, very likely right now, which would be a huge win for Philadelphia.
yeah.
And I think it is about that time where they actually get a guy that they can actually develop behind Dallas Goedert and implement it with the offense to move forward. And back to the linebacker.
No, the question still stands. What do you guys think about linebacker? Like at 30? I mean, is that too early? Is that for that position? Do you think?
It'll
do
never
you guys
happen
have
in
anybody
Philly.
that you think at 30 that would be acceptable for a linebacker?
I think you're trying to bait Liam into saying Trenton Simpson. Was that the name?
No, but that we do like him in a second.
I tell you what, the one guy I like at linebacker is Jack Campbell. I think that's the one that if I'm the Eagles, that's who I'd look at. It might be too high. It's definitely too high at 30, but I feel like at the same time, a lot can happen. As soon as you get outside of 20 and it just becomes people throwing darts, like a lot, if there's a run at a position and all of a sudden that third round status moves up to first, like you see it all the time. Like the amount of times where everyone, I've had it where I'll mock a player and everyone's like, oh my God, you've got him going in a second. Like, why is he going in a second? What the hell? And then he goes in the fifth and you're like, all right, what if I miss there? And then vice versa. And it's like, you see things. So like, no, it's all how teams grade it. It's not like everyone's going off of Mel Kiper's rankings, unfortunately, or probably fortunately, really. But like, because everyone's got their own grading scale, like you never know what you're going to get. So I feel like I would say Jack Campbell's a good second round linebacker. Where the Eagles are at the bottom of the second round, they might have to move up for him a little bit. But it is what it is.
Now, I like this one right here.
Oh, absolutely.
What was it? Have you not? There was like a report recently though about Gibbs having some injury concerns, like not just Yankee, there was
I think that was Tajay Spears who had like the 2 ACL tears.
Oh right, okay, not Gibbs. Sorry, my bad.
But Gibbs would be phenomenal. I mean, the kid has very, 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 very quick feet. I'm
Is
a
he
big fan
the
of his.
proper burstful one, like the one that just bounces around like flies?
He's not a Miles Sanders to me, at least. Like Miles look indecisive out there, right?
Yeah,
but when Gibbs hits the hole, he's gone. He's breakaway, and it's phenomenal to have that kind of guy in your offense. It'll be kind of like adding a Jamal Charles to the offense, which would be great.
Very good comp. Very good comp.
I'm thinking and I know Brian loves it when I say I'm thinking, because that means there's a thought that you don't know where it's going to go, but. A running back. No, like a running back later in the draft. Let's talk about Izzy from Pittsburgh. Dude's explosive.
Where's he projected to go right now?
So I think when I was looking, it was around fourth, so it would just be kind of a mid round. Obviously, you would have to make a couple trades, see what you can land, probably work back a little bit. But I think that if you're going to add a running back, I still just don't think the urgency. I know Bijan is going to be talented. He's going to be this, that, and the other. Apparently, a lot of people feel that. But what if you can just take a value player like him, maybe fourth round, if he's there, and you make a few trades, and boom, you have that kind of capital.
I still want Bijan.
I know you do. It was just worthless even asking. Dang.
But I have a legit thought. I feel like we kind of overlooked this concept, overlooked this idea. Is if the Eagles stand pat at 10, there's the rumors out there. There's the thoughts out there of Nolan Smith. Do we feel like that's a reach? Do we feel like that's a smart move? I mean, I feel like the kid's Hassan Reddick 2.0. But at 10 is a little bit of a, I don't know. I'm curious to know if that's a reach for you guys.
I would take him over Lucas Van Ness. But then again,
Okay.
I'm not saying I wouldn't take Lucas Van Ness because it's like, I think I'm like the only. It's really weird. Like, I've just decided to go, do you know what? Every Eagles fan loves Jalen Carter and hates Lucas Van Ness. So I'm going to switch them. And then that's my stance. Like, I'm unchanged. But I think Nolan Smith is like a good compromise. I completely agree where, again, he's going to have that natural camaraderie. I feel like it's a safer option to have. And that there's sort of an easier lineage into playing time where Brandon Graham is very much, yes, he won comeback player of the year and had an explosive year, but he's still on his way out as like a very old, probably the oldest player on the roster, I think, at this point. You've got Josh Sweat, who again, great year, but is going to be that solid 2. So you come in at a 3 anyway, and you know you're going to get a guaranteed spot or a 1 or 2 eventually. Whereas at defensive tackle, Fletcher Cox is still disruptive, but his thing for the past 3 years has been, it doesn't show on the stat sheet, but if you watch any kind of game tape, he mauls like he always has done. And then you've got Jordan Davis, who was taken a year ago. So if you take Jalen Carter, there is that natural like block for at least a year of where he's not going to start along, unless Cox is happy to take that rotational role. So I think it would be, from a logistical perspective, like 2 similarly upside level players. The wild card, I think, is Lucas Van Ness, and that is an entirely different conversation because no one likes the idea of a developmental pick at 10, which is fine, but there is a reason he's being mocked that high. You won't have a developmental player mocked that high if there wasn't a belief he would hit that ceiling or get close to it, sort of thing. And I made the point earlier on Twitter, mistakenly, of saying that, like, you go back and look at the Eagles' first round edge hits in the past, and it's been Derek Barnett, who took 4 years to learn to spin in a circle. It's been Marcus Smith, who wasn't great. Brandon Graham, if it wasn't for a change of scheme, we might not have got the player we have now. Okay, it's hard to find edge talent in this draft. So you might think, yeah, okay, cool. You go for a Nolan Smith or whoever. You go for those like home run hits. But at the same time, it's like, if the bust potential is the same, you go for the one with the highest upside, knowing that he's not going to play anyway. Like, would you rather spend 10 on Nolan Smith, knowing that he might be your 3rd place edge rusher for a year or 2, then become the first guy, knowing that you've spent 10, he should be an impactful player, he's got this great track record? Or Lucas Van Ness, who hasn't started a college game, who is very green, I think he's only played like 12 and a half games last year, not a lot of tread on the tyres at all, same trajectory, but in 2 to 3 years will be a starter, is a lot younger, and it's like, you've just got more breathing room, but people aren't seeing that because it's this obsessed like win now window where the Eagles have got an elite roster. You need an impact guy. I think edge is the one position you can afford to relax a bit for now because BG's there for a year. Sweat's still going to be good. Just get a guy in that 3rd spot to finally get some depth back. And I think LVN could be the guy. I'm just like the only one in the world that seems to think so. Like I'm the only one in the world who hates Jalen Carter. So it could be.
I haven't seen any tape on Van Ness, but I've seen him projected to go high in like almost every single mock draft. If you were to compare him to a player, like who's your comp for Van Ness?
Well, it's weird because like he doesn't do much. Like, this is the thing. Like, I said to someone else, I got a bit pissed off because everyone was clowning me earlier, and I said to someone else, have you watched the tape? And he was like, well, yeah. And he listed like every flaw he's got, and I was like, well, yeah, he's not wrong. Like, he's got great feet. When he's off the line and he goes, he's very explosive, but there's like a timing issue there. And he doesn't have like any pass rushing moves. It's power and nothing else. But the power is so good, he's just leaned on it like all this time. And because he's not a starter, he kind of gets dropped into scenarios on like 3rd and 8 and allowed to let rip at a left tackle that's been out there for like, 12, 15 plays, getting a bit banged up and tired. Then the power wins. So like there's going to be some room to work with. In terms of rawness, like it's hard to give a comp because I don't know. I can't remember a guy coming out of college where it's like, I don't know what he does well other than he's very quick and very powerful. But if it's like Jordan Mailata, but then you're talking a 7th round pick. Do you know what I mean? It's a really weird one, but you look at his numbers and as a non-starter, he's been phenomenal. And you watch your tape and it is very powerful, but then it's all situational and he hasn't started a game and he doesn't really go out there for like 3 down drives. He kind of gets dropped in and stuff. And you're like, I don't know. I think he's got very quick feet. He's quick laterally. He's quick to diagnose plays, and he's very powerful. But it's not like you can go, oh, he's got a great counter and he's got a great spin move and he can bend the edge really well and he's great at wrapping up run defenders. Like, all of that advanced stuff isn't quite there. So I don't really know what I would say, but I feel like it's such a logical development. It's not like he's not going to learn that. Like, that's your job. It's like people come on a PSN and not been the strongest writers, but we know they're going to be strong writers because all they're doing is writing and they're surrounded by people that write. So you're going to get better. It's like, it's hard to imagine not at least taking some step forward. But I will stop ranting now. It's a coffee. I'm sorry.
Well, and kind of by what you're saying, I definitely understand the reason why, you would relax a little bit at the defensive end position. But everything you're saying about, I guess it's more so the intangibles, right? Maybe it's like he has power, but is the technique? Can he explode past NFL offensive linemen and be the player that you drafted and become as advertised? So what I'm going to say is completely wild, but confidence meter 1 to 10. Is he? Are you afraid that he's going to be a Mike Mamola?
Well, no, I feel like, put it this way: if he turned out like Derek Barnett, I'd be happy because there's a long way to go. But I feel like by the time he gets to that level, 4 years in, he's still going to be like 25 years old. So there's still a lot of untapped potential. So if he gets 4 years in, and
he's only 21 years old.
Yeah, he's only a baby, and he hasn't done much. I'm pretty sure he's 2.5 or something. So he's a toddler in the football world, but just got all the athletic traits. So, I mean, S&M has got it right. We all love S&M, and that's where he's gone. Like, I completely agree. Right, it's like if you're picking between the two for the Eagles, the safer pick is Nolan Smith because he's the more polished pass rusher and he's got a skill set. The other one is just like, it's like buying an engine for a car and not having the car. But it's like, yeah, but the engine will be good. And it's like, well, yeah, but you still need a gearbox and all the rest of it. But like, yeah, but the engine's great. It's like, that's lovely, but you need a car. So like, right. Yeah, it depends what situation you're in. I wouldn't mind taking him. But again, I think I need to stop drinking coffee because I don't think I've seen a single person agree with my draft takes like on social media this entire period.
What if the Eagles trade for Will Anderson?
All in. Love that.
Yeah, I saw that pop up earlier. I'm like, that's intriguing. Yeah. So I was waiting for you guys to kind of sign off. Brian, I think Ron.
How about now?
His mic is so loud.
I think it might be because I'm close to it.
It's just draft my ASMR. We're just treating you. We got a bigger audience.
This is how we bait everybody
Will Anderson.
No, Edge. I almost feel like what can happen here as my computer runs away. What I almost feel like what can happen here is when we go live and it's going up to the draft and it's like, okay, what do you guys think? I almost feel like I can do a bit where I can come back and just change my pick for the 10th overall pick at least 10, 15 times, and it might be different all the way through because there are so many options for the Eagles to take at and they will all be impactful players. And like you said it perfectly, you want a guy that's a can't miss, and you want another impact player at 30 if you are going to take a pick. And I think that we've discussed pretty well at this point of kind of going defensive end, kind of going running back, whatever it is, pick your flavor pretty much is what I said to Morgan yesterday at 10, because there's all those possibilities. But when we get to 30, if it's not, something crazy, like you're not going corner because, you fell in love with Joey Porter. I don't think that's ever been a story out there, but let's just say, for example, unless there's something crazy, then maybe like, I don't know why Bijan would fall past the late teens if he were to fall down the board, but that's where, you're going to have these guys just kind of floating around everywhere. Of course, I just don't know. It's just startling. Like, what do you do with 10? Like move forward, but it kind of sounds like to me we'd be moving forward on guys we don't need to move forward on. So we're kind of spending to not really need to spend.
You always need to move forward for Bijan Robinson, okay? You always move forward for Bijan Robinson.
I think there's two ways to look at it. The first one, like you're probably spot on. It's like imagine if you start going to the gym for 6 months and you get like ripped and you feel super confident in yourself, right? And you go outfit shopping. Doesn't matter if you dress like a goth, a jock, whatever. You feel good because you've worked out and you've got something like you're proud of, right? So like it's not like we're coming into this totally insecure, not knowing what we're doing, what players are going where, like what matters. Like you've got the core there. You're just accessorizing now, and you're finding the best fit for the flavor of the month, like you said. So
not to cut you off, but there's news right now for the Eagles.
Oh, what's the news?
Oh god.
Adam Schefter is reporting that the Eagles and Cardinals settled a tampering investigation today involving the hiring of former Philadelphia DC Jonathan Gannon as Arizona's head coach. The terms Eagles traded pick number 94 in the draft and a 2024 fifth-round pick. Cardinals for pick number 66 in this draft.
Wait, so the Eagles have got.
Oh, I gotta do a whole mock. We gotta do a whole mock all over again.
We're not going to the extreme right now.
We got 10 minutes to do a mock.
But they got the 66.
So they've moved up to 66 from 94.
Oh wait, so
Yeah,
we moved
pretty
up from 66 to 94. So looking at mine real quick, let's get Clark Phillips III or Antonio Johnson safety. Let's go.
You see what happens when you clown the Philly media?
See?
That's unbelievable.
It's corner safety o'clock right in the meat and potatoes of when there's still some really good ones. Oh, I like that. Thank you, Gannon, for
Pick
blowing
66.
it in more than one way.
That's
awesome.
Unreal.
I awesome. Well, that's
right.
great news.
This is our first test of the night.
This is the first test of the night.
I might need to dip, but I don't want to. Oh, the draft starts in 9 minutes. Can I get it in 9 minutes? Do I trust my fingers to get this done in 9 minutes? Are we going to rely on S&M?
Did you just go black?
Yeah, he well, I don't know, man. It might be your fingers not trusting you if we just went black real quick. That's like voodoo real quick. I don't know.
I'll give it a couple minutes. If no one responds, I'll quickly type that because it is important.
Sure.
It obviously changes the complexion of the draft and stuff. So
number 66 now. So what are the Eagles' current pick?
Third round?
So that is
third round, right?
Top
that's the beginning of the third. So 32
Wow.
64. So that's second pick, third round.
That's
Right?
That's
Am I doing that right?
But
Yeah,
what was the
32.
tampering?
Okay.
What was it about? Just because Arizona have
It's because he poo-pooed on Philly media. That's what happened. He talked bad, and Howard Eskin released,
Honestly, want to know what I think? It exclusively has to do with those crappy, like laser noises he was doing to Buddha. That's why I think it has to do with when he went boo 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 boo. That was like the Eagles are going to get 66. That's kind of what I heard.
I just don't like. I can't imagine a situation. Just imagine where like everything's gone normal. No one's heard about this.
Oh wait, 66 in the second round.
66 and a second round we got?
No, 66 is in the second round.
Oh,
So
okay.
right?
Well, I can't math.
So you got 62 and but like, I'm saying like.
Wait a minute, it might be because hold on, I apologize, Liam, but like there was a draft pick that was forfeited. Does that move earlier or no? Or am I overthinking it?
That was the first round. That's why we got
okay.
the
So I'm overthinking it. All right,
so,
never
like,
mind then.
Just imagine how he sat in his room, just like evaluating players, like striker $1 million contracts, the usual stuff. And it's like NFL dressed as a referee, NFL police officer comes in, like so. We heard Arizona pinch Jonathan Gannon from you guys, and he's like, no, he just walks. He's like, yeah, but so we're really sorry about that. So we're going to give you a draft pick as an apology. And he's like, actually, yeah, they did snatch him. They literally mid playoffs, they're all over it, trying to get him.
They kept on calling me.
We love Jonathan. Let us keep him. And they're like, oh, that's got to be at least a 4th round pick. I'm so sorry for your trouble. And how he's like. Thank you for understanding. It was so traumatic. He just under the table, like fist pumping, like.
So I think Sean's actually right. It's an early third round pick. So I think Eric was initially right. It should be like the early, like probably one or
like
two.
64. So that's like the first or second. Whatever.
All right,
I
if
think
you guys can hold the fort, I'll quickly type this up.
For sure.
We'll do that. And when you get back, I'm getting a bag of chips.
So with Gannon and all of this is breaking right now.
This is all over the place right now.
I mean, imagine being a Cardinals fan where it's like Gannon's our defensive coordinator. we just had to give the Eagles a pick. Like it's not starting good. It's not starting good for Arizona.
Actually, the Cardinals self-reported to the National Football League that general manager Monty Ossenfort had a phone conversation with then Eagles defensive coordinator Jonathan Gannon in the days following the NFC Championship game, a period during which contact is not permitted under the league's anti-tampering policy.
Wow.
That's fantastic.
So the Cardinals snitched on themselves.
That's why.
That's the Howie effect.
So this right here is a good one. I think we touched on briefly earlier. At least I had one at 30 where I was going to trade for a player. In my mock, I had 30 and Quez Watkins going to Denver for 67 and Cortland Sutton, just as a wide receiver upgrade there. So that would be my pick, trade 30 for a player if you going out and get an upgrade at wide receiver. We've spoken about a particular here I am bringing up linebacker and pick 30 again, but
you need to stop that nonsense. That doesn't happen in Philadelphia.
We've discussed a particular trade though for a linebacker out of Tampa Bay.
I think if they were like, I think if the Philly actually pulls off a trade today for a veteran player, as far as like who that is, it could be a Derrick Henry. I would love it if it's a Devin White pairing him with a Kobe Dean.
Right.
But I don't know. Like it's so weird to. I mean, we talked about this on Flipping the Bird so much. To have such a stabilized organization right now, where it's like they can do whatever they want, and all they're doing is helping the team. Like they hired Matt Patricia, and now like there's not even a positive like thoughts around it for some odd reason. When a month ago we were like dogging him because of everything that he put Darius Slay through. Anything that is like they're in a moment right now where they have the Midas touch. Anything they touch turns in gold. And with the 30th pick, you could do so much. You could trade up, get a guy that's fallen. You could trade back, get more picks. You could trade it for a player that's established in the league, like a Devin White, Derrick Henry. You could do so much and just benefit. It's just a wild thing to think about. Like they're just in a position to win right now.
Yeah, it's kind of how I feel too. I feel like it's almost impossible to lose. There's a pretty awesome point right here, or a talking point from Bearded Knowledge, our guy Phil. Point brought up today: Eagles are so good in such a great spot that you can take that risk with Bijan if it doesn't work, and it's okay. So, assuming that risk means that 10th overall or a trade or whatever happens, you take Bijan, it doesn't work, it's okay. Hopefully, because I went back into the archive a little bit to pull this comment out, so I think I might be hitting the context. If not, Phil, correct me. Would you be okay with using a 10th overall pick on Bijan and it doesn't work out?
Hell yeah. And I think
would you?
The only reason,
surprising.
The only reason I would think I'm okay with that is because you have a group of running backs that can manufacture yards. I think there's a likelihood that Bijan doesn't work out. Absolutely not. Like I feel like this kid's gonna be a stud one way or another, especially behind the offensive line and especially with the RPO scheme. It's so destructive of how this offense can really be with Bijan and Jalen Hurts in the backfield. But if it was one of those situations where he struggled with staying on the field with injuries, or if he struggled just finding his footing, whatever case may be, they're still in a good position because they just signed Rashad Penny for literally pennies. They have Kenny Gainwell, who's still on his rookie contract. They have Ball Scott, who they're not paying much for, and he shows up twice a year. They're and they also have Trey Sermon, who Nick Sirianni spoke very highly of.
Right.
They have a good foundation in the running back room right now, where it's like Bijan, when he comes in, if he's struggling, we'll still be fine. And if he's not struggling, we'll be more than fine. Like it's a win-win one way or another.
So I guess where I disagree with where I was surprised with you not having an issue with that is anytime I'm taking something 10th overall and you kind of just listed a stacked running back room in the Eagles where there's a lot of potential to be I kind of
buried myself in a hole.
Right, you did. So I'm sitting here.
We don't have to remember this conversation, Eric.
It's a good.
The next topic.
It's a great conversation. Zach, we're going to get back to that conversation. Zach, he's writing up the article about the tampering between You know what? He's putting over. He's giving Gannon his flowers right now. That's what he's doing.
Oh wait, Albert
Uh-oh.
Breer.
More?
I mean, nothing reporting wise. I mean, he said, and the Eagles will turn around and use 66 to move further up in the top 10. How he does it again.
So
I
they're
mean, that
moving
seems like
forward with how
something's
Swann
happening. Ideally, yeah.
That's kind of cool.
It
That's
definitely
cool.
feels like something's definitely gonna happen right now.
It sounds like they're going to move forward, and it's going to be a defensive end, probably Jalen Carter.
It sounds like we're gonna move forward from the previous conversation I buried myself a hole in. So yeah, so if they do move up, I mean, are you 1,000% sold on Jalen Carter, or are you kind of like?
I would be more sold on Jalen Carter because I have a heart set on, honestly, the two big names, running back and defensive end. I just don't. I've always saw Will Anderson, didn't think he would be there. Don't think he will be there. I'm sold on Jalen Carter, but Liam does kind of have a good point. When as far as, hey, is Jalen Carter going to be willing to maybe take a beat because he's probably not going to get all the snaps and playing time. Yeah,
And I think it also matters like what kind of scheme we're going to see on the defensive side, where it's like what's going to matter more. Like, are we looking at, do we need a plethora of defensive tackles, or do we need a plethora of edge rushers to fit in on the defensive line? So a lot of it is, has to do with Sean Desai. I feel like the way they're being so aggressive of moving up, like, I don't know, like, is it Jalen Carter?
I think it has to be, because if you look at the other places where you're drafting somebody at number 10 and they're going to make an immediate impact and start, like they're going to start and they're going to get playing time out of the gate, they're going to play in every game. It's probably not going to be running back. I don't know that Bijan, unless he's just like that good, I don't know that Bijan is just a starter out of the gate. Maybe he is. I like Jalen Carter. I don't know that he's going to get all like starter snaps out of the gate unless he just blows everybody out of the water. But I think those, however, do make the most sense, because look around. It's like corner, you're not going to do that. Linebacker, we've already had a hard enough time trying to get that conversation going about 30, let alone 10. Like a wide receiver, you're not doing that early. You don't need to. Tight end, you're not doing that early. Offensive lineman, defensive lineman as far as like a nose tackle or a defensive tackle, you're not doing that early. It really, I guess, does come down to, best player available, which is, and also one that fits a team need. And the best player available and ones that also fit a team need might be Jalen Carter, might be Bijan. But to me, and I'm getting nitpicky, but I think there's more depth at running back than there is at defensive end. So I might stick it out with Carter. Like, I think that's in my heart as my pick that I would make.
I don't know. I feel like Liam has kind of talked me off the edge with Jalen Carter so much that I'm like, oh, okay. Like, the Eagles are going to pick Jalen Carter, and it's kind of like, oh, okay, I'm sure.
Well, then again, if Will Anderson, somehow this means they trade up and it's going to be Will Anderson and they just want to knock out all that, fantastic. Like, that's the most ideal.
I swear to God, if this happens, right, if the Eagles end up landing Will Anderson instead of Jalen Carter because of Jonathan Gannon, I'll forgive him for everything. Everything he's ever done. Every ounce of stress he's ever caused me, I'll be like, you're off the hook. You've done us a solid. That's fine.
I can't believe like the Cardinals really just snitched themselves out.
Why would they? Why would they?
Dude, that's integrity. I can respect it. I respect the integrity because they helped Philadelphia, but I also respect the integrity because it is. Hey, look, dude, they're honest. They played the game the way that it's supposed to be played. And they called themselves out. I'm going to say that. I know that it's an uncommon
factual
take, but it's facts.
It's factual. Now, let's get a little crazier here, right? Because a lot of people, I feel like in the chat, and I feel like on Twitter a lot, even with Phil as well on trending in the AM. What if the Eagles didn't trade a 10th overall pick? What if all this moving around is for them to trade a 30th overall pick and keep 10? I mean, the likelihood of that happening is very slim. I do understand that. But what if it actually does happen? Like, what kind of chaos would that just like bring in Philadelphia right now? Because guaranteed, like if Bijan's at 10, like he's the pick, or if Jalen Carter's at 5, or whatever case may be, then he's the pick.
Sorry, or hold on. Let me just make sure I heard that correctly. You were kind of cutting out a little bit. So is this a matter of if Bijan and Carter are taken before 10 and we're still sitting over 10?
No. So I'm saying, can you guys hear me good?
Yeah, I can hear you better now.
So I'm saying, what if the Eagles end up not trading the 10th overall pick, but end up trading up from the 30th overall pick for another pick in the top 10?
Oh, if they trade up from the 30th at all, then I think you're definitely like that's if you're not trading back from 10 and you're trading up from 30th, Bijan, 1,000%, it's got to be. And you're moving up smoothly before Dallas because that's the whole point. I feel like of really taking Bijan if you are keeping at 10.
Well, the draft is officially underway. Are the Panthers on the clock? Is that?
It doesn't say it. It just says it's live. But before they go fully live, I'm gonna grab a bag of chips and some water.
No worries. A slight intermission, a PSN intermission.
Just a little bit.
Wow, it's all right.
For sure.
The S&M fingers are rolling now. We're good. I like salad fingers when I was doing that. Let's never do that again, Liam. But we're almost home. I mean, it's already been an hour already. So, guys, if you are just joining us for the first time, you've never heard of PSN before, thank you for trusting us with your draft coverage. We promise we won't try and ruin it too much. If you could leave us a like, that would be absolutely fantastic. It helps us massively. And if you do enjoy it, subscribe as well. Like I said, we've got daily breakfast shows from Phil Stifle, trending in the AM, Philadelphia Focus every single day. We've got an Eagles podcast in Flipping the Birds, and there will be more live shows coming soon. That's our new direction. We want live shows. We want all Philly all the time. And you may even get a return of LJ with a live show once a week. You know, I'm debating it. We'll see. See if you can lure me back in with a chaotic draft weekend. But yeah, I mean, it's interesting now that like it feels like everything that we've discussed for the first hour is now like, well, rip the rug out, we'll start again, because now the Eagles have an extra third round pick. That's like, well, not an extra, but they've moved up 30 spots, and that's the difference of like going from 7. If you're trading up, let's say from 10, it's the difference between 8 and 6. Realistically, that's probably a 2-pick swing in the first round if you were to look at an NFL draft value chart. So you never know, man. Like they may fancy a push up for Will Anderson. Like something that was just out of their grasp before may just be floated into their laps now if we see a run on quarterbacks at the start of this draft, and that is S&M. That's all it is. That is just straight up, like, there's no other definition for it.
You know, when Zach couldn't make it to the mock draft, and I joked on there that the whole Reddit that was pushing up what was it, Will Anderson?
Will Levis, yeah.
Will Levis, that's what it was, not Will Anderson. It was pushing up Will Levis. I was like, oh, Zach's definitely behind that. So I see him in a chat over here, and he's like, telling me to stop drinking the Kool-Aid and all that. He sounds like a cult leader more and more each day. I'm definitely thinking that Zach is behind everything Reddit, even the stocks.
So I tell you what, the draft doesn't feel the same in Kansas City. I know it's obviously a homer bias because we cover Philadelphia, but I feel like that draft that was hosted in Philadelphia was so magical, and like just the atmosphere was great, right? And everyone since just felt a bit meh. We haven't really started this one yet. I can't judge it, but just like the shots and everything just feels a bit like placid, if that's the word. Whereas I don't know, maybe it's just a homer bias in me, but you still get the Roger Goodell booze, and that is all that matters. That Roger Goodell, come hell or high water, will get booze.
You got the Roger Goodell booze, but I'm telling you, man, like, I know it's the NFL, but in a smaller crowd, the Gary Bettman booze sound louder.
Yeah. I don't doubt that for a second.
I have it on. It's on mute. So if you guys have any idea of what trades are coming in, or maybe have it on subtitles, you can see dialogue, by all means, fill us in. I'm trying not to have it overlap so you guys can hear it on the stream.
So Zach said the pick is also in. I guess my stream is behind.
Oh, let's have a look. I need to turn mine up.
I just have right now the Chiefs and
I've never heard of Heidi Gardner in my life, but fair play to her.
That's why I have Heidi Gardner, and I agree as well.
She's the first pick. She's Sauce Gardner's long lost twin.
That'd be sick. That'd be awesome.
Straight into the secondary.
Look, Zach told me I know nothing, which means I know something. At least I know that. I know that. So I'm on you. I'm on you, Zach. Through the commission, of course. Not a day goes by. Not a day goes by. It's always the commissioner of a league that is just like the main villain. Like I can't remember the last time a commissioner was like very much loved. Outside of
I
like
feel
Well, it's hard for a
lacrosse, for the
commissioner
most
to be
part.
liked, though, isn't it? Really, like no matter what they do, it's sort of. I mean, it's easy for them to be hated, but I mean, it's easier for them to be compound. Like Gary Bettman does not help himself in the slightest, and it's very
Right.
easy to see why he's hated. I mean, Goodell doesn't do anything that bad, I don't think. But then it's just like very easy to attribute anything you don't like with the NFL to Roger Goodell and then being annoyed about it. So it's like it's always going to fall on the head honcho, but you know, he's not Gary Bettman. I'll give him that. That's about as much credit as I'll give him.
So Bryce Young is the first pick, according to Shams.
Is that guaranteed?
Shams, I can't say the last name. Yep.
Shams.
I mean, he was
Why
the
they-
favourite, wasn't he, by the end of it? I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like a given. Makes sense in the world.
Well, at least you haven't done anything stupid. I mean, it wasn't Will Levis. For that brief moment where Will Levis had 4-1 to go first. So we've started off stable. That's fine. That's a good start. I'll tell you what, I never thought Jason and Travis Kelce looked that much alike, but the more I see Travis on the New Heights pod, and especially with those sunglasses, maybe it's because Jason's were all a pair similar as well, but I do see a lot of similarities now.
Have you ever seen their show, the height, was it called New Heights or something like that?
Yeah, I
The
get
podcast?
emailed
Yeah,
their
their
clips,
that
like,
show's great. They're doing such a
really
great
get
job.
an email from their PR agency with all the clips and stuff to use, but then everyone does it for me, so I'm like, okay. Like by the time I've gone to put it on Twitter, it's already on Twitter 8 hours ago. So I'm like, okay.
You were last on the thread.
Well, there
So
we go.
Spencer
Okay.
Hall's top player is Bijan.
It's one of those, isn't it? Well, like, obviously, like big board talent's different to positional. Because like you can have a player at the top of your big board, but you're not realistically going to be the top of this draft because the Panthers aren't taking a running back. But would Bijan be the top player in this draft? Or I think definitely top 5. I
I
think
think he's
But,
top 3,
would
honestly. I
say
think it's the
maybe
he's a
young
top offensive
Stroud,
player, in my opinion.
Anderson. Who's the tackle? Young Stroud, Anderson. He's not
Paris
Johnson. Is
Johnson?
it? Maybe, yeah. And then Bijan, probably.
I don't know. I mean, I feel like Bijan Robinson is definitely a top 3 player in the draft, and I think he's probably the best offensive player in the draft just because of where his stealing is. But I don't know.
Carter without off the field, so not Carter then. No, sorry, look, the agenda will stop. We all know what's going to happen now, and the Eagles are going to take him, and I'm never going to hear the end of it. And it's been an hour of me just ripping into him at any given opportunity, and then it's going to be stuck here, and I'm going to be like, wow.
So who remember the draft night throwback where Liam threatened that he could actually beat up Devontae Smith?
I still take I'll back myself in there. One right hook, bang, gone. Nothing. But I don't want it. But the thing is, before, I feel like I could have. But now there's almost like an intent. I don't want to punch him because he's so good that I'm like, I can't, man. It's Devontae Smith. Whereas before it was like, it's Devontae Smith. Yeah. But now I'm like, it's Devontae Smith. Can I punch someone else? Like Jalen Cut? No, I'm joking.
It's so interesting. It's so great to see how well he's panned out, right? Like Eagles weren't taking wide receivers that early, and he's phenomenal.
I think he's the best route runner in the NFL, and everyone will look at, Justin Jefferson. There's obviously Diop back in the day. There's a few others that come to mind, but I genuinely think, unbiased as a side, I said it coming out, like I've not seen a route runner coming out of college that is as crisp as he is, that just understands the mechanics of like when to sink his hips, when to break out, and it's so effortless. Like he's just got everyone on strings every play, and it's wild. Like I genuinely think 5-10 years time he'll be the top receiver in the NFL, and it will not surprise me in the slightest. I think he's a generational talent.
I mean, this later, like we're probably 2 years away, but ideally, like, do you think the Eagles can actually pull off an extension with him, being that they're tied up with the Jalen Hurts deal, the AJ Brown deal, Hassan Reddick, and
I think by then, like a couple of other big names will fizzle out. Like you are going to lose a Lane Johnson at that point, a Jason Kelce in that point, a Brandon Graham in that point, where they're not huge hits, but they're like enough to probably tilt the scales. I can't see Smitty wanting to go anywhere else so long as the Eagles are competitive. Like he's surrounded with his best mates essentially. So you're playing with your best mates. You're winning and you're getting paid. Like you take a little bit of money off to stay in that environment, So I'd like to think they'll keep him. It did cross my mind a little bit, when they signed AJ Brown. I mean, I was the ultimate worrier last year. That I couldn't imagine them having Smitty and AJ on the same field without one of them, having to surrender targets to the other one. And I was very vocal about that. And
The infamous week one article.
They proved me wrong very, very, very easily. And I ate my words, and I've never been happier to do so. Jay Fizz, what's up, man? Good to see you back. I think Jay Fizz is there's Jay Fizz, Isaac, Geordie Fighter, I know Mark usually. I mean, there's so many guys that have been here. Dan's another one since like day one where we started streaming. Like they're still here rocking with us, and it's the coolest feeling in the world. Same with Ben. Like coolest feeling in the world that you guys continue to come back. It's just great, Like, I feel like I know we're just filling time now, but PSN's like the best spot it's ever been. Like I know YouTube content is kind of picking back up, and as I said, we will pick up with lives and stuff. But just from a written content perspective, like might be egotistical. I don't think many people touch us now. Like I think we're so consistent with what we do. Like the reach we have in newspapers, the site looks great. It doesn't crash all the time anymore, like it did years ago with all that fun. Like it's just a great spot to be in. We get to do what we do. And you guys made that all possible. So just thank you again. There'll be a lot of that this weekend, a lot of sops. So
absolutely, 1,000%.
It is great. I mean, this time a year ago it was like the PSN draft. We were having, the big sale happened. It was like the first couple months of getting settled and adjusting to new things, and it's crazy. Like it's wild how much things change. So just super happy to do it for another year, and hopefully many, many more to come as well. You gave me a free hoodie. I have to be here. Oh yeah, true. That's why we give it away. That's
awesome.
The only reason. You feel obligated, then you feel bad.
Oh yeah.
Sack us off. Oh, I love you too, Tarek. Oh, I wish we could give everyone a big cuddle. I wish we could. The goal for the year is I would love to do a live person event, like where we do this or a preseason watch along. Spoiler, that was what I was teasing last year. Like we weren't trying to come out for a preseason game and do an event at a bar, but we couldn't find a bar in time. So instead, I had the week not booked off. My girlfriend had it booked off, and I was going to take Mrs. LJ out to America as well. We were all going to see everyone, and then it got a week before we couldn't do it, so we went to Madrid instead, and I got very sunburnt and complained the whole time. So there you are. That's that's that. How long do I have to be a part of PSN to get a free hoodie? Do you know what? We haven't made any hoodies in ages, have we?
We haven't, and we never give any out to the staff either. Like
I'm about to say, Phil, I don't have one either. So
I don't have one either.
But I do have a PSN shirt.
I don't have a PSN shirt.
Back out. All right, give me a minute.
Anyone else? I will shut my mouth.
Yeah, we'll get them as soon as we have the new logo on them. I do miss that. I used to take real caring. I mean, I still think one of my favorite things we've ever done was the flight ticket merch. If you remember that, like old school, it's like a white hoodie with I don't have it on me anymore. I think it's in my old house, but it was a flight tag that you'd put on a bag, and each bit had a little bit of info. So the date was the date the Eagles won the Super Bowl and stuff like that. So it was a really niche little details hidden in this flight tag. So if anyone has it, and you know what I'm on about, I hope you enjoy it, because that was one of my proudest creations of all time. I put so much effort into this every little bit of writing is something niche to Philadelphia. Like the code on it, I'm pretty sure is F1Y3R5, which is flyers. So every little thing, you never know. Kemp, someone will have it. Shut up. Someone kick him.
So the pick is in, as we all knew from the Panthers, but it's now official on the graphic.
I thought it already happened on TV. I thought we were miles. Oh Jesus!
Then maybe I'm lagging behind, but mine said pick.
No, yeah, Shams broken way too.
But I thought all the stuff on stage was that being done. Oh,
Shams broke it off way too.
It's mostly just banter. I feel like the Panthers are you better milk the clock, because they probably knew days ago, dog, we're taking this person. Can we just?
I feel like the NFL draft should be like fantasy draft, where you have a minute 30 to select your player.
I agree.
You don't need 10 minutes to do all this stuff. Come on.
Why did everybody say accelerate baseball and not the draft? Put your energy here.
Look,
exactly.
I spend 8 hours on my Madden save per season, going through all the scouting players, right, looking at all the news headlines, and I will write a spreadsheet of the players that pop up on the news headlines, because they're typically the hidden talent ones, right? Gets to the draft, and I'm selecting random ones. 2 seconds. I'm done in 2 minutes. So it's if I can do it in 2 minutes, you can, Howie. All right, come on, sort it out.
I won 3 Super Bowls in 4 years in Madden. I lost 1 time because I'm not that good. But I will say this: drafting's pretty easy, man. You know, I could do at least a draft class and know I'm going
I'm
to win
fed
a
up with
championship.
Madden.
Takes
I don't want
about
to talk about
20
Madden
minutes.
anymore.
I don't know why 32 teams in fantasy world can't do it just like this. But hey, 2023, we got the technology. Let's do it.
Well, me and my friend did an online save, and we're like 8 years deep, and he's won like 4 or 5 Super Bowls. I swear to God, I've won about 4 or 5 games. I'm not even kidding. Like, I cannot work out how to stop throwing picks on all Madden. Like, It's relentless, and I'm just like, it does my head in. So I gave up and started playing MLB The Show, which I did not understand. But I made the Nationals get to the wild card game. So there's my.
Zach is going to be very judgmental in the chat. I'm not feeling it right now.
That's fine.
Where is Zach, by the way?
Not here.
No.
Bryce Young, of course, goes first overall to the Panthers.
And he's still in the process of going first. So there's got a while yet, boys.
He just put on the hat. Oh, those hats are actually all right.
My stream is ahead. He's already on the stage for me.
I can't remember a nice Eagles draft hat ever. Like, abysmal. Just how hard is it? It's like the easiest logo to look. It's such a hard logo. Like, it looks cold on every item of clothing ever. Even Eric's like old school Eagles one. It looks sick. How do you balls it up year after year? I'll never know.
This one's relatively new. So Nick and I went to a game a year ago. Dang, was it a year ago at this point?
About a week ago.
I don't even know anymore. They played the Saints and they won. So it was more than a year ago because they lost to the Saints with Dalton there last year. But anyway, so we went to a game and I got this hat. It was at just a shop there. But it didn't look like it was anything that was retro and brought back. But I will say, when I was in high school, they came out with these hats where, like, at the time I was like, those things were awesome. And then I looked at it maybe 10, 15 years later, just hanging up in my childhood room. And I'm just like, everything was bizarre looking. Like, why? Like, I was like trying to really, I thought I was the man wearing that thing. And next time I look back now, I'm just like, I have a bunch of other hats I don't even wear that are a lot better than that one. Like, what am I fronting about?
Do I have an Eagles beanie? And I love it. And I'm always so proud to wear it, like, out and about. And someone tweeted me once saying, is it me or does everyone have this Eagles beanie? And I was like, what the? Come on, man. Like, we're in a totally different country. Like, can I not just have one unique item of clothing?
Apparently, you ordered the poo-poo platter.
I do have a Kelly Green Eagles jacket that I got last year, though. I might show you while we're waiting for the pick to come through.
I do dig a Kelly Green,
All right, let me go get it because I need to take the hoodie off anyway because I'm getting boiling over here.
Kelly Green is the nicest color on a jersey. And the fact that the Eagles have taken so long to bring it back is mind-blowing. Like, it should be the main color for the Philadelphia Eagles going forward. I'm even down to turning the logo a little Kelly Greenish as well.
All right, here we go. So we've got... it's a bit... Oh, it's no logo on it. There is. On there, that side. It's like kind of like the Princess
That's
Diana.
nasty.
That's fire.
So it's very green, which is not really my color, Kelly Green. Like, look, it's not great, but
I think it is great. I think it's beautiful.
Yeah, it's freaking awesome.
It was like quite expensive as well, I think. But like,
yeah, it's
one of the retro ones. But there you go, Liam's show and tell everyone. We're 1 hour 23.
So there was that little bit of time where, by the way, the Texans pick is in. I just looked up. But there was a little bit of time where everybody thought that Twitter was going away, so everybody was putting out these crazy takes and all that, and then a lot of people were
Texans are taking CJ
Stroud. Okay,
yeah, right, according to Albert Breer.
1 and 2. Okay. So it looks like as far as when Twitter was, everybody thought Twitter was leaving. Like, there was a ton of people that were tweeting these crazy takes, or because they just thought they wouldn't have to answer to them. And there's a lot of Eagles fans that were just like, oh, Kelly Green's overrated. I'm like, no, it's so underrated. It's one of the best color schemes in all of the NFL history. Like, what are we talking about here? It's not like they're the blue and yellow Eagles jerseys that came from God knows where.
Oh, god awful jerseys. I don't get why people are so against. I get Kelly Green was around the era that they weren't winning anything, but let's be honest, like Midnight Green was around the era that they haven't really won much either. They only have 1 Super Bowl and 3 Super Bowl appearances. So they're 1 for 3. You're 33% with Midnight Green. Kelly Green and Jalen Hurts just fits. Kelly Green and AJ Brown just fits. Smitty, Hassan, me, Liam, Eric, it just fits.
It's just one of the best quarterbacks ever play in Philadelphia wore, the Kelly green, and it was Randall Cunningham.
You're damn right.
Damn right. And, I'm not going to hear it from Nick. I'm not going to hear it. I'm going to miss it. But I will say, funny enough, my quarterback factory, my darling, if he's taken late in the draft, would be Malik Cunningham. So, it's just,
Is he related to Randall?
Just the same last name. Just the same last name. Just the same.
Pull up the ancestry.
Yeah,
So funny
do the 23andMe for Malik Cunningham. Let's see where that goes.
I would love like a POV of just Eric in a draft room. And they've gone, who's this guy like John? And like, he just sounds. I like him. Yeah, get him in.
If you want, oh my god, if you want a stream of me doing that kind of thing where I'm looking up prospects, just go back to like I forget which pay-per-view it was back in the 90s or like early 90s, late 80s, but it was there was a guy that just kept asking how much every wrestler weighed when they made the entrances. So it would just be me, like each time there's a prospect, each time a team makes a pick, I'd be like, how much does this guy weigh? Like, it would just be me doing that. Like, I don't know, much of anything until I kind of look at the size. I'm just like, legacy sounds good. All right. And then next thing you know, I'm just agreeing with like 3 generations of people's opinions that have already happened by that point. So,
We've got an update. CJ Stroud is second overall, which the Texans didn't Texan, which, I mean, that helps the Eagles because it keeps the quarterback run going, which means we might see the Colts go for Will Levis, which I called that. I told you. I was all over it. He's a big white guy with a big arm. That's all Frank Reich ever needs.
So who do we see the Cardinals take then?
Anderson. Is it Anderson?
You think it's Anderson?
Oh, yeah.
I think a lot of mocks had Will Anderson going there.
And then... yeah, so I think this kind of works out quite well. Unless the Eagles are going to come up, this is where we find out, right? Like if they're going to really, really push up.
I think Jonathan Gannon and the tampering thing should have gave us a 3rd overall pick instead. I think it's highly illegal, and all of a sudden, I don't think integrity should be awarded.
Wait, why wasn't the 3rd pick washed away like the Dolphins pick? I feel like that it was that level, that tier of destruction caused by this
whatever it gives me the 3rd overall, I'm going to agree to the crime. So hey,
I didn't sleep for a month as a fan. I knew it was going on.
It's living rent free in 3 people's heads in the same chat right now, or in the same podcast right now.
I couldn't believe when they hired Gannon so quickly.
I was like, yeah, range. I knew that was odd. Oh, that must be.
That whole scenario made no sense. Like, why would Howie tell you to stay in Arizona because you have an interview, but then all of a sudden, like, you didn't know you had his interview coming up? Like, come on, like, dude.
He knew.
Well, it must have been tampering because he came out and said he wanted to stay in Philly right after the championship game. So there was no way he was going to get out of there without some tampering. So there you go. That was the giveaway, I reckon. Gannon did it to himself. That was so funny. The guy's such a melon.
Pee Wee Gannon.
Honestly, like, I hate the fact that, like, I've always been critical of Jonathan Gannon, and it's like, okay, the Eagles had a great season on defense. Was it helped by offense? Like, absolutely, but like, it was also helped by the fact every single position had elite level talent on it, and you saw the scheme get exposed on frequent occasions, as it did in the Super Bowl, but like all throughout the season, people would be like, dick riding, for lack of a better term, so much just because, I don't know, like it's almost like hit a point where if you disagree, you're automatically a hater and you hate everything and you're not a true Eagles fan. It's like, just call a spade a spade. Like, the guy's inept and he's got amazing players. I cannot wait to see how this amazing scheme and this brilliant coordinator now coaches his Cardinals defense. I cannot wait to see how fantastic that team looks because the guy is babysitting.
You're basing a team of all-stars. That's what you're really doing.
That's exactly what it was. And I always blew a gasket every morning driving into work when I would hear John Kincaid on the morning show defend Gannon, because he would just say, "Well, look at his ranking, and he's a top 10. He has a top 10 defense." And I'm just like, okay, you said Gannon, like when what was it, a year ago? you were saying that Gannon wasn't the issue. He needs better players. I'm like, okay, but that would be for any coach. Like if any coach has better players, they're going to be obviously more equipped to be better with their unit. So when he got that stuff, they were like, oh yeah, Gannon's doing a lot better. I'm like, well, yeah, but the team is doing a lot better because look at the talent. Like we never saw Gannon do anything special with his scheme to the point we were like, oh, I see where Gannon's influencing this talent. We always saw the talent influence Gannon.
Mm-hmm. I completely agree with that.
Yeah, 100%. It's just wild that like there were people that were so. It was just being opposite for the sake of being opposite, and it's like, yeah, he was on a fantastic run, but it's never always going to be perfect, and that's fine. We can still be critical and acknowledge the fact that it can still be better. Like that's not a bad thing. Anyway, I hope Sean Desai's better because I can't go through that again. That was. It's one of those. Even Jim Schwartz, like for all of his flaws, it was aggressive and it played us. I think part of it was because Philadelphia was so used to that aggressive blue nose style defense where blitzing's the name of the game and it's pressure and it's hard hitting. And you think highlights and it's Brian Dawkins and it's thunderous hits and it's big time plays. And that defense just wasn't built for that under Jonathan Gannon. It was soft and it was.
Wait, at number 3, the Arizona Cardinals are trading with the Texans.
What, from 12?
I don't know. Ian Rappaport just put at number 3, the Arizona Cardinals are trading with the Texans. We have
Are they just throwing the draft now? The Cardinals just throwing now. They've gone.
They're pissed off at Gannon, so they're quitting.
So I was just about to ask that.
We'll come back next year. Start again.
I was just about to kind of ask and bring that up, Ryan. They're kind of getting down to the wire here as far as their round and their time was. You know, it being this early, and obviously with the news that we got from the Cardinals earlier, how much do you think that news maybe changed their mind, about what they would do with the 3rd overall pick? Do you think it would change anything at all since it's so early, or do you think, there's a better idea to trade back and get that pick that they lost?
I think that's what the case is. Get more picks now that you let that down pick. I don't know. I mean, was nobody really there that the Cardinals truly wanted? Like, did they value the pick that much to actually trade back?
I'll tell you who we're trading. We've traded for Bijan Mustardson. Chris has joined this stream with a big smile on his face. And a fresh
very cheerful over there.
Evidence on Twitter. How are you feeling, Chris?
Like you have to specify. Like there are a lot of feelings right now. So what part of me what would you like to hear about me?
Above the waist, preferably for now.
Above the waist. My liver is feeling fine.
Okay, good start. That's what we like to say. Mentally.
So the Texans are in. By the way,
it has to be Will Anderson, but mentally,
yeah, it has to be.
I'm ready. I'm fucking ready. I'm ready for Bijan Richardson.
Yeah,
I'm ready. I'm ready, and I have my screenshots ready for those stupid ass Cowboys fans who are also Texas Longhorn fans who love Bijan Richardson.
Robinson.
Wait, why are we calling him Richardson?
I was about to say, I was like, that didn't sound right. That didn't sound right.
I didn't say it. I was like, I didn't want to be that guy being pedantic, but I was like, okay, maybe it was a one-off. I was like,
Liam was very nice about it.
Chris is like, shit, I've been looking at the wrong prospect for the past 4 months. It's like, there's another one.
Does it play for Florida?
Bijan Richardson from
Will Anderson at number 3.
Mount Union.
Could you imagine? Yeah, I was about to say, could you imagine writing down on paper and then just everybody?
The Cardinals are getting 12, 33, a first in 2024 and a 3rd in 2024. Texans get number 3 overall and 105, and they're selecting Will Anderson.
Dude, they're building quickly with this draft. They're doing well. They're doing fantastic.
They just traded for they just got their David Carr and their Mario Williams.
Yeah,
that's actually a good account. Yeah,
it's not bad. It's not a bad. Yeah, it's awesome what you just said.
Except David Carr probably without all the sacks.
Wasn't he like the most sacked player in that year? Because the expansion team not really having the line and all that. But they took like 88 sacks in his first year or something like that. It's nuts.
So it's Anderson at 3. Mm-hmm. That might push Levis at 4 to the Colts because, again, what have we said all night? Children.
And then Richardson to Seattle.
Yeah.
And then Richardson to Seattle.
Right.
Who's 6?
That's 5, which will push Carter to.
Who's
I don't
number
know.
6?
It'll be interesting. It's all within reach. It's all going well so far.
Oh, Detroit, Las Vegas. Okay.
And then
Give me
Detroit goes corner.
Yeah.
Vegas probably goes corner.
Atlanta's the wild card. That's the one.
Yeah.
Because they could definitely go Jalen or John.
His face was so full of hope and just like crumbled at Atlanta. I felt like I just told him Santa wasn't real. He looked so excited, like going through the teams. It was like, yeah, Atlanta.
Freaking Atlanta.
I mean, is it as simple as assuming that whoever doesn't go to Atlanta is probably the pick for Philadelphia? Like, is it that simple to assume?
Ideally, I would think, unless they pull some BS.
Daniel Jeremiah's mock last night had Bryce Young, Stroud, and then the Texans trading up to 3 for Will Anderson.
Oh, he's nailed it.
Yeah.
So his
if
next
he's nailed it, they had Nolan Smith at 10.
Yeah. I'm only happy with that because Robinson's off the board. So and Carter's off the board at that point. So
you don't want to overly reach for it at that point. Like the board's falling perfectly at this point. I know we're only 3 picks in, but it's going. It could be going much better.
It's
just no one.
Texans,
just no Lucas Van Ness.
I
Don't
love
tell
that
him
bandwagon
that.
with you.
Okay, right. What?
Here we go.
I have the idea of Van because, like, realistically, he's not going to start year 1.
But realistically, at 10.
Yeah, but you're still. Well, you don't draft a player at 10 for year 1 impact. Like you want a 5-year plan for each player.
Oh, Anthony Richardson to the Colts.
Good.
Wow.
I like that pick better.
Yeah.
See, Frank Wright proving he isn't racist. Okay, good. Like that. Good stuff.
He's not with Frank Wright's on the Panthers. Isn't he?
Oh yeah, of course. Sorry. Never mind. Never mind. Going well. Eradicate that last 20 seconds. Sorry, Indianapolis. You're fine.
I didn't miss it, but I missed the context. I mean, look, I'm gonna stick to hockey.
Yeah,
Liam, you have to send me the name of that person so I can do the thing.
Yeah. Hang on, I took a screenshot of it. It is.
Well, just DM me.
Yeah, I won't say it. Have you got one of your own from your giveaway?
I have 2 people.
Okay, I've got one. Taylor A. Kearney, if he's in. He might not be. He probably isn't. But so
I told you to DM me so we can
snatch a free jersey out of $120. Don't want to watch the stream.
Yeah.
Sorry, correct.
He's going on a rampage.
Yes, Chris. Just make sure he doesn't win. Right, rig the wheel. He's not winning.
He does not win. We're combining, and I was gonna put it on the fucking thing.
Yeah. Taylor A. Kearney. Just put Taylor. I know you mean if you win.
All right. Well,
to find out if he's won, he has to watch the stream, which he won't, so he hasn't won. He's a cheeky little boy. He's not having it.
all right. Hold on.
I've missed these streams so much. I really have. Like there is nothing that quite hits the dopamine of the PSN draft extravaganza. There just isn't. You don't get these analysis anywhere else. They're all talking about what the Texans are. We're just shouting off fans who enter giveaways.
Oh God. So with Anthony Richardson off the board, I mean, I feel like Seattle doesn't go Will Levis, right? This has to be the Jalen Carter pick.
Well,
I forget everything gets ruined on Twitter now as well. Like I'll be watching the stream thinking, picks up soon. Oh, never mind. And then you find it out, and then you've got to watch 5 minutes of filler because the picks are ruined.
that's all. So okay, so maybe I just missed it, but the Colts. Who did the Colts pick?
Anthony Richardson.
Okay.
Not Bijan Richardson.
they got Anthony Robinson.
I was about to say, I was like, okay, now that I'm caught up, because exactly what happened. I'm like, wait, the pick's in, but I again have it on mute, so I have no idea what's happening. I just see a bunch of people hugging. Everybody looks happy. Everybody's having fun. I just hope everybody has fun.
Yeah, how are
Seattle
you
on the
feeling?
clock.
Let us know in the chat. How are you on a scale of 1 to 10? Energy levels, where are we at? I mean, it's only like nearly 9 p.m. there, so you should be, just on that way up to the peak. But I don't know, how are you all feeling today? If you haven't messaged a chat yet either, and you're just casually chilling in the background, maybe you don't have an account, like just pop in and say hello. We're all friendly. I promise I won't shout you out like I did Taylor. I'll be very nice to you because you're watching. Lovely
Seattle just picked. Who is Seattle going with? ML Football just put well Seattle.
Oh, that's not good. Well, I thought Seattle would go Levis. If Richardson's gone, they kind of have to. I mean, Richardson would have been closer to Russ, but
No, Levis doesn't seem like a Seattle pick. Oh,
It
shit.
I
doesn't.
think Seattle is hopeful of Geno.
Damn
see,
it.
the thing is, I think it is because, right, Pete, I'm not sure if you saw it, Pete Carroll tweeted earlier, like draft clues. He'd like 2 or 3 of them, okay? One of them was a clip from Love is Blind. Love is Levis.
I
Yeah.
thought that meant they were going to run out the clock and be horrible.
Maybe they were trading for Jordan Love.
Never show up live.
And then the other thing was that they tweeted something to do with the Kraken, who, if we were going to revamp the phonetic alphabet, I reckon that would be K, and he's from Kentucky. So, Will Levis, I'm all in. Put the
Nah, that just means that they're going to play hockey,
advice.
dude.
Still not in. The pick is not in. Where is it?
I wonder
That
if they
obviously means they're drafting Wayne Gretzky.
Stenson. Wait.
Connor Bedard, dude. Sign him up.
Phones are ringing in Seattle.
Phones are ringing.
Oh,
How
man.
How is
It's about to get chaotic.
It's Sean Desai calling up his boy Pete. Like, listen, man, you gotta
Cut your give me Jalen.
Do you reckon there's ever been a scenario in the draft where like someone's made a pick and they've been waiting for draft calls and then it hasn't happened, so they make a pick and they're not overly confident with it. And they check their phone and then they realise it was on silent the whole time. They're like, oh, we missed 8 calls. Arizona were up. They were going to do it. They were going to come up. Like, really? You got this guy? Oh, fine.
I'm just realizing Anthony Richardson's repped by Kayvon Wallace's agent. I could have hit him up and got an interview.
Very funny thing that I don't think anybody recognized. So I think you may have been one of the past PS centers, but there's actually an article with an interview with Will Levis on our website.
On our website?
When he committed to Penn State.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Huh.
Liam's so successful he can't even keep up with
him. I always like Will
Levis.
Levis. He's my favourite player actually in this draft. I love him. What a man! Never doubted him.
And Brian Breesy as well.
I did have him in an earlier mock. I think at 30 when I just went straight picks.
Seahawks are fielding offers.
Do you know? I wonder if the Titans are coming up for Will Levis. That would feel quite. What's the word? Logical.
Anthony Richardson with Shane Steichen could be real good.
Yeah, it could be really, really good.
Oh, what's that? Say hello to Desert Fox as well. We love Desert Fox. What a man. And Duck. I don't think I've said hello to Duck yet, so I want to give a personal one.
Duck is a legend.
We love Duck.
Duck has been one of our day oneers.
Mm-hmm.
When we get the hoodies back, we'll make sure he gets a free one because he's lovely. See, when you watch the shows, you get free hoodies, not enter giveaways and don't watch them. Taylor.
After the staff gets their hoodies.
yeah, exactly.
Sadly.
But so I am genuinely tempted. I'm just going to spitball it, but if I can find a day that works consistently to do like a weekly show, I'll work one on StreamYard. We'll just do it all live because I don't have the time to edit videos, which has been my main thing. But I will happily do an hour-long live stream from here once a week if you guys will be up for it. If that's my way back into you, if you embrace me with open arms and you won't, find your new shiny content, you love me out.
Dude, if the Seahawks take Lucas Van Ness right here, oh my God, that would rule. That would rule.
I would be so happy.
I would be yes. That would rule. Please do it.
Seahawks are looking to move down
to 30.
I would love that. I would love that.
How do we get PSN journeys for the 3v3 tourney this summer? Oh, good question. Yeah, we've got to sort. God.
They saw the Eagles get 66, and they're like, "Oh yeah, 30, 62, 66."
Somebody said, "Can we shove Kermit off the stage already?"
So, Josh McCown's the quarterback coach in Carolina, so he'll be coaching C.J. Stroud out there from Eagle.
Bryce Young.
Bryce Young. Young was going to Carolina.
Eric doesn't even know what draft this is.
I don't. I'm just looking up NHL stuff. I think the Eagles are going to trade up, and honestly, they're going to take Will Smith, and they're just going to
look at that! Look at that name up there, Nick Foles.
Is Serena Williams available in this draft?
You know who else is up there? Joe Flacco, friend of PSN, our favorite person.
Friend of Delaware. Friend of
Delaware, friend of PSN, all-round great guy.
Great guy.
You're not allowed to ask.
Seattle Seahawks are expected to pick Jalen Carter.
What? Oh,
don't expect
okay.
him.
I'm fine with that. Not
That's a
Philly's
typo.
problem. That's fine. Take the bad decision out of their hands. Play what you got. That's let's take the.
It's the Bijan draft, boys. It's the Bijan
Is
draft.
one pick closer to Bijan.
But Atlanta's gonna F us up. I'm telling you. Why is it not?
Yeah,
coming out?
I'm happy with that.
really
I feel like
Jesus,
if it was at
yeah.
6 or 7, there would be a temptation to trade up. I just wouldn't take that risk. It's like, it's sort of like having a great shot on a par 5 for a golf analogy. And it's like, do you go for the green or do you lay up? Just lay up. Just lay up. Just be smart. Don't push yourself into. Never make a bad decision, a worse decision afterwards. Just take your medicine, lay up, get away, score your par or your birdie. There you are. For all the non-golfers out there, that's irrelevant. Basically, don't draft Jalen Carter at 6 or 7 because no. There you go.
So
Tyree Wilson's sliding from. Sorry to cut. I didn't even realise that in all the madness that Tyree Wilson is now going to be there at 6.
Mm-hmm.
So who's the next?
Carter
edge?
hasn't been confirmed yet.
So who's the next edge if Carter goes here?
Tyree
the
Wilson.
big board?
Tyree Wilson.
Tyree Wilson.
Okay.
Which I would much rather Tyree Wilson than Jalen Carter. But then again, I'd rather Sam Bradford than Jalen Carter at this point. So.
And the janitor over Jalen Carter. The janitor that spoke to Bijan over Jalen Carter.
I would take Taylor from the giveaway over Jalen Carter at this point.
Seahawks are making a pick.
They're making the pick. Wow.
It hasn't leaked yet. This is amazing.
Yeah, Ian Rappaport just put it out.
It has not leaked yet. What the
Right,
hell?
if Isaac has just jinxed Wilson after all that, and we've just got a little bit excited because it's Tyree Wilson. Can we pin that? Can you do that, Brian? I don't know if I can do that. Oh, I can. I can double click it. Pow.
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Ah, brilliant. Look at that. Look at me learning technology. Go on. Please be Tyree Wilson just for this one moment. Just give us this one moment.
Oh, Devin Witherspoon.
Huh?
He's the pick. Albert Breer.
Who's it?
Devin Witherspoon, cornerback, Illinois.
There's a different.
Well,
There's something
Isaac
different.
survives, so we can. Isaac lives on.
Wow.
I wasn't expecting that. Not that
That's
high.
a turn of events.
So
Jalen
there's all
Carter's still
sorts
on
of
the board,
things
boys.
available. Yeah.
I feel like now Detroit. I feel like Detroit goes Jalen Carter then.
Yeah.
Do you not think they'll just push
or
Gonzalez
Christian
and then
Gonzalez.
that's
Yeah.
I
Look at that. Great
I
mind
just
think
feel
alike.
like I feel like Gonzalez is more of a Raiders pick than a Lions pick. I feel like Witherspoon was just Dan Campbell type of quarterback, just physical as shit.
Damn, that's an odd pick so early though. I mean, I would have just traded back for that.
Devin Witherspoon's a top 10 pick.
Definitely top 10, but you could have traded to 10 for that. Well,
They could've, yeah, could've definitely.
But then the Raiders are there. The Raiders just like
I forgot them.
And remember the Raiders, even though Al Davis is dead, they still love their speed. So Christian Gonzalez.
All right, boys. So Eagles trade up now. Is that what we're saying?
Unless it's
And draft
Robinson.
Bijan Robinson.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I have a tequila seltzer waiting for me in the fridge to shotgun if it's Bijan.
If they stay at 10 and take Carter, I'll get a drink.
I'm telling you, Carter will slide to 15 and beyond.
And I think the Bijan
And
mustard
beyond.
website will probably crash if they draft Bijan because everybody's gonna just buy his mustard.
Well, all right. So I had a question about that earlier. I didn't ask yet, but do you think if he comes to Philadelphia, that in Lincoln Financial Field, it's Bijan Mustard, like at every concession?
That'd be cool.
Yeah,
I know probably every tailgate will have it.
for sure.
I will definitely slather on some Bijan mustard on my prime ribs as a binder.
Sounds amazing.
Dijon mustard is my binder for my smoked prime ribs.
Carter's not going past 10. In the second round, no. In the first round, absolutely. He's. I don't know. Look, all I'm saying is I would not be shocked in the slightest, and everyone's going to be going, what? And I'm like, but then he's.
Would anybody be disappointed if they got the Tyree Wilson at 10?
I'll be very happy with Tyree Wilson at 10. No? Ooh, Chris.
Depends who's on the board.
Chris is all in Bijan.
Depends who's on the board.
Like
if right now, if at 6, 7, 8, 9, it goes something like Christian Gonzalez, Jalen Carter, Bijan Richardson, Robinson, then yeah, sure. Just no offensive line or Lucas Van Ness.
I want Lucas Van Ness. And I know that's going to John Hightower me to the moon.
Why? Is it because you're white?
And he's just not good. I'm not getting Thomas on this stream. That is pathetic.
He's getting swooped and pulled all through this round.
Nah, I just like, if you're going to draft someone at edge that isn't going to
He
start,
literally
get
has
the higher upside guy.
he has no moves other than boom, get out of the way.
Yeah, but neither did Jordan Mailata. I know he's a 7th round pick, but the upside is like so much.
But you can get away with that a little bit more if you're an offensive tackle. Like boom, you can't touch my quarterback. You can't touch my quarterback. Instead
Van
of
Ness at 30. If you take Bijan now and Van Ness at 30, would you be all right with that? I'll meet you halfway.
I've always said if you're a Super Bowl team, as the Eagles are, and you're picking at 10, you pick for someone for now to help the team. 30 can be depth and whatever kind of depth it can be. Like if they go Bijan at 10 and they take a tackle or guard or whatever at 30, I'm fine with it. You know, it is what it is. But I just want you're in a unique spot. And I know Zach Berman wrote down that after the Eagles Super Bowl, they drafted Goddard and they drafted people for the future, and because they thought they could win right now. But at that point, they were still didn't know who the freaking quarterback was really. I mean, they traded away. I mean, Foles was still on the team and all that stuff, so they didn't know who their quarterback was going to be. They know who their quarterback is going to be right now. They have all the receivers. They have the stuff to win right now. But I know you have Rashad Penny, but he could trip tomorrow and be out for the season. So Bijan, he just makes the offense go from 30 points a game to 50 points a game.
Bijan is live.
Hell yeah! Last night's episode was probably the best episode they had.
I'm just intrigued to see.
Wait, what are you talking about?
Ted Lasso. Ted Lasso.
I didn't see it yet. I definitely didn't see that one yet.
Last night's episode.
Arizona's trading up to number 6. Jonathan Gannon's gonna stick it to the Eagles and take Jalen Carter.
If they take Jalen Carter here.
Please. This is so horny.
What a payback move.
Gannon's gonna draft Carter just to put him in coverage.
Let him do it. Let him cook. Let him do what he wants. Get him out of it.
I mean, this is your perfect revenge story right here, Liam.
Gannon's revenge. There it is.
I'm absolutely. Oh, please. Take him at 6 and watch just like it crumble because his work ethic issues and go on. It won't be an environment to thrive. In fairness, if there was ever an environment for Jalen Carter to thrive, it's with 2 former teammates. One of them was heralded as a big-time leader in Jordan Davis. You're going to Arizona where even the quarterback doesn't want to play there.
Well, N'Kobe Dean was like the captain of the Georgia defense. He was the guy.
Exactly.
The cost of pick 6 was 12 and 34.
That little?
Yeah.
So I'm telling you, I'll be surprised if that pays dividends for them now. Like, yeah, fair enough. Okay, if that is for Carter, it might not be, but if that is for Carter, then
It's either Carter or Wilson. It has to be, right? Oh, no, I forget. It's not confirmed. Albert Breer is saying the Cardinals are trading back up to 6, and they've had their eyes on Ohio State offensive tackle Paris Johnson.
oh
That
no,
makes
it's still
sense.
all there.
That makes sense. That makes sense. They need an offensive line.
Need somebody to
that's
protect
Weird
Gannon.
draft, yeah.
That's one pick closer to Bijan.
The Lions go to 12 and they get 34. See, the Lions are doing. That's all right. That's a good shit. That's a good.
Haven't they already got 2 first rounders as
trade.
well? The Lions are making that. Up.
And,
Yeah.
They do.
Yeah,
So now
they have
we're-
18th overall.
So now we're at Raiders. That can be Gonzalez or Carter. Carter just screams Raider. So really, he does. Atlanta. Again,
I'll take Gonzalez. I wouldn't mind Gonzalez. I wouldn't mind Robinson. I wouldn't mind Smith. I wouldn't mind I wouldn't mind anyone except.
Yeah,
I
it's
just
gonna
don't
be
like
Paris
the-
Johnson.
Skoronsky.
Oh,
You
Nick
better
is
stop.
in the chat. In our
Zach
John
is
is
flipping
the
out.
pick.
he's like jumping around like a kangaroo on acid. That Jalen Carter has fallen to 7,
Who's 7? Las Vegas?
and I feel terrified. Yeah.
yes, Isaac.
Isaac said Carter streams Raider because he almost went to jail.
Yes.
Wow. You know what?
That is exactly what I was hinting at. I'm glad Isaac said it for me.
Daggone. Here's the shovel, Chris. You buried him.
Duck, I also want to go to Paris, but I do not want the player Paris.
Doug just really likes Disneyland. He's like, I want Paris. I want to go to Paris. I've been to
I've been to
Florida.
Paris.
I don't
I've been
like
to
it.
Paris
I
before.
want Paris. I've not been to Paris either, to be fair.
So
I've
yeah,
only
The
been-
non-European has been to Paris and not the European.
I know. It's weird. It's only over the road from me as well. I can get on a train and it goes under the water and it takes like an hour. I've just never been.
I went when I was 18. It was nice.
Did you? You could have seen me. You could have waved to me. Like,
But you weren't you like 8?
probably. It would have been a bit weird on your part, sure, but
Hello, little Liam. Oh.
me and my little greedy haircut.
Liam was sucking his thumb on the corner. Hey, excuse me, little kid.
Probably. Doug's been to Paris.
Look at that hug that Gannon's given. No, even hug's weird.
Pew,
Oh, look at his hair.
Yeah.
That is the worst trimmer I've
Yep.
seen in my life. I've never seen him from like, the top down. It's like he's just got a circumference of like a UFO around his head and then a bald spot on top.
He's the poor man's version of Pete Herman.
He needs Chris's barber is what he needs. Forget plays. Like, draft a barber, Gannon. There you are.
It's officially official. Paris Johnson. There we go.
Paris Johnson for sure.
This is become the Jonathan Gannon hate show. So
Yes, absolutely.
brought to you by, we need a sponsor. If anyone is watching this and wants to sponsor for the tremendous analysis, do let us know.
Listen, 30, 62, and 66 to Vegas. Just take Carter, take Robinson at 10, and just fuck the rest of the draft into the 7th round.
And the 7th round, take a punter, and then you don't have sit-offs.
And
True.
then that's it. Then the
True.
team is complete.
Living your
Oh,
best
wow.
batting life.
Buzzing. Wow, fair play to him. All right.
And then just do UDFAs for offensive line because Stoutland is Stoutland.
Championship.
Scan for Paris Johnson Jr. trivia. Oh, jeez. We're at that level
What?
now. on NFL.
I don't want to scan. Someone else scan.
Where did Paris Johnson play football?
So if Jalen Carter and Bijan are both available at 10,
where did his parents get his name from?
you're going to make me scan this thing, aren't you? If Jalen Carter and Bijan Johnson are both available at 10, I mean, who do you guys go with outside of Nick, Chris?
I'd probably go with Carter.
Oh,
I probably
okay.
would.
My daughter just said no in the background.
See,
She
you
knows.
listen to the stream. She knows what.
Very emphatically.
Future PSN analyst right there.
Isaac, I would love to take Zach Kuntz.
You know, I do like him, but he's other than the mildly inappropriate surname, just isn't great. He's very.
Just
very
imagine,
good.
just imagine every time he scores, everybody's going Kuntz.
Yeah.
I mean, it would happen. would absolutely happen. It would be
Would they not try and like maneuver the surname so it's pronounced Coots or something?
Well, you already had that in Philly with Couturier Coots, so it's kind of like why try?
Yeah.
Why even try? Just say cunts, to say his name.
Here's a block from 69, and there's a score from Cuts.
Perfect.
Hey Zach, how you doing, man?
What's up?
Oh,
Thanks for just throwing me on without warning. What's up, guys?
I gotta log off now.
Well, we figured we'd just jam you right into the best conversation, the best context we can do. And
I'm here. I've been here. I'm in the chat. I'm living it up. I'm prepping for pick 10 or wherever the Eagles actually
sure.
Yeah, it's getting a bit antsy now. It is getting a bit restless, I think.
Yeah.
It is for Chris anyway. Chris only cares about one pick. And that's... the entire weekend is ruined if Bijan plays anywhere else.
Chris, I haven't actually gotten your opinion on this. Are you a Carter guy or no? I know you're Bijan over everyone, but are you a Carter guy or no?
We just said, if you were listening, you said you were here the whole time.
I was here when I was listening. I was busy making jokes about how you like people named Zach, so I was doing something, obviously.
I hate all Zachs, first of all. I've never met a nice Zach.
You hate Zach Ertz?
Zach's with H's.
Nice.
Zach's with H's blew me out.
Zach Ertz spells his name with an H.
Yeah, it's not Z-A-C-K.
Zach has no yak.
Well, that's true. I don't have a yak.
Neither does Ertz.
No.
But if it's at 10, if it's Carter or Bijan, I went Carter.
What's up, Isaac? At least somebody wants me here.
You would take Carter over Bijan after all the romance you've given?
Because that was assuming that Carter was gone by 10.
Oh.
If Carter is there at 10, I think the drop off from Carter to the next defensive tackle is wider than Robinson to the next running back, which is
well, yeah, but you can get like a steeper drop off defensive tackle that is going to be a rotational guy for 2 years anyway.
But still, like you're still losing out on Cox next year. You're still, you're gonna have. I would like a rotation of Jalen Smith, Jordan Davis, and Milton Williams. That would be pretty damn good.
Yeah.
And then you kind of could put anybody at edge at that point because they're going to have one-on-ones all the time because everybody's going to be worried about double teaming the two behemoths in the middle.
I get it. I'm not on board with the character stuff. Like, it's too much of a risk for me. And I preach it all night. I don't want to keep going on about it. But
when was the last time the Eagles had someone that they just like that just didn't really show up and play hard?
Jalen Reagor?
Yeah, true.
No, who was that offensive guard who got the guy's jersey after the game?
Yeah, he was great. I can't remember his name. I think he was that good. But I know the one you mean, the one that was just like blocked his own quarterback into the floor and
yeah.
But
he was I don't know, but like I just feel like Carter.
No, listen, Chris, I think you're 100% right though, especially with those top end guys, like even the guys with somewhat like questionable character. Like we had guys like LeGarrette Blount come to Philly who had a reputation before they came.
Yeah, LeGarrette Blount was like a dickhead everywhere apparently, and then
everyone thought he was just like a pothead and just didn't care about football. And he comes here and he helps us win a Super Bowl. Like there is something to be said about the culture.
And Michael Vick killed dogs, and look at him; he was revered when he came over here.
Sure, I mean, yeah, it's. Like I said, if they do draft him, I understand it because if it was any other team in this situation and they don't have those two Georgia former teammates on the team to like evaluate and do that research, then I'll be a bit more hesitant. But I would trust Howie's judgment.
Raiders are taking Tyree Wilson.
Ooh. Atlanta's on the clock. Jalen Carter or Bijan. This is the deciding factor.
This is the pick of the night now, isn't it? Really, this is the one.
Falcons are going to decide our fate right now, and I hate it.
Because the Bears have to go offensive line. They have to.
Well, none of them have come off the board yet, have they? Oh, Johnson has. But...
Johnson. So Skoronski at
Skoronski. Let them get Skoronski.
O-line draft right at the beginning, anyway.
I'm telling everyone right now, if both Carter and Robinson are at the board at 10 and they pick Van Ness, I'm throwing my computer across the room and I'm going to that.
I threatened unspeakable things when they drafted Skoronski. I told people at work I wasn't going to show up tomorrow or ever again. Like, it's just Like there's
Forever
just
again.
certain guys that like at 10 it's just not it, you know, like and as we get closer and closer, you know, we're at pick 8 now. Like basically if we clear Atlanta and one of these guys is not taken, that means that we for sure have a shot at one of the other two. So like this next pick could be huge, especially considering all the smoke about Atlanta possibly taking Bijan.
I'm moving my table out the way because I am gonna probably have to stand up.
Zach, I'm thinking that you probably do want Skoronski then because you would have an extended vacation from work.
Extended is a word for it. Yeah.
I'm getting
Extended is a word
another
for it.
drink before this happens.
You know what? Here's the thing, though. Even about Skoronski, I don't understand the take about his short arms and why that's bad. Because honestly, if you were to take an offensive lineman, aren't you taking an offensive lineman for the inside rather than the outside? Isn't that more of a priority?
Well, you want the heir apparent for Lane Johnson is the thing. Like
Okay.
you can argue that the temporary more important needs right guard because they're not sure who's well. You can say Juergens is starting there, but that hasn't been solidified yet, basically. So that's where some people are getting the argument where even if you do draft Skoronski and even if you do kick him inside, you're setting yourself up for success at the right guard spot for the next 10 plus years. But my whole thing is the right guard spot, in my opinion, is the least important of the offensive line. Offensive line is obviously crucial. Right guard, I would argue, is the least important spot on that offensive line. So I wouldn't argue that drafting a guard inside the top 10 makes the most sense. If you got a guy who can be the heir for Lane Johnson and be what Lane Johnson, it's hard to be Lane Johnson, but be close to what Lane Johnson has been for the Eagles for the next 10-ish years, then you can sell me on that pitch. But I just don't think Skoronski's that guy. There's been enough people who mentioned the kick to the inside likely to come. And just taking a right guard, like there's going to be guys in the second round like that you can take who can start from day one basically and be the future of right guard. You don't need to get that guy at 10.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Well, let's talk something crazy real quick, right? I'm like, and it's not going to happen if Jalen Carter or Bijan Robinson are there, but let's talk something crazy. Let's just say they go off the board 1-2 the next picks. If Christian Gonzalez. Is he absolutely somebody that you're going to take before Joey Porter, or is that a 1-2?
Yes, absolutely.
Let's just say Porter
Yes,
is what you
100%.
do.
Yeah, I'm right there with Chris.
Okay.
Even though he's a Pac-12 guy, like Christian Gonzalez is legit.
Yeah, and Joey Porter is like such a man-heavy scheme guy that I don't like. I enjoy watching Joey Porter, but I'm not sure how he would fit in this new scheme. Which again, we don't know for sure what it is, but. I'm willing to bet that there's a lot of zone coverage in it, and that's not
What
exactly
happened? Listen, what happens if they take Carter at 10, if he's there, and they trade back up from 30 for Bijan?
Yeah, no, I'm
we all
all
lose our
for that.
mind.
If you move from like 30 up to like 20 to Seattle or something.
Let's say Bijan is there at 24. I believe the Giants are there at 25, and the Cowboys at 26.
Yeah,
that would be nice.
Call Dougie P up. Try and get something started.
Who's on the clock right now? Is it Atlanta?
Yeah,
it is Atlanta. Yes,
it's the Bijan pick.
Imagine if Atlanta takes Jalen Carter.
There's no way it's not Bijan. There's no way because his mom. Did you see what his mom brought to the draft?
Yeah, she's wearing a green dress.
Really nice midnight green dress.
Yeah, so definitely not going 15 to the Jets, I guess is what you're saying there, Chris. Is that right?
Well, what if?
But do you really want to piss off?
I think the pick is Bijan.
No.
You know what? I'm going to cancel that. What if? I'll be dumb.
The Falcons are taking Bijan.
Are you kidding?
What?
Nope, Albert Breer confirmed.
Yeah, that makes total sense. They're just going to run him into the ground, though. Unfortunately,
I'm so angry.
Yeah, they're going to
so
run
angry.
him.
I mean, it does
Because
make total sense.
Taken now, like, ooh.
It's gonna flip tables.
Well, I mean, if there's ever a time to pin, that didn't go well, unfortunately.
Bijan will not be there at 30.
That was like 3 seconds away. Oh.
Yeah. Yep, they're taking Bijan Robinson, which makes zero sense to me still to this day. I think the way they're building this roster is a little
Did the Kyle
questionable.
Pitts pick make sense?
No, not at all.
Yeah,
None of it makes sense.
Yeah,
But to be fair, if they're rebuilding their offense, they give Ridder like just a chance. Like they're building it the right way. Like you've got yourself like a fairly decent wide receiver one now. You've got an elite tight end potentially if he keeps growing into one. You know
How are the
yourself a
trenches?
running back.
How are the trenches?
Arthur Smith is going to ruin
Well,
Robinson.
they're kind of building outwards in, which is the inverse of what.
It's the inverse of the way that Philadelphia
Yeah,
went to a Super Bowl and won one just 5 years before it.
Correct.
You remember that time, and I
They're
think everybody
multiple
remembers that
skinny cat.
time.
This is just an ugly cat.
You know, if you just gotta, all you gotta do is remember that time where they blew that lead in the Super Bowl and haven't had a defense since. What are we doing here? And make a defensive pick. I mean, I understand, wanting to get Bijan, but at the same time, you have nothing. He's going to have to carry everything out at the onset.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm a little
honestly,
disappointed in
if
this.
team I would have traded out because there's so many needs on that team still.
Yeah, I'm a little disappointed with this pick from Atlanta because it's just it does suck that Bijan's not going to a team that he can actually make an impact in the right away. And it feels like a waste of a talent, honestly, because you don't see Atlanta competing with any.
Arthur Smith is going to ruin Bijan.
Absolutely,
He ran Henry
Kyle
into the
Pitts.
ground. He ran Henry into the ground.
Yeah, but you've got Pitts and you've got a nice little wide receiver one now. And Desmond's not
Cause for optimism.
bad. Like it's alright.
He's the highest drafted
He
running back in 5
much
years.
around the offensive line, so
You got one of the best receiving tight ends that you don't know how to run at tight end or receiver.
it is weird.
It's like Arthur Smith never had a star receiver type player and a star running back before, and has seen how that goes.
I think
or
Drake
has never
London's
seen another team with it.
I do like London. I think he's got a lot of potential, but it's just again you build it the wrong way. Like it's pointless if you've got nothing in the middle to.
Yeah, I mean, how many wideouts carry teams to the playoffs though?
Jalen Carter feels like a Bears pick, though.
Yeah, so if Carter the pick to the Bears, are you guys disappointed?
No, if they pick that'll be another dumb pick. They need offensive line. Like you need to protect Fields.
Trade back to 15. Take
Van Ness.
Hyatt, Van Ness, yeah. But if I said to Chris, trade back to 15 and take Van Ness with Carter on the board, I think he might actually fly to England and punch me. But it's a risk I'm willing to take.
Liam, I would take a loan out to fly out to England and find you. And then pay back my loan.
Guys, I just realized this means the bourbon's off the,
over 18 months.
Bourbon's off the tonight.
It feels like it might be a disappointing draft just because of the Bears pick. Yeah. Unless Tennessee jumps up to get Will Levis.
If Carter's not there, Bijan's not there, I'm fine with Nolan Smith.
Eagles trade. Eagles are on the clock at 9. Eagles are on the clock at 9.
Jalen Carter o'clock.
Why?
But what was the cost though?
Why?
Oh, it's Skronsky.
We don't know, but doesn't they
stop that?
I don't like that if it's Skronsky. I don't like it if it's Skronsky.
They traded 10 and Kez Watkins. Come on, let's go.
Don't play on my heart like that. Come on.
Wait, man.
Hey Bears, we heard you need a wide receiver outside DJ Moore.
Oh, they trade 10 and a 4th round pick in 2024.
Good. They have a lot of picks next year.
Ooh, I'll take it.
Wow, that's saucy.
Yeah.
Jalen Carter comes
not
to
bad
Philly.
at all.
I don't think
that's a Howie move right there.
When the Bears need defensive line, but then again, offensive line. But I think it's also we were saying earlier, it's a coin flip, isn't it, with Chicago, where they could sort of ruin it either way. But I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, offensive line is really the key need. They added the wide receiver.
I need Jalen Carter. I would
rather pay for Skronsky than take Jalen Carter.
Oh God, the pick is in.
That was quick.
I'm just joking.
Why are we still talking about Bijan Robinson? Jalen Carter. Jalen Carter.
Is Jalen Carter?
Pick is Jalen Carter.
Is it?
It's Jalen Carter. Yes, it is.
Great.
Who confirmed it?
Albert Breer said it's Jalen Carter.
Okay, I'll go right.
Yeah, there it is. Jeff McLean as well.
Yes.
we got a nasty defensive line, boys.
That defensive line is not to be messed with.
Well, look, like I said, they clearly, believe their confidence in the health that
I'm gonna give you that confidence, Liam.
Look, they believe their due diligence and they trust in the Kobe and Jordan Davis and the culture they've got. I'm okay with it. I just, I'm okay with it. It's all right. It's like going for a 5-course meal and it being all right.
He's not Lucas Van Ness.
I know.
Dude,
We got Jalen Carter, boys.
Let's go.
I'm going to leave the beautiful quartet of Brian, Eric, Chris, and Zach to host you. I'm going to go write up this article. I might come back after. I might also sneak a nap because it's going to be a while until the Eagles are back on the clock. So if I don't see you before, crack open the champagne. Enjoy the rest of an amazing draft stream. Thanks for having me on. I'll go write this up. And, yeah, see you soon.
Take care.
Take it easy, LJ.
Oh my
All right,
gosh.
boys. So
I am
Jalen
so
Carter is
happy.
officially an Eagle. How are we feeling about this? Besides Chris.
Bro, I'm breaking out the gin because I got the gin for Jalen. So we're moving, we're shaking, we're up to good things here now that Liam's gone.
I use all my gin already.
You're anticipating the Jalen pick?
No, this was weeks ago.
I had a bourbon for Bijan and I had gin for Jalen. I had a feeling.
Cool. So I mean, now with the pick not costing so much, right? You really didn't trade away anything from this draft.
Yeah.
So they move up from 30 to
they
get
traded away a 4th-round pick next year for Jalen Carter.
That rules.
That's insane.
Like, that's a steal within, I mean, obviously the guy went within the top 10, which is where most of us projected anyway. But that, I mean, just to secure that and not really have to give up much is a steal.
I'm actually a little disappointed about the Bijan move.
Oh, get over it. We got Jalen Carter. It's fine.
I know, but this confirmed that Bijan would have been an Eagle. Like, think about it. Like, we wouldn't have to trade up.
Get Gibbs, and it's all good. It's all good. It's all good.
Will they get Gibbs? Is a question.
There's so many other good guys. Like, listen.
I mean, Gibbs is kind of like Gibbs
lower.
is just like kind of like Kenny Gainwell, but Gibbs is really fucking good.
A Bandaconda, dude.
Gibbs might be a Cowboy. I hate to break it to you guys, but there's guys like Zach Charbonnet. Like, there's other guys.
You just want him because his name is
Nick,
Zach.
here you go, brother.
Let's go!
Got a lot of
I
hair there,
love
but
that Nick, like, his mic cut out on the screen, and he didn't even realize that.
He's a clapping man. Dude, I mean, we're stoked. We're stoked. But, of course, like, as noted earlier, mom's in the midnight green, right? Right, Chris? Is that mom?
that was Bijan. Bijan's mom.
Jalen Carter. That was such a freaking tease, man.
Guys,
Yeah.
Well, Jalen Carter's mom's also a midnight green. So,
No, she was wearing. I think she was wearing like a wedding dress, like a white wedding dress.
That was
I hope
still
was her mom.
Bijan's mom, man.
That was
on
Bijan's
TV. That
mom?
was Bijan's mom.
okay, because I'm
Yes,
way
they're just
delayed.
showing that the pick was in for the Eagles.
Am I delayed then, or is
Yeah.
this just all
the pick
choppy
is in.
and
It's
has
Carter.
me all messed
It's a
up?
beautiful day.
Yeah,
It is
no.
a beautiful
this
day.
is the people watching TV don't know that Carter's been picked yet. Yes, or especially people like me who have YouTube TV. You really don't know that it's Carter because you are. Well
Yeah, I
behind.
got Hulu
So,
live right now. And it's not
we
that
only
live.
know thanks to Twitter.
I'm on YouTube TV.
Let's just be like,
Before
Damian
the
Lillard
draft
owes you
started, before this whole car crash thing, Jalen Carter was in talks to be the number 1 overall pick.
number 1 overall pick. The
And how we just
skill and
traded a
the talent.
2024 4th for him.
It is an unbelievable steal how Howie Roseman only needed to jump 1 pick, gave up a 4th-round pick for one of the best defensive players in this draft. And for those who think it's a character concern, earlier today he talked about Jordan Davis, said this guy's his idol, he's his mentor, he's going to follow him wherever he goes. This is such a massive win.
And N'Kobe Dean.
I feel like he said
mentioned-
he was more
He mentioned
lenient on
N'Kobe
Kobe
Dean by
Dean.
name. I think it was
Yeah.
yesterday. Was it yesterday? He mentioned N'Kobe Dean by name.
Yeah.
Saying that, if you were
I
there
want to
at
say a
10-1
couple weeks ago he actually came out. Sorry, go ahead, Chris.
No, it's okay. I'm used to getting interrupted by Brian.
Well, if
even
you
say that.
insist. I mean, so a couple weeks ago, I'm pretty sure he came out and he was saying how, really, the way that people like perverted it and twisted it was that they were saying that Davis kept him in line, which is not really how I took it. There was that I forget if it was a story or a tweet even that said exactly that. But there was like a respectable relationship between the two. I think he just loves both of them, honestly, and has spoken out about that on separate occasions. And so people will say, oh, he prefers Dean. Oh, he prefers Jordan Davis. But I just think that both Davis and Dean were great locker rooms in Georgia, and they're going to continue to be that for Philadelphia, or should I say the Georgia Eagles, which I'm pretty happy about right now. Philadelphia Bulldogs, Georgia Eagles, what are we feeling?
He has learned his lesson, Howie, from the draft, where he's just picking all-time top talent from the top conferences. He took Bama with Devontae Smith. And remember, they still have the 30th overall pick. Jahmyr Gibbs, he could fall to 30, and he could double dip in the SEC once again and just solidify both the offense and defense.
It'll be real fun when they trade up from 30 and give up a 2024 fifth to select Nolan Smith.
I was going to say Nolan Smith. I think you're exactly right on that.
Just have a Georgia defensive line.
They're rebuilding that historical defense.
He just gave up only a 4th rounder.
I know.
Bonkers, man.
It's incredible.
I've never heard anybody say bonkers actually in person. Definitely just
I know. I thought that was just like a TV word.
I thought it was just an Inspector Gadget kind of thing.
Oh, beautiful.
TV is so delayed. But look at him. Look how happy he is. Look how happy he is to be an Eagle.
Oh my God.
You got
look at that. 6'3", 314 pounds next to Jordan Davis, who's like 7 feet, 800 pounds. And like no one's running.
And this is an upgrade. Think of it this way. This is an upgrade over Javon Hargrave. 1,000%. He's better in the run. He can rush the passer. He's far more consistent overall on both sides of the game. This is an upgrade over the one position everyone was freaking out about when Hargrave went to San Francisco.
So now the defensive line, you're talking about Hassan Reddick, Brandon Graham, Jordan Davis, Fletcher Cox, and Jalen Carter, Milton Williams as well, and Josh Sweat. It's safe to say that defensive line is still going to be a strong point for the Eagles going forward. Now, with 30th overall coming later on, you feel like it's a need for them to jump up and make another defensive move, or should they actually make an offensive move?
They're good with whatever they do now.
See, now you can get, like, if they don't trade up, whatever, now they can go for offensive. I'm fine with offensive line depth at 30.
Yeah, makes perfect sense.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, fair game. No safety.
If Branch falls,
like if this first round comes out with Jalen Carter and Brian Branch, I may have to get the lotion out.
You might have to get emotional.
Yeah, Branch is the only. Yeah,
that's what he said. Emotional.
I'm already emotional.
That's what he said. Emotional.
Yeah,
that's what he said. Emotional. It's rated PG. It's emotional.
PG
I heard emotional.
Yeah.
I can't.
What a hell of a move.
That's what he would have said if he was on like daytime TV.
You think about it. When's the last time Howie not whiffed on a pick that everyone was upset about, but the last one was really Rager, because the next year was Devontae. He has, since that draft, absolutely made the right and smart pick every single time. It's really crazy how you think about it. When they needed to get an offensive line depth, they got Dickerson and Juergens. When they needed a receiver, they got Devontae Smith. When they needed other guys to fill in the interior, they got Jordan Davis and now Jalen Carter. Like this, it is mind-blowing that the number one defensive line prospect that many were picking above Will Anderson at times is the guy that the Philadelphia Eagles took at 9. It's incredible.
Just happy it's not.
All right. Okay. So hold on. Let me share my screen because. All right. Let's do that. There's only 3 people who got the least likes on the tweet, and the 3 people got 0 likes. So that's pretty impressive. So I guess they're in share screen. I guess they are in a.
So just to clarify, this is for the giveaway from PSN and Chris and.
Yeah, so they have a choice. Can you see? Hold on. Green.
Right.
Oh, you're breaking up a lot.
Hasn't been drafted yet, right?
No, Skoronski's still. I mean, I'm assuming he's going to Chicago, but he has not been drafted yet. No.
Yeah.
All right, so yes, Scronson's not drafted. Paris Johnson's been drafted. All right, perfect. I have to one really quick thing. I know you guys know, but because I also cover the Jets, I have to duck out at like 15 once they make their pick, and I have to write the breaking news article. So,
All good.
what a day, man! What a day!
Be careful. You might not make it to the wedding day. You keep slapping the table like that.
No, it's fine. This is literally for 3 hours earlier when Brittany was starting to make dinner. I'm sitting there going, "Get Jalen Carter, get Jalen Carter, get Jalen Carter. Whatever you do, go get him." Oh, this is awesome.
Well, Jalen's mom is on the screen right now, and finally,
Bears with darn right.
Ooh.
Yeah. Offensive line.
Tackle, Tennessee.
Okay.
Yeah, but it just goes to
Skoronski
show that
solid.
they don't view Skoronski as a tackle.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people have. I mean, if that's the case, and you look at where he's going next, Tennessee could take him.
So really quick, Adam Schefter's tweet, very funny tweet. And by drafting Jalen Carter at 9 overall, Eagles GM Howie Roseman's record remained intact. She never has drafted a running back, quarterback, tight end, or safety in the first round.
Yeah, she. I'm a jerk. She.
Oh,
Infante. Chris had already found it.
yeah.
Okay, let's try this. Let's try this again. Okay. Share. Oh, I closed the freaking tab. I'm an idiot. Okay.
Is this what you want to add to the screen?
There you go.
Was it me?
You need to send like a parental advisory warning or something like that, man. When something like this is gonna happen.
All right, Chris. It's good to see you too, man.
I'm gonna jump off for a couple minutes for you guys do your thing.
How you guys feeling after that?
Look at the flipping the birds.
If I could speak for the group, we feel great. I know Liam is super excited. Big Jalen Carter fan. Liam is. So he. I think this was a no-brainer pick for.
Yeah.
Like, listen, like this is the top guy. Like, and then it even came out like people were more and more unsure about Will Anderson, wondering if he was, almost scheme specific, and like that only would have pushed Jalen Carter further and further up draft boards had it not been for the off the field stuff. Which, again, I don't think the Eagles would have made this call if they were worried about that. So this is a no brainer of a pick. I can't wait to watch him and Jordan Davis hit the field again. Like this is, I'm ecstatic right now.
Can you imagine that first practice
And
with
sure,
Dickerson and Kelsey going up against Carter and Davis? That is going to be an incredible practice.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting.
I think this was also the best case scenario for Cam Jurgens. But like
100%.
having Jurgens face off against those two every single day,
Yeah.
there's no defensive lineman that's gonna kick his ass after him doing that every day.
Titans took Skoronski.
Okay.
Good.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
took him. Interesting.
That was one team hunting around his name relatively often in the past week or two.
And Christian Gonzalez is still there for the Lions.
Yep.
When they pick.
Oh yeah, that's for them. That's going to be the perfect spot. You trade back, you get a couple extra picks.
have you guys already talked about like you already went through the pick? You've already talked about those three in the middle of the defense. Like I'm just so excited. I'm taking it all in. I can't wait.
Yeah, it's just going to be this defensive line, and it's a great point made earlier. It's only going to help the offensive line as well, especially the ones in development. So in basically one move, you're kind of strengthening everything. It's fantastic.
I mean, the biggest thing last year for the Eagles was they couldn't stop the run, right? And as much as I feel like you get these guys that are, the excitement is in the pass rush. When they get the chance to rush the passer, they get all excited. Just the emphasis he puts on stopping the run, put him in the middle, man, it's going to be so exciting. The Eagles are just going to be mean up front. I mean, it's been a while since we had like.
What happens if Levis lands at 30? And
He's not going to.
I don't think he gets past 19.
He's not getting past 19.
I don't know if he goes to I don't know.
Or
I think the latest right now for me is probably the Vikings. Maybe the Vikings take him, but
Washington could take him.
Yeah.
Washington could take him. Yeah.
Bucks.
I would like them to take him because I don't think he's very good. But
imagine if New England took him.
So there's some rumors going around that New England would be interested in taking a quarterback and trying to get rid of Mac Jones. The problem was that was kind of debunked earlier. And they said, yeah, he's not going to trade Jones. He's going to stick with Jones. He's not going to draft a quarterback. Maybe that changes if Jones and JSN are off the board. But it's, I just don't see them taking the quarterback.
So the one thing that I'll say about the Patriots and the quarterback is that I could see it. I don't know if they're going to go after Will Levis, but the one guy that I'm looking at, and it would have to be later, obviously, but I do wonder about Hendon Hooker, what with Robert Kraft being the owner of the Patriots. We know the affinity that he has there. So that is one player who I could see potentially, one quarterback potentially going.
Just a programming update.
Yeah.
I forgot I tweeted out that if we get Carter, I'm shotgunning him on Mitas. So I gotta get him home.
I gotta go get a drink. I have that with you. I said that earlier too. Dang. But I will say this: if you guys think the Philadelphia Eagles take a quarterback maybe later in the draft, and Nick, I kind of want to get your opinion on this. Malik Cunningham.
Yeah, I don't know.
Late in the draft.
I would take. It depends on if he falls, but the UCLA kid, Dorian Thompson, really like him. I know the Eagles like him a lot, and it would. I talked about in my mock draft today. Actually, when I sent it out, I had him going in the 7th round. When you think about it, Mariota's making about $2 to $5 million this year off of guarantees and incentives. That is still kind of expensive for a starting quarterback, for a backup quarterback. If you get this kind of rookie passer who can develop, you're going to get him for 3-4 years and be able to pay basically what is league minimum for a backup quarterback, which allows you to pour in more resources into other positions, maybe a Devontae Smith extension, a Landon Dickerson extension. There's a lot of reasons why making a quarterback pick at 7, one that is competent, not the Clayton Thorsons of the world, but when a competent backup, certainly helps.
Albert Breer just tweeted out, Eagles believe their infrastructure, veteran locker room, and having N'Kobe Dean and Jordan Davis sets Jalen Carter up for success.
Yep, seems like the narrative we all heard and pushed. So, that makes total sense.
I mean, you have questions potentially about his work ethic during practice. What's the one way to solve that? Is you have 2 guys who know him, that'll keep him honest. It's just a great place for him to be. Even if I'm a little biased, but man, it's I can't believe it. I didn't think it was gonna happen, and then to move up 1 pick cost the 4th round next year. Is that what it was?
Yes,
it's an unbelievable win.
Who cares?
And that's the thing, because you got the 2 leaders of Georgia's defense from when Carter was playing.
100%.
It was Davis and Dean who were the top 2 leaders. You have them all on the same defense now.
Yeah.
That is a tremendous. And here's the thing. I'll even say this. If he went somewhere else, Las Vegas, Atlanta, if he went to Houston, I think the character concerns are more apparent because there's not that set spot there for him to develop as a young player and be kept in check. Now, it's like he has said, whatever Jordan Davis tells me to do, I'm going to do it. He said that last year. He said that going into this year's draft. It tells me that this is not a guy that's going to be dumb and try to do, really dumb things. This is a guy that is, I'm coming here to work, I'm coming here to win, and we're going for another Super Bowl run.
Yeah, Lions taking
Gibbs.
Lions taking Gibbs. Oh my God.
Wow.
Damn.
Wow.
Wait,
so
what?
much for
They
Gibbs
traded
at
up?
30. No, the Lions are 12. They traded back from 6.
Yeah.
Wait, the Lions are taking Gibbs?
Yep.
They're taking Gibbs over Christian Gonzalez.
Running back?
Yeah.
Do you think?
Wow.
So Philadelphia, you kind of get into the territory where it maybe makes sense to move up from 30.
Eagles trading up for Christian Gonzalez.
That's what I was going to say.
That's what I was just thinking about that.
Yeah.
Well, you know what would make a lot of sense though? DeAndre Swift, if he becomes available now,
Come bring him home to
that
Philly.
could be a third.
Yeah.
That could be the 30th.
Well,
30 for
even
DeAndre
push it back.
for
You
I'm
Swift?
take
not trading
Brian
30
Branch.
for Swift.
No.
No.
You take Brian Branch and then give up mid-round picks for DeAndre Swift.
Makes sense.
I mean, guys, I think would be on the table in a possible trade up. Brian Branch, Lucas Van Ness, which I'm not a Van Ness guy. That's just what I'm saying is a possibility. Nolan Smith. I think those are the three big names. I mean, Christian Gonzalez, if they can get there, but I still think you'd have to get. I mean, I don't even know if he's going to get past 17 with the Steelers. I know that they have the history with Joey Porter and the family of the Porters, but I still don't know if he's going to get past 17.
I think Porter to Pittsburgh. I think is a sure bet.
Yeah.
Just because of the relationship.
Yeah.
And everything
For sure, but if Christian Gonzalez is available, that could theoretically change some things.
I will add
Washington could
this
be
because I think
interested
this
as
is
well.
very important, especially with Gibbs being selected now. Even more than just Jalen Carter, the Dallas Cowboys don't get a running back to replace Ezekiel Elliott.
Yep.
That is a massive win. You have to give Tony Pollard major touches now, coming off major knee surgery. That's not a given. This is think about where Dallas can go now. They could take a receiver, they can go interior, but none of the guys that are going to be available are as good or on that level as Jalen Carter. This is such you think about it. The way this draft has gone, everything about it has worked in Philadelphia's favor because Dallas cannot get the top offensive skill guy. They can't get the top defensive guys. They have to go best available player. And if that's an offensive lineman, then that's another resource they have to waste on a player that may not be as good as Jalen Carter.
I mean, I just hope they take another linebacker. That's what I mean.
That'd be great.
Classic Dallas. Yeah.
Here's another idea as far as the running back. I know we've kind of named a lot of names so far as trades are concerned. Is there any possible way that Austin Eckler becomes to Philadelphia? Or do you see
I don't
that
think
as a
so with the
possibility?
money that he wants. Could it happen? Sure, it could happen, but just the money that he wants, I think that's going to be really tough. I would be much less surprised to see a move for a running back. If they keep 66, I'm going to say the name wrong. I'm sorry. But Devin Achaney, but with the comps that I've heard relating to Saints running back
Alvin Kamara.
Kamara.
Alvin Kamara, yeah, exactly. I think that's the guy the Eagles could theoretically target at 66 if they're going to go with a back a little bit later, or at all in this draft. But that just seems like a much better option than it's not what you'd have to give up in a trade for Eckler. It's just the money. I just don't see it happening.
This is from back in I think October or November, but I have it on good authority from my conversations back then that the Eagles love Miller from TCU.
Okay, that works. I can work with that.
That was from a few months ago. I obviously a lot can happen but I think I've always really liked him. I think he's the perfect fit for it. He can pass, he can protect, he can run.
Right, guys.
Really good. But I think I wouldn't be surprised.
I'm going to be right
Trade
back.
down from 30.
Give me a half hour, 45 minutes, and I'll be right back. We'll talk about pick 30.
Sounds good.
Sounds like a plan. So they could definitely trade down from 30, pick up some more picks, and get Miller. I mean, I feel like 66 is high for Miller. But if you want to come back in the 4th, 5th round and pick up Miller, I think that's a great addition to the team. I mean, the thing is, there's actually quite a few backs that I don't mind. I mean, Tajay Spears, we've talked about, a good bit. Morgan, who's your guy? I know that you had another back that you really liked.
I really like Israel Abanikanda out of
Yeah. I agree 1,000% with that. That's one that ever since Morgan said it, and I remember watching that. I watch Pitt the backyard brawl every year, Pitt in West Virginia. So when I see that game and I saw Abanikanda just pretty much run all over it looked almost exactly like McCoy, and that's a guy that you can get. Probably. Did they have a 4th round pick? Because I swear I saw him
Not at the
relatively
moment.
projected. No, okay. if there's another trade that lands you a pick around that area, then it could possibly be something that where he fits.
I think if you want a running back, either you're trading back in the third round or you're just taking one in the third round. I think that eventually you're going to see a lot of the team go for them because I think that is one of the deeper positions in the draft.
Yeah.
Eventually the run's going to happen, and the third round just seems about the right time. So I think the Eagles are going to kind of have to make a decision there, see if one falls to them or trade back and hope to get kind of that third tier of running back. But you're right, Eric. And Zach saying the same thing. There's so many good options, and it depends on what you want. It'll be interesting because the theory for a while has been that the Eagles need more of a thumper, more of a short yardage back, like a bigger back. But they've had success kind of doing that rotation of three different kind of change of pace speed guys, just so they don't have to change what's in their playbook on those downs. So they really could go in any direction.
Yeah, I mean, I think the other thing too is we've already kind of seen not the run on backs, but we've already seen two backs go,
right.
Really high and for the most part higher than expected. Now Bijan had been talked about, to Atlanta for past week, 2 weeks or so. But he obviously rose up there relatively recently, and then I don't know who saw Jahmyr Gibbs going that high, in the top 15.
Van
Packers
Ness go to Packers.
Van Ness. Yeah,
fuck you, William.
I'll take that.
Just kidding. Don't fire me.
He kind of fits. He seems like a Packers guy, to be honest.
Oh, he really does. No, I fully agree with that, and I won't miss. Listen, the starter thing never bothered me. With Van Ness, apparently that's Iowa's MO is to start seniors first and foremost. I just didn't love him. I just didn't know what was
I'm sorry, Liam.
Trade
Yeah, he doesn't have, like you said, that elite trait, and I think that's kind of a blessing and a curse sometimes. He's very well rounded. He's a technician, but I think you're right. That's kind of what I see as well. Kind of the opposite of Tyree Wilson. He's the yin to that yang.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. I am really curious, what we're going to see happen from here out. And New England is always, I think, really interesting. I'm not too sure that they're actually going to go after Levis. And the only reason I even brought that up was that I'm not a Mac Jones guy. I think they're sticking with Mac Jones. Maybe they'll get a developmental guy that they hope can kind of Jalen Hurts him and just kind of supersede him. But more so, I think you could probably still looking at an offensive lineman here as they continue to build.
Look how nice they look together.
I don't know who they are, but that's Jalen Carter's suit. Oh, it's just Jason Kelsey. Oh, Eric, is that you?
Look how nice.
That's Eric.
That's crazy.
That's Eric. Look.
Oh yeah,
I didn't even see you.
I came back here.
That's impressive.
Me.
That was a nice picture you took, Eric.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. I'm not really that photogenic, but it turned out great. Happy to be there on draft night, and then also back here in my girlfriend's room.
Girlfriend's room.
Yeah. We're in the process of taking that to the next step. So, news on the way. Personal stuff on the way.
Breaking news.
Is there going to be sex on the live stream?
No, it's just going to be maybe an engagement down the road. So, but yeah, live, just like Monday Night Raw.
Are you gonna do it on stream?
Just like Monday Night Raw, Edge and Lita live celebration.
Is this what I've been missing? Not being on the podcast.
This is we took your podcast that you birthed and we just made it.
And you just made it into Love Is Blind.
Yeah, actually, I don't watch it, so there's that.
You made it into The Bachelor.
I don't watch it, so there's that.
I don't watch it.
Speaking of, we're patiently awaiting.
Defensive.
We're patiently awaiting Morgan's entry into reality TV. Look at the hair and teeth. It's just made for TV, reality TV.
Chris, you birthed the website. There it is.
I did, and I'm still.
You got your website?
I'm still dealing with the afterbirth.
Congratulations, I think. Is it in order?
Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you.
I'm a bit confused by that pick, to be honest.
I thought they were going to say fuck you to Aaron Rodgers and draft a wide receiver.
That's what I was thinking the same thing. Like I like their two second-year receivers, but I thought they were gonna add to that.
I thought like
JSN
JSN with
Christian Watson.
Christian Watson, yeah.
I
thought that would be real nice.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, New England's a wild card. They have to go Christian Gonzalez, right? Like that's just the best player on the board. I mean, Dalton Kincaid could be
think.
But yeah, I agree. They could go offensive line as well.
Yeah. I mean, but watch them like be super wild, and they do draft a corner, but it's not Gonzalez, it's not Porter, it's Deontay Banks.
Oh, Deontay.
Just because they're New England.
That would be a great pick. Deontay Banks, I swear to you, will be the number one corner in this.
Oh no! I listen. Banks, I think is nice. I don't know about number one corner, but I think Banks is nice. But that's just that New England thing. Like they're already onto it that Banks is nice.
Yeah,
and so they pick him over Porter. You know.
Yeah, very New England. They could go tight end though. I like that would be.
They traded with the Steelers. Steelers are moving up. They're probably taking either. This is it. Christian Gonzalez or Joey Porter. It's gonna have to be one or the other.
This has to be Joey Porter. I just think that's just a Steelers thing because it's Joey Porter.
To trade up and not pick him, that's gonna be a long explanation.
No, it's not. It's gonna be a short explanation. Gonzalez. It's gonna be we didn't want you, bro.
Yeah. Sorry,
I don't know if. Do we know if Liam knows that Van Ness went to Green Bay?
He might have the internet.
He might have the internet.
Van Ness is such a Wisconsin dude. He just hates colored people.
Okay, that's not what I thought. That's
not what I was agreeing to.
I'm happy to say yeah, and then lead into it. Like,
so 17 and 120 is what it costs to move up to 14. So 17 and 120 from Pittsburgh to 14. Oh, Doc is not happy with you, Chris.
Do you? Philadelphia moving up from 30 to within these next 3 picks, so from 15 to 17.
Sure.
Do you think it happens? And they take a
but
season.
if it did, it would just be like 30 and like 2025 6th rounder.
That's what I mean. I'm shocked at the cost of picks in this draft. Yeah. It really hasn't.
I don't know that 17 would get moved again. Like I think New Orleans is going to pick at 17.
I think
nothing yet.
I think websites need to kind of calibrate their draft pick trading systems because
yes,
that's for sure.
but
after what we've seen tonight, like it's
yeah. I mean, even compared to the last draft, like the first pick for the Texans to move back up to or the first trade, sorry, for the Texans to move back up to 3 cost almost nothing. It's honestly like I don't know if you guys have the same thing, but like there's a little vengeance in my heart for Jonathan Gannon, and it's nice to see the Cardinals just kind of suck. And like
I think we all want him to be miserable and just kind of like crawl into a hole.
They lost the pick to tampering, which is awesome, and it goes to the Eagles even better.
Broderick Jones to the Steelers. Broderick Jones.
It's an easy explanation.
That's a lot of offensive
Makes
line.
sense.
Like they just didn't they get Sam Allo?
Well, the Steelers offensive line,
but that's not going to help them.
And they signed Herbig. They've.
I'm still not hearing a tackle's name. Like I think that's.
I could have sworn like a friend of mine's a big Steelers fan. I could have sworn he was okay with their tackles, but it was just the interior.
I mean, yeah, the interior has been worse, but
there's a difference between a serviceable offensive tackle and a 14th overall pick.
So you're saying there's a difference between Matt Pryor and Jordan Mailata?
A little bit.
Well, so wait, didn't they lose? They lost their left tackle, I think, didn't they? Because Dan Moore was not starting last year, I don't believe.
I could have sworn they had Villanueva, like former great Eagles defensive tackle.
Now. He's no longer. He's in like Baltimore now or something. He's gone.
Former defensive tackle.
Their
line. He's a good right tackle. LaRaven Clark, on the bench there, and Dan Moore is penciled in as the starting left tackle, which I think is no longer the case. I don't believe he was even starting for them last year.
All right. Well, I wish the Eagles picked a bit sooner. I'm kind of with you, Eric. I hope they kind of trade up because all this.
I mean, they did.
talk-
They were at 10. You
Yeah,
weren't here for it.
No,
you
yeah,
know,
fair enough.
You missed it.
Yeah, and like again though, I mean to only have to give away a fourth next year. I understand it's only one pick, but you know, you're getting your guy. I'm surprised that it was even necessary, but you know, you never know.
I think the Jets go offensive line next.
What do you think then? Okay, if you have a selection of good options at all different positions, where do you think the Eagles go now? Do you think offense? Do you think defense? And if so, what position?
Let's see. Because I mean, 30 was the one that I had hot earmarked for a trade, but I mean, that could be for a player, that could be for Buddha, that could be for a wide receiver, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to go defense again, honestly. If you trade back, I could see you possibly taking an offensive lineman in the second round. But ideally, I'm looking to get, if Brian Branch falls, either getting him at 30 or trading up slightly. You know, I wouldn't hate taking an edge rusher there. Again, trading up for Nolan Smith is a guy that I wouldn't mind. Miles Murphy, I don't hate the idea of Miles Murphy. The only thing is that I really want a real pass rusher off the edge, and Murphy's kind of more.
Murphy's a better.
He's a nice versatile piece, and you know you can even move him inside if you had to. But I'm looking for more like a Nolan Smith type, which is really nobody like Nolan Smith, but you know that kind of real nice actual edge rusher is more so what I'm looking for.
Did I miss any fireworks?
I'm wrapping my head around the possibility that they still could, with the 30th overall pick, trade for Devin White. If they walk away from this draft with Devin White and Jalen Carter,
it's going to be scary.
I don't know how you top that.
Here's Mamita's shotgun.
You still haven't done it?
I think he's on his second chug, though. So
honestly, I think Chris had to drive to the store to get some Mamita. He didn't have it.
All right, Chris, is that empty? Very good.
So right now, I think the best three from the areas that we're looking at are probably, you know, all the ones that we've named so far. Clearly, Nolan Smith, Christian Gonzalez, and Branch.
Safety, corner, edge. So defense.
Yeah.
If
so
you
if you're
sit
moving
at
up,
30,
it's one of those three. Well, if you're moving up, it's one of those three.
You could take Jalen Hyatt at 30. Hell of a slot receiver. Hell of a third wide receiver. That's all I'm saying.
At 30, man? At 30?
I'll take him at 30. Yeah, why not?
I don't know about that. I mean, but don't forget, doesn't Howie really like that Northwestern edge rusher Adetomiwa Adebawari?
Almost. Adebawari, yeah. I can see it. Like, again, that's why I had my mock Zach, so I appreciate that. I appreciate that little shout out.
Oh, for sure. Shout out to Morgan's mock there.
Yeah, there you go. But I think the other position that they could target is interior offensive line. There's a few guys.
Stop saying that stop saying that on the show, okay? No more offensive line talk, okay? Cut it out.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, you can get a potential tackle of the future at 30. I think, like, if they want to go for like an Anton Harrison and just kind of take him away from like Kansas City right before they pick at 31, like that, I think that's like a possibility. It's not what I would do because when you're looking at 30 and you're looking like interior, you're either hoping like. I mean, I like a Steve Avila guy, but I don't like him at 30. This is the thing. I like him in the second round. I don't know. Cyrus Torrance is probably going to be there, if not picked just a little bit earlier. John Michael Schmitz. Like, there's a couple guys, but there's so much defensive potential at and around 30 that I just think that's where you got to go next. Whether you stick at 30, trade up, or trade down. Like, you have options.
Trade up for Joey Porter or Christian Gonzalez or Brian Branch.
Joey Porter in the scheme though. I don't know. I kind of feel off about it. Like, I like Joey. I love watching Joey Porter. Just in this scheme, I'm not sold on it. I'm just expecting so much zone, which I don't want the zone. I want the man coverage. But
they're gonna get Deontay Banks, baby, at 30.
Yeah, I mean they could. Banks could slip, and then they could. I mean, how do we feel about Emmanuel Forbes?
I love it. I honestly, Forbes is somebody that I named a little bit earlier, but I wouldn't have reached at 30. I would have went second round for him.
Yeah, I mean, he's a guy who, like, you could theoretically take him at 30, but you could also argue that it is a reach. But if you trade back and, like, let's say the Rams want to get into the first round and they want to, move up to
Right.
To pick 30 from 36, like, that's something you could do. And then maybe you got Manuel Forbes there. I don't hate Will McDonald. Again, that's another guy I'm not sure about at 30, but I don't mind Will McDonald there either. Like, that's like you could rattle off like 50 defensive players. The only thing that is like almost lamentable for me is like that we're talking about this range, and you could be mentioning guys like Kalai Cansey and Mazzie Smith, but there's just like, where's the need with Jalen Carter? Like, that's the thing. Like the player talent's there, and I love these guys, but.
Did you say Mazzie Smith?
Oh no, for sure, Nolan Smith for sure.
Oh,
I said Mazzie Smith.
Oh.
Yeah, Mazzie Smith is like, I mean, I love Mazzie Smith. I think he's a huge talent. Like, I honestly, I have him in like the top 15 to 20 based on talent. But just if you have Carter, like, where's the fit? And you could argue, like, you got Jordan Davis playing at the 1. You got Jalen Carter. He can play the 3 or the 5, and then you could put Mazzie at the 3 in that case, or you could put Cansey at the 5 in that case. Like, you can talk about that all day long, but it's just like, are you wasting an asset at that point is the conversation.
What pick are we at right now?
On
ahead, Mark.
TV's Jets. On TV's Jets.
My 2 cents, and I'm gonna head out after I say this because Brian's getting mad at me. Is there's so much defensive talent in the draft that potentially you can still recoup that where you're sitting, or even moving up. Now you have extra ammo to trade up, get some offensive talent, because you don't know if it's going to come later in the draft. I think, again, the interior of that offensive line is there's a big question mark. If you don't have that guard position solidified, there's a big hole in the middle of your offensive line. You need that to be steady. So,
that's ridiculous. In real moment, Eagle will quote tweet it, being like, "Cry, guys."
How is that?
I don't know if
Is that Chris? That's Chris. I think it's got to be Chris.
Muted Chris.
Yeah, Chris is muted himself.
He's living his best life over there, like nothing's happening on.
I didn't realize
Like,
that. Chris likes
like
to look at me,
the
and as soon
party.
as I talk, he starts watching his fucking phone. That's terrible, man.
What were you saying?
That's tough. No, it's fine. It's all good. Man.
Disrespectful.
It's all good, man.
The first
I'm
time
just
I
gonna say
heard
this
about
one last
it-
thing, and then I'm gonna hop off, and then Chris just starts playing music.
Yeah, hop off already, Morgan. Come on, man.
Is he even awake?
You can feel the love between Chris
now
and
you're
Morgan.
muted. Now's the time you're not going to make any noise as muted. Okay, then. It's okay, Chris. It's
I
fine.
don't even know what you're saying, so it's
Yeah. All right. Well, it's been a pleasure, guys. Thanks for having me on. Sorry
Thanks for
about
coming on.
Yeah.
Wait, what did you say? I'm sorry for hurting your feelings.
But another time.
Sorry, it was Giants fans crying, and then they called out Kiana for whatever reason.
Yeah, I heard that part. I was like, "Oh, what happened?" And then, so we'll figure it out.
Will
Giants
McDonald
figure it out
going
for
to
no
the
reason.
Jets. Will McDonald all the way at 15 to the Jets.
Over the no, that's the.
That's really high. That's a lot higher than I had him going.
That's
That is-
Gibbs and McDonald.
That's pretty surprising.
I'll put it this way. When I did the mock and I was at pick 30, Will McDonald was still on the board. So I don't know how accurate that is, but I mean, clearly not accurate. 15.
Yeah,
but,
the mock expectation was around 30, like that, probably like that 28 to 34 kind of range. I feel like, but I mean, even still, like either trade back or like there's guys like Miles Murphy who I'm not even necessarily like arguing Miles Murphy over Will McDonald, but like there's other edges who were gonna go between now and then. I don't know. They got their guy. They feel good about it. Like, sure, fine. I would have really laughed if they drafted Will Levis, though. That was the one thing that I really couldn't shake. Was like, what if
Did
they
you
drafted
guys
quarterback?
see the video of Michael
Immediately after
Parsons?
trading for-
No.
Michael Parsons
no.
was on ESPN, and he almost walked off the set when the Eagles drafted Jalen Carter. He was so upset.
Okay.
I love it. I love it.
Not only does he have veteran
next to Fletcher Cox.
Well,
It's him and
Fletcher Cox.
Jordan Davis for like the next 5 years.
That is just. Don't y'all just have N'Kobe Dean?
Oh yeah, Nicole, we're just Georgia North.
I just think the Eagles like Georgia, but I'm just sick. I'm just sick to my stomach right now. I'm just sick to my stomach. I can't believe that many teams passed up on this.
Yeah, it's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay.
Hey.
You know, it just means that he's going to want to come to the Eagles when he's a free agent.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I could kind of see it. Like, especially if there is like a pay dispute between the Cowboys and him, like I could kind of see it.
Make the trade at 30 for Micah Parsons.
30 for Parsons? Yeah, sure.
Yeah, Micah Parsons doesn't seem like he's happy to be a Cowboy anymore.
We're friends now. We're not rivals. Just give us your players.
Yeah.
Oh God. So all right. So now just pick Will McDonald. That means who's up next?
Yeah.
Guys, sorry, but
that's Washington.
The Eagles are going to get a third-round comp pick next year for Hargrave.
Yeah.
And they traded away a fourth-round pick for Jalen Carter.
Yes, sir.
How he runs the league.
This is so stupid. Like, I think this is how do people still just pick up the phone to Howie Roseman? He must have just burners. He must just have burners and just be like, oh, restricted call. Let me see who this is. And it's like, hey, you picked up. You can't hang up right now or you die. And you just listen to him and you have no choice.
You can't hang up or you die. It's just jigsaw. It's just
like how he just researches every part of
play a game.
He definitely just researches every part of every GM's personal life, calls them up and says, if you hang up, I'm outside of your son's house right now. I know exactly where he lives. Now we need to do a deal.
Well, he's for sure got pictures on every other GM. I mean, I think that's the one clear and obvious thing.
He definitely, him and Fletcher Cox definitely go to each other, other GM's wives. Like him, they just definitely team up.
That's an image we don't need to see. Washington's up next.
Guys, Brian wanted me back on flipping birds. You're getting me full back flipping the birds.
Yeah, Washington's absolutely up next. I mean, I look at these.
I mean, unless they trade.
Commanders are going to
Everybody's trading away.
Commanders.
Sorry, what?
They're going. He's going Forbes.
They're going Forbes.
Yep.
Okay.
Why is Christian Gonzalez sliding?
Yeah, they are going Forbes. Wow. What is up with Christian Gonzalez?
People hate the Pac-12.
They actually could trade up for Gonzalez.
Yeah.
Well, so would you do that, or is somebody? Are you looking at guys like Kelly Ringo and Deontay Banks? Joey Porter's still out there.
Yeah, but
I'm not looking at.
I know
Ringo.
you don't like Joey
I'm not
Porter,
looking at
Zach,
Keely
but
Ringo.
like those three probably would still be out there.
I said
was
Ringo
submitted
that
at-
time. I mean, I like Joey Porter, just not in the scheme. But also, that I was talking about Keely Ringo that time.
Eagles submitted the request to have the number 0 as a jersey number now.
Christian Gonzalez, baby, or Nolan Smith. Nolan Smith was 0.
See, I'm thinking Nolan Smith is probably the better option now. Of, the needs and what's available, how the best available.
Why is Milton Williams trending?
Is Nick getting back on after he's done the
People
Jet
are probably
stuff?
speculating that he's going to get traded now.
Oh, he's a good fourth.
Is Nick getting back on once he's done the Jet stuff?
Because now, like technically, I mean, Milton Williams can play some edge, but technically, you got Cox, you have Davis, you have Carter. Milton, like you need a 4-man rotation at that defensive tackle spot, especially for the Eagles. But Milton Williams can play edge now. He's good at edge.
Here, Brian, here's this. I know you got a wide receiver that you're looking forward to around the 30th.
If the Eagles leave today,
Did they trade up for JSN, dude?
if they leave today with
I'm walking out
JSN,
the
just cancel the
Walking out
season.
the show.
Just cancel the season.
There's no way any team is beating the Eagles if they walk away with the first round with JSN.
No.
But other than him, it would be Jalen Hyde for me in either the second round or 30.
Like,
I don't think
I
it's a
know
reach.
they just signed Zachhouse, who I called that signing, by the way.
That's the easy name. It's Zacchaeus.
Zacchaeus.
Yeah, it's the other name that's the problem.
Ola something.
That's the one. Yeah.
But then you trade away Watkins, and you have a 4 wide receiver set of Smith, Brown, JSN, and Zacchaeus. That's just not fair at all.
Olamide Zacchaeus.
Olamide.
Olamide Zacchaeus.
Olamide.
That's his Twitter name, right?
Olamide.
All right, guys, I'm going to actually have to bail out of this. I got halfway through the first round for me. If Nick pops back on or if Morgan pops back on, he'll be taking my spot probably for the rest
You're
of
good,
this
bro.
round.
You don't have to give us excuses. You're a legend. Don't worry about it.
Thank you, brother. All right, y'all. Chris,
Olamide.
Zach, Brian, take care. Have a good night. Everybody else in the chat, thank you for joining
Congrats
us.
on the sex.
Stick around. Thank you so much. Jesus Christ. How do I leave on that?
Just
that.
go. Just
I
go.
mean, you have to go do it now.
Okay, bro.
So, according to sources, it is actually Olamide.
Oh.
It's like so if my daughter was like, "Hey, let's go to the petting zoo," we're like, "Yeah, sure." It's Olamide.
Yes, exactly.
I need some fireworks. I feel like the draft just got dry.
Maybe I'm on the Jalen Carter high. I don't know about you, but I'm
I'm
sipping
it's a little
on gin. I'm
mind-blowing.
doing good. Like,
it's mind-blowing to see so many teams pass up on him. Like you saw 8 teams literally pass up on him. Let him land on the team that just went to the Super Bowl, knowing that he's probably the best environment for the kid for his future.
Fornicating? What?
Marcus Spears tweeted, "I hate Howie Roseman because he's so good at his job."
We love it. If you can't beat him, join him.
This is insane, man. I can't believe they got him.
Peters is a free agent, right?
Who?
Isn't Peters a free agent? Marcus Peters?
Oh, I thought you meant Jason Peters. Like, yeah.
No, you talking about Marcus?
About Jason Peters.
Yeah, Marcus Peters is a free agent. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's definitely pandering too. That's how you get me in Midnight Green.
No, not Marcus Peters.
No, Marcus Spears from ESPN.
Marcus Spears. I heard Marcus Peters. I immediately care much less about.
All right, I guess let me try to do this freaking contest now, huh? I know that we have one more pick left. All right, so
I'm
here
glad that you and Liam are in charge of that, and I don't have to deal with any of that.
So there are only 3 people up for this, but I posted their name a ton of times, so it's like really
Patriots
random.
are taking Christian Gonzalez.
Oh damn!
Oh,
yeah. So ends that dream.
Okay, here we go. Let's see who's gonna win. Ready?
Okay.
Tap. Nope, that didn't work.
Great
Tap.
content.
That didn't work. Okay.
I can't even see. It's too bright.
Yeah, just a white circle. It's red. It's red. It's
Nope,
yellow.
yellow.
It turned yellow.
Yellow.
Joshua
Who's
won.
Joshua?
So Joshua is.
What are the stipulations? Where do he has to be?
He gets to pick his choice of Jalen Carter jersey, whoever we pick at, whatever pick their first round is.
So does he have to be like the show chat, or is he just be alive?
I just said you got to be following us.
Oh, okay.
So is he following us? Who's Joshua?
I'm gonna check it
Give me
right
the
now.
D.
Sure.
All right, so we'll pick what 17 at this point.
No, we're on 18. Christian Gonzalez was 17.
Oh wow.
Mm-hmm. So wait, is the Jordan Davis parody account actually Jordan Davis?
That's what I was about to ask you guys because I'm seeing that everywhere.
Well, you got the Eagles retweeting it, so I'm wondering if it's. I think it's actually Jordan Davis.
If it actually is him, that's freaking historical, bro. Let's see. Damn, what a defensive line. Jalen Carter, Hassan Reddick, Fletcher Cox, Brandon Graham, Josh Sweat, Jordan Davis. Damn, Milton Williams. Like, had to trade $85 million for $20 million and still get better.
Marlon Tuipulotu. Can't forget about him.
Yeah.
Darius Slade, that defensive line is going to go be crazy. You know what that means? Our corners are going to just have all day just to fucking just
hang out. Damn, if they trade up for JSN and use the 66 overall pick to trade up.
Would they have to use 66?
At this point, I don't think so.
It costs them a fortune.
I mean, unless they're getting something back. Like if they're doing like 30 and 66.
I feel like it's more likely they trade out of 30, which we're going to be up all night just for them to fucking trade out of 30, and just collect day 2 and day 3 picks.
Yeah,
because right now you're looking at 30, 62, 66, and nothing until 7th round. And it's not like Howie to not have day 2 picks.
But they're loaded with picks next year. Like, do you take the L this year and it's kind of like
that's next year? Like it's
I don't know. This draft doesn't seem like it's really like overwhelmed with diamonds in the rough in the later rounds.
I mean, there's still like a few guys. Like I don't know if they're at the offensive skill positions, if there's that same feeling, especially since the backs seem like they're going higher and higher. How did you like that piece, Nick? How was it writing about that?
Well, how was my piece that I wrote? By the way, check it out, amnewyork.com. We're all affiliate stations here. It's all good. If I'm the Jets, I'm frustratingly optimistic, simply because they really wanted the offensive line.
Sounds like Nick every day.
What'd you say?
I said that sounds like you're every day.
Sure, absolutely. They wanted the offensive lineman. They wanted Jones, and that was really apparent because it took a while for them to make that selection. But on top of that, he fits the scheme very well. Do I think Nolan Smith is better? Yes. But you can't deny the overall production that they've had. You know, and he's had 33 sacks in the last 3 seasons. Really, really good player.
Do you feel like it's kind of a reach for them to go for McDonald at that?
1,000% a reach.
Okay.
1,000%.
Yeah, there it is. Yep.
That's what we want to know.
It's definitely a reach, but it tells me that when you look at a player like this, and it honestly, you know what it reminds me of a lot? It reminds me of Rager over Jefferson. And I'm not saying McDonald is a bad player by any stretch of the imagination, but Rager was selected because the team felt and Peterson felt that he was the better fit for his scheme. And Saleh is a great defensive mind.
That might be his Solomon Thomas pick. Because Solomon
but Solomon Thomas is still there.
I know. Well, no, he on the Niners, like he was a number 3 overall pick, and he has not played like the number 3 overall.
No, not at all. And that's why the Jets were able to get him for cheap.
Yeah, so it's like McDonald. I agree. Like he's good, but that's not a number 15. That's not a number 15 pick.
Put it this way: I had McDonald going to Dallas at 27, 26?
26, I think.
So later on in the first round. So I'm not going to sit here and say that it is, it's a waste. He was never going to be in the first round. What are they doing? Because he does have a first round grade. He is a very good pass rusher. He has the numbers to prove it. The Big 12 has a lot of good offensive lines, including Broderick Jones. Excuse me, not Broderick Jones, but including a lot of those Oklahoma guys and Texas guys that were really, really good. So he's clearly a pass rusher. He's going to fit in very nicely with the waves that he likes to do. Remember, Joe Douglas is a Howie Roseman disciple. So in that perspective, you want as many defensive linemen as possible. They got that guy. Now, I'm a little surprised they didn't take Kalaya Kancey because they needed a defensive tackle to pair with Quinnen Williams. But that's the way it goes.
So Kind of getting off topic real quick, just to head up 18 before the pick is made. Like, this is Joey Porter, right? This
Who's
is
on the
Joey
clock?
Porter at 18. Oh, Jack
Who's on the-
Campbell. It's Jack Campbell.
It's Jack Campbell?
What?
Jack Campbell
Wow.
What
at
are the Lions
18.
doing?
Dan Campbell drafts his namesake,
And the
picking up a
Lions are just a
linebacker
mess
at 18.
right now, man.
What are they
I don't-
doing?
I feel like the Lions are not really being productive in this draft.
No, they for as many picks as they had, they are
They're
they're
fumbling
bungling
it.
it. Yeah, they are. This is,
Now, would it surprise anyone if the
way.
Eagles jump Dallas to draft JSN? Like, I think that's the way you kick off the night.
You might. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they jumped to Dallas and New York for JSN.
Oh, the Giants.
Yeah, I mean, so I think that's where you look at a possible deal with Jacksonville.
Pick is Jacksonville.
24. Giants 25. Cowboys 26.
Oh.
Albert Breer just tweeted, I got a text from NFC East assistant coach on the Eagles landing Jalen Carter with the 9th pick. Damn it. That's all the guy said. Just damn it.
Just damn it.
So we got, let's see, we got how many picks? We got 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. So 12 picks left. ESPN's big board has Levis, Kincaid, Smith, JSN, Mayer, Cansey, Flowers, Joey Porter, Murphy, Addison, Banks, Johnston as their top 12, followed by Branch, Musgrave, Felix Anudike Azuma, Hooker, Avila, Benton. We're getting one of those guys. It's
I would definitely think so. I don't know. It's weird because they could go from, and we discussed earlier in the show, like they could go from any angle they want, and they're benefiting no matter what. This rate, like they got the guy that they wanted from the get, and now it's kind of like okay, like now you're getting your cake on the side and having the ability to eat it as well. Like this is, if they don't trade out the first round, this is definitely be a big win for them.
Who?
If the Eagles don't trade out the first round.
Well, and listen, to be fair, the board is falling very, very well for them at 30. Like you think about it, you got a few offensive linemen that are there. John Michael Schmitz, the center who can play guard. You got Steve Avila, the guard from TCU, also there with a first round grade. There's a lot of guys on the offensive line that could help. And that's not even getting into the fact that some of these receivers may not have really good first round grades. JSN is probably the best overall receiver available. But if the Eagles take him and put him in the slot, that's his natural position. They could do that and upgrade Quez Watkins right there and make him the 4th receiver.
Or you can upgrade him to another team.
It's very flexible.
Launchpad.
It's a very
in order to do you have to jump to the Cowboys, one or the other. You got to jump to both of those teams.
Well, yeah, and you got to remember Brian Branch. If they get Brian Branch,
yeah, I was just gonna say,
that's it.
That's the other.
This is an A+ draft, and you're going to Howie Roseman saying, so
yeah.
The lifetime contract. Do you want your son to have it, or do you want your daughter to have it?
It's insane.
Yeah, Brian Branch. I think Deontay Banks is another like real quality name. It's just that the position I'm not sure would be the focus with JSN there. Obviously, the wide receiver position, I could see them prioritizing that over the corner. Nolan Smith at edge, and then Brian Branch at safety. Like those position needs, I think as much as corner is a need, those just kind of speak louder to that void that they can fill. But like there are so many names as we get closer and closer that like would be easy A grades for that 30th pick. And then again, if we're talking about trading up, like even more so, like the potential for some of these names to still be there. Like this is shaping up pretty well for Philadelphia. I'm not going to lie.
It's
another year of just these post draft grades with the Eagles just having an A+.
It really is similar to last year where the Eagles needed a player. They needed a trench guy. And then it was, okay, let's see if you can help out Jalen Hurts. And they did that perfectly. Now it's, okay, can you get a safety? Can you get an offensive lineman? Or, potentially, maybe an edge rusher. there's not many holes on this roster left.
There really isn't. They're actually doing very well in filling out the holes, even from free agency to carry into the draft. And Jalen Carter is just a huge pick, man.
Oh, I can't get over the fact Jalen Carter was going to go number 1 overall this year when the season ended. The season ended, and he was going to go number 1 overall over Will Anderson because of how dominant he was. He was unbelievably. He has far more stamina than Jordan Davis has. He's a better pass rusher than Javon Hargrave, and he's a better run stopper than Javon Hargrave.
Bucks
and
take
Eagles
Kancey.
got him.
Bucks take Kancey.
The Bucks took Kancey. I don't know where
Interesting.
Levis is going to fall now.
They take Kancey. Maybe Vikings.
I really don't know where.
Maybe Vikings.
Oh yeah, they want a quarterback.
I mean, first off, I really like that pick for Tampa Bay. Kancey's a really good player. If they didn't get Carter, Kancey was probably the tackle I wanted them to get. The Baby Donald thing is just so awesome. So awesome. You see it on the tape. But Jalen Carter's Jalen Carter. And the Eagles got Jalen Carter.
Freaking insane. And then Jason Kelsey being there to congratulate him is freaking phenomenal.
I love the Chris Sims, the number 1 Eagle hater. Eagles take Jalen Carter, number 9. He's the best player in this draft on the best roster in football. It doesn't even seem fair. Howie Roseman does it again. Carter can do it all. A bigger, modern-day version of Warren Sapp. Oh.
But now that Chris Sims says it, now I'm worried.
Stop.
He jinxes everything.
I mean, Chris Sims did have Will Anderson as his top tier 3 or 4 edge rusher.
This is what a night. And it's still getting better for the Eagles. It's still getting better for the Eagles. This is how insane it is. They could get 2 blue chip talents on the defensive end right now the way the board is falling. Because you look at it. Look at the teams. I don't see major needs at safety. Maybe Dallas, Cincinnati. Well, Cincinnati is probably the one you're going to have to jump. But even then, that's only 2 picks ahead.
Calais Campbell says Jalen Carter is the best pick so far in the draft.
Damn. I feel like Jalen Carter is the only pick that makes sense in the draft. Like every other pick from all these other teams are just like a bit of a head scratcher, except for the quarterbacks. Atlanta's pick, Seattle's pick.
Well, let's be fair. Atlanta's pick is only questionable because everyone here wanted Bijan.
Well, it still doesn't make sense. They had a 1,000-yard rusher last year.
Yeah, but this is the guy. I mean, they solidified their defense in free agency, so you go best available in that instance.
What was that?
With Bijan, you get because Atlanta spent, I think it was over $80 million this year in free agency. Got Jesse Bates. They added defensive line help, all that stuff. Has very clearly been all about, solidifying the defense. So that allows you to go best available on offense. And they didn't want to take Skoronski at 8 at guard.
They could have went edge.
Yeah, but even that. But they spent a lot of money on the edge rushers this year.
Yeah. I don't know. I just feel like the way they're building over there doesn't make a lot of sense.
Well, listen, here's the other thing. We don't really have to worry about them so much. It's more just making sure we're taken care of. Emmanuel Forbes, I will say, good pick from Washington. I'm stunned, though, they didn't take Christian Gonzalez.
Yeah, it's kind of a head scratcher that he fell down that far.
Because
Jalen Carter's actually meeting the press right now.
But even then, you looked at it from the perspective of why would you take – you want to take a corner because you want to be able to defend A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. You don't have a guy who can guard A.J. Brown or Devontae Smith right now. Why don't you take the 6-foot corner who can at least be a little bit more physical with Brown, and instead they go with a short guy who's all about anticipation. I think this is – in terms of fit, it might work in that defense, but that's not a guarantee to me.
Yeah, it's a very big head scratcher. And it's surprising that no wide receiver has really gone yet as well after all that talk.
Ben Albright of in Denver, argue about the kind of person he is, but as a reporter, he's very, very smart, very intelligent. and he was saying the running backs were going to go before the receivers because the running backs are just better than the receivers this year. And I think it was a fair statement to make then, and it's really showing to be true now.
Jalen Carter is speaking with the media right now.
Hey, Jalen, congratulations and welcome to Philadelphia.
All right, so if Jalen Carter's speaking to the media now, I still have a few minutes before Will McDonald speaks, with the media for the Jets, right? You would think
That stands to reason. Yeah, that logic follows.
Perfect. Oh, man, I can't believe we got Jalen freaking Carter, man.
So the Bucks got Clyde Cansey while I was gone, eh?
Unbelievable. Hey, really quick, I just thought about this for the first time. Did Wentz sign anywhere as a backup yet?
No.
Because I was going to say, can you imagine, he signs in, backup role. Eagles have to play him because the starter goes down, and he gets sacked by Carter and Jordan Davis. And the only reason why that happens is because they traded Wentz in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, any game with Jalen Hurts beating Carson Wentz too, has that same story. There's so many fallout storylines that sorry, some NBA news just distracted me. But there's
Hawks,
so much
Hawks beating the
fallout
Celtics?
from the Carson Wentz. Yeah. If they take that to 7, man.
Wait, are the Hawks winning?
Yeah, they're winning with well now it's back to tied with 9.5 left at 104.
The more games they play, the more rest that the big guy gets.
Oh, for sure. Well, I mean, now it's May 1st either way. But the only thing is if the Celtics wear themselves out going to 7 games, even if they do end up beating the Hawks in advance, that theoretically bodes well for the Sixers, who will be super rested.
Miami and Philly in the Eastern Conference Finals.
Oh, I think it'll be the Knicks.
Yeah.
Knicks over Miami?
No, not over Miami. Not with
Here's
Randall.
the reason why.
No.
Here's the reason why. Mitchell
I'm
Robinson.
waiting.
Mitchell Robinson is an excellent offensive rebounder. Bam Adebayo has problems with those kind of guys. I trust Jalen Brunson. I would trust Jalen Brunson in the clutch as much as I would trust Jimmy Butler. Then it comes down to R.J. Barrett.
Whoa.
Barrett shows up.
Whoa.
This is about to take a turnover.
What?
Whoa. I love Brunson, and I think that he's an immensely clutch player. But to say that about the guy who just sunk Giannis and the Bucks by himself, I think is an egregious statement.
Are we acting as though the offense was running through somebody else for the Knicks, especially with Julius Randle out?
No, for sure, but at the same time, the Cavs aren't the Bucks. When you look at the competition level,
sure, but the Bucks also Miami matched up extremely well with the Bucks
because they had Jimmy Butler.
No, because they had a lot of guards that could defend.
I mean, the whole season, everyone was talking about how cooked Lowry was. Gabe Vincent hasn't been himself this year. Max Strus, who's that wing, he's not the best. He's a capable defender, not the best. They actually played a lot of Duncan Robinson, who's a negative defender. They weren't out there with a Drew Holiday type. It was, Miami had guys who can defend as a team, some team defenders, but they didn't have guys who could lock people down per se outside of Jimmy. Your lockdown defenders, if you're Miami, that's Jimmy Butler, that's Bam Adebayo. It's supposed to be Adebayo. That's not always the case. But so for me, Miami, I think just especially with this Randle, I mean, really whether or not, because I'm not a big Julius Randle guy. So whether or not Julius Randle is fully healthy for this next series, I just don't know, who defends Jimmy Butler? Who stops Jimmy Butler? Because you can't even be well, we'll just let Jimmy go and try and stop everyone else and let Jimmy get his. Because Milwaukee let Jimmy get his, and we saw how that happened. So I just think it's going to be a super tough series for the Knicks. And also, you were just talking about how great the Miami guards are defensively. If that's the case, wouldn't that slow down Brunson?
Sure. But it depends who's guarding him. Do they put Butler on him? And that's why I say it comes down to R.J. Barrett. Because if Barrett is scoring like he did later on in that series,
sure,
they're going to be a very difficult team because Grimes is going to have a little bit of time to get rest. You have a lot of those guys are going to have time to get rest. And Josh Hart is a dog, man. He is an unbelievable bench player.
He is. I fully agree.
My point is, I don't think Miami.
Seahawks are taking JSN.
The what?
Seahawks are taking JSN.
I need to focus on the damn screen, man.
See, you see, this draft is not making sense. Why didn't they go quarterback? Get Will Levis.
Guys, this is great.
No. They believe in their.
I was just saying that over and over and over. I forgot I was muted.
But you got to think of it this way. Because JSN's now been taken, that means Dallas doesn't get him and New York doesn't get him. Big win.
Yeah.
Give me Jalen Hyatt.
Anytime that happens, anytime we're thinking of a pick now this late, it's all about how does it compare to the Eagles in the East, particularly with the Cowboys and the Giants. And
okay, so what pick are we at right now?
Huh?
What number pick are we at right now?
21.
Blackjack. 21. So anyway, back to basketball. The reason why we're all here today, okay? So RJ Barrett, I do think, is a key to the series because the way that he played in that series against Cleveland, like that was an RJ Barrett that we, for the most part, have not seen over his career. So yes, if he plays like that, that could make a huge difference. That being said, the Cavs are well known for not having wing defenders. And so I think that if you do see, like, say, a Lowry on Brunson, Villanova on Villanova Crime, and then you're looking at a Butler on Barrett, like, I think that's the kind of scenario where you could see the offense getting a bit stagnant for New York. And this could become a real defensive battle between the two teams. So I think it's going to be a fun series either way. I just think that Miami gets the edge.
Yeah, my point was just I don't feel that to say Miami's going to win that series is easy to say, especially with how the Knicks played.
For sure.
Yes, Cleveland choked 100%. But
yeah,
Thibodeau outcoached Bickerstaff. Is that going to happen with Spoelstra? Maybe, maybe not.
Easy.
But
no.
I'm sorry, guys. Is this the NBA draft?
Yes, sir. Yes, it is. Welcome to the NBA draft.
I'm on the wrong stream.
Look, all I'll say is this. Even with Seattle having Metcalf, Lockett, and JSN, that offense is not going to worry me as long as the 49ers are in that division.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, and I think you could even see Lockett possibly on the move during the season. Or even
imagine if they still had J-Jaw.
If they still had J-Jaw.
They'd be on the
Hey, Seahawks. Oh, wait. Oh, no. That was bad.
That was bad. Yeah, that's just Rappaport. Don't worry about it.
Well, I was really I'm losing my shit. No, because NFL Draft Diamonds put Seahawks select Nolan Smith, and then put underneath that, my bad. I was text Smith, not. No, time out. It says my bad. I was text Smith, not Smith. I can't pronounce his last name. Nick Jigba.
Nick Jr.
Nick Jigba.
Wait, I'm sorry. I just saw the tweet Mike sent over from Bleacher Report. Apparently, they had Micah Parsons and AJ Brown together, and Parsons almost walked off the set. I'm so sick to my stomach right now.
Yeah, and AJ Brown recruited him to Philly.
Future Eagle.
It's definitely gonna happen.
Future Eagle.
All right,
those Philly guys always come back.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
My God, that defensive line though, like Hassan Reddick, Fletcher Cox, Brandon Graham, Josh Sweat, Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter. Oh my God. I can't get over it.
It's beautiful. And even then, though, like with Seattle, it's a little confusing because the secondary was already good. And Witherspoon is more of an outside corner. So do you put Bryant in the slot?
Well,
I don't know where you're putting some of these guys. It just feels like a logjam.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Witherspoon is an outside corner for me. I mean, I know the size concerns have come up, but I'm not really worried about that. I would think you'd put him on the outside. This is.
What if Nolan Smith ends up in New York or Dallas?
I would not be happy with that. If you want
I think Nolan Smith's going to go to Baltimore to replace Calais Campbell.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, yeah, it's.
What pick is Baltimore at?
22.
22. They're coming up.
Yeah, I do think that makes a lot of sense. I would hate to see that, but I do think that makes a lot of sense. All right.
All right, I'm gonna try to jump really quick. I'll try to be right back.
All right, so who's taking me on an NBA knowledge next?
I don't want none of it. I don't want none of this sauce right now, dude.
By the way, somebody asked, I think it was Jay Fizzle, what the latest on Joel's knee is. Well, so it's an LCL sprain. So he's got some pain and swelling behind his knee there. He's going to be dealing with it for the rest of the playoffs. It's just a matter of how manageable the pain is, which with a knee brace on, he's not playing the Nets or the Toronto Raptors. So there shouldn't be many teams giving him too many problems. So he should be okay. He'll probably be at like 80% to start off and then 90 for the rest of the postseason. So he'll be fine.
Which means championship.
Honestly, yeah. So I'm in the middle of a piece right now that I'm working on. And so the Knicks and the Heat are making life a lot easier for the Sixers by knocking out the Bucks, by knocking out the Cavs.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Hawks, of course, by working down on the Boston Celtics, which that game is coming down to the wire. Hawks up 3 right now with 6 minutes left. So if they even here's the thing, they could realistically knock off Boston. That is a possibility that the Hawks could knock off Boston. And then the Sixers could absolutely run through the Hawks. And then the Sixers could potentially, I think they'd run through the Knicks. I think that they would kind of waltz through the Heat.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're in the NBA Finals.
And
the
that's
only
it.
2 teams who look like they belong in the NBA Finals would be the Phoenix Suns and the LA Lakers. That's it. I really don't know who else is much of a challenge there. So this does look like the year. So
thank you, man.
Get ready for that, Philadelphia fans.
Brian, you gotta fix
where's
your
the next
background.
pick?
It's fucking with me.
The what?
Your background.
Quentin Johnson just went
over there. The wide receiver from TCU?
Yep.
To whom?
To the Chargers. To the Chargers.
Seriously?
That's dumb.
No, 100%. Albert Breer just tweeted it out. They're taking
That's
TCU.
Really Johnson. Really dumb.
Why do none of these picks make sense except for Philly and the Texans right now?
I mean, listen, I would not be surprised if the Chargers were like, Mike Williams can't be relied upon after the postseason, even though it's their dumbass coach who put him in that position in the first place.
You're so judgmental. Can you hear me doing?
Yeah, 100%, dude. The entire time.
Really? No, really?
I mean, kind of.
How about now?
I wasn't mad at it because I'm doing things over here.
Can you hear me now?
What are we in a Sprint commercial? Yeah, I can hear you.
Isn't? Oh no, I thought it was T-Mobile. No, that's Sprint.
Was it? Well, they're all the same thing now.
No, that was Verizon.
Was it Verizon? Oh, but then the Verizon guy went to Sprint, and then T-Mobile bought Sprint, and so it's all Illuminati together.
Shout out to Eric for still being in the chat.
Speaking of Verizon, I'm about to change my carrier.
Oh, that shocked Brian to his core.
Yeah, it should.
Brian, the Verizon guy.
I'm gonna mute the microphone while I shoot. Okay.
I'm about to go to freaking.
Go ahead, you do that.
Boost.
The grass isn't always greener. Okay.
I'm about
it's
to
not
go
always
to
Philly
Boost
wherever
Mobile.
you go. Okay.
I'm about to go to Boost Mobile. I'm about to go to Boost Mobile.
They still around?
I'm gonna bring them back.
He's gonna rope it in with a PSN sponsorship.
Liam's gonna be on the edge.
That's fucking right.
Man, Celtics tied it up. I do feel like the draft is kind of slow moving. at this point now. Like
It
it's
is.
just dragging a little bit. And maybe it's just because I don't care about some of these teams in between, you know, like the Chargers making stupid picks like they did. I'm happy for Kancey to see him go to Tampa. I think that's going to be a good spot for him. But I don't know. I guess like I'm going to have to deal with the heartbreak that is Nolan Smith to the Ravens because that is a real Ravens pick.
But I don't get how that replaces Campbell. They're two different.
It doesn't. I let that slide, but more so like to me, it's what's that dude? They lost an edge rusher too. But they lost him the season previous. We've been talking about getting him for years. Oh, geez.
Yannick?
Yeah, Ngakwe.
He's still a free agent.
He is now, yeah. Which is, I mean, that honestly, that's another guy. Like, if they don't go like hard for edge in this draft, like
he hasn't posted a Reggie White picture yet, so
But wait, is
Come on,
that
guys.
good
Remember
news or
that
bad
offseason?
news when he does?
That whole season went on when people were saying that he's going to get traded to Philly. All that for nothing. All right, so who's on the clock right now? I feel like Twitter has me in shambles.
It's still Baltimore. It's they got 5.5 minutes left.
They're delayed because they keep pressing end on the phone with Howie trying to call a trade up.
Oh yeah. And commercial. Damn, I thought the pick was going to be in. And so we're just waiting. I mean, if it's not Smith, though, like who else could it be to Baltimore? Like, is that run on wide receivers going to continue even though they got Odell Beckham Jr.?
They won't go tight end. I mean, they got Bateman now. They got Beckman. They got the Beckham. They got They could go corner. If Marcus Peters is not there, they could go Joey Porter.
They could. Oh, Joey Porter would be a mean Baltimore fit.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's a guy who's definitely going to want to punch the ball out like they like to do there with their corners. Him and Marlon Humphrey. Oh, I remember one Marlon Humphrey. Dude, I wanted Marlon Humphrey in Philly so bad. That's so bad.
He's a
for sure.
He's
Humphrey?
stupid.
What do you do?
He's always tweeting stupid shit. Really, he's
what else do people do on Twitter?
No, but he's like dumb. He's really dumb.
Okay, gotcha. I'll take your word for it.
Like, if you've never seen him tweet, you gotta look at his account and just look at his tweets. He's dumb.
I'm gonna take a quick swing over to Marlon Humphrey. We'll take a look at this, do some investigatory journalism. Trade back or go corner, but gotta take Zay if he there. Okay, so wait, that's literally what we just said though. So
I guess we're dumb.
I guess we're dumb. Some good corners in this draft. Oh, he's campaigning. He's campaigning for corners. Texans traded their own 2024 first-round pick to the Cardinals, not the Browns.
Oh, wow.
Interesting. Okay. That is interesting. Everyone talking crazy about the Ravens for the past 4 months. Screw you, respectfully.
They've fallen off heavily.
Oh, for sure.
I mean, these people stop retweeting. That way the instant tweets could come out. Or figure out who's getting picked by Baltimore.
Baltimore's up, yeah.
I hate these 10-minute picks. Oh, there it is. Zay Flowers. Called it.
Zay Flowers? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
No, Ron, I'm not.
Ron and wideouts continue.
Ron thinks I'm drunk. I'm literally I'm sitting here looking for a picture on my phone. Fuck you, Ron. Just kidding, Ron.
Celtics up 6, 2.5 minutes left. They've been on a run. It's a 9-0 run. That's not great. That is not great. Up. Like that. An 11-0 run. They're up 9 now. And there's Breer on Flowers.
The honest NFL. Carter will be playing a lot of 4-eye technique with B-gap responsibility and the tight front base. And he can rush from shade, 2-eye, or 3 technique and sub. He fits what the side wants to do perfectly.
It's gonna be very,
Sounds
very
good to me.
All right, so Baltimore went. That's
I
Jacksonville
was
now.
literally looking for a picture on my phone, and I found it, and I tweeted it. So if you want to look at my Twitter.
Quite the gamble.
Miles Murphy's still on the board as well.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Still some players. Joey Porter's still there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have.
I thought I like him for Philly, but
we have 8 picks left. We got ESPN Big Board: Levis, Kincaid, Smith, Nolan Smith, Michael Mayer, Joey Porter, Miles Murphy, Jordan Addison, Deontay Banks, Brian Branch, Luke Musgrave. We're getting a really fucking good player.
That's if they stay in the first round. Hopefully, don't trade out of it.
Oh, for sure. Well, with these players around, like that's the thing. Like you see a trade out if they're not around,
But especially like the late 30s. If someone wants to, let's see.
I really wonder if Minnesota goes. Who's their tight end right now in Minnesota?
Hawkinson from the Lions.
Hawkinson. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, they're not going tight end. Forgot about that trade.
So in the 30s,
they could always use corners though. This could be prime Joey Porter spot right here or Deontay Banks.
30s, you got Steelers, Cardinals, Lions, Colts, Rams. I can see the Rams trading their
for sure. Yeah,
their picks to come up.
But here's the thing with how the price of picks has gone during this draft. Like, how much do you honestly get from trading back?
They have the Rams have 30. They have
36, right?
They have 36, and they have 2 third-round picks.
Yeah, but are you getting a third-round pick for moving back?
I would say to move from 36 into the first round, I would say you get 36, you get one of the thirds, and probably a fifth.
Get 36 and number 77. I did that in my mock draft.
Now, are you saying give up a fifth along with 30, or are you saying
no?
Get
I'm
a fifth,
thinking
the third-round pick?
I'm thinking you get a second, a third, and a fifth for 30.
All right. I mean, that's certainly interesting. Like, it's a good deal for Philadelphia potentially. It's just, would that be offered is the only thing. Because it's just this draft in particular, just for whatever reason, the price on picks just seems off. And it depends how much they like their guy also. Like, I mean, that really depends on what exactly they're going for.
To get off that, I think the Eagles have a legitimate case for defensive rookie of the year for the first time in a long time.
That's fair.
Right. Yeah. I mean, he'll have a role from day one.
Mm-hmm.
I think you'll see. I mean, you'll see obviously Will Anderson being there, Tyree Wilson if he's healthy. I mean, these corners I don't think are good enough to be. They're not like a freaking Sauce Gardner. They're not a Tyreek Stevenson. They're not those kinds of guys. Not Tyreek Stevenson. He's in.
I was going to say Tyreek Stevenson. At least
he's
is
in,
a Tyreek.
He's
Stevenson
in this
kind of
draft
guy.
now.
He's
Woolen,
in this draft.
Woolen, Tyreek Woolen.
Oh, Tyreek Woolen. Yeah.
They're not those kind of corners.
Yeah.
I
mean, Joey Porter, what you're hoping for is like an aggressive guy who like can hopefully turn into. I mean, like when you say lockdown, like that's the huge ceiling, and that's more so like he just beats the guy, right after the snap, like, and it's just real aggressive off the press. Like I could see a scenario where he becomes like a quality starting corner, but he's not a guy who's going to be like a turnover machine for you. Like, he's not going to be that big time playmaker.
2 minutes ago, Lamar Jackson. I'm smelling more good news dropping soon.
Yeah, and then he tweeted again after the Zay Flowers pick.
So he's going to be getting Kez Watkins, you're saying? When do the Ravens pick next? Third round?
Not too sure.
I think 86. All right, 86 for Kez Watkins. Who says no?
I always thought the Falcons might be a shot for like a destination for him.
Might as well. They don't know what they're doing over there.
Yeah. Well, I want to say they have 2 picks. I don't know if it's the 4th or the 5th. And that's a lot for Kez Watkins. But if you send back pick compensation as well, like that's a move that could potentially happen. Say you trade a 5th and Watkins for a 4th.
Ron, the Ravens don't need a quarterback, so I don't know why they trade for Greg Ward.
Ravens trying to get that pork dinner. Ward is about to take the spot of Watkins. Eric, the bet's done. All right, you lost. So even if Ward plays this year, I'm not making you a pork dinner.
Technically,
I gotta do a smoke.
Technically, my ass.
Technically, Ward was on the roster for the Super Bowl.
But that wasn't. He was inactive. He was inactive.
Define inactive.
He was listed as inactive at the day of the Super Bowl.
You know whether you have a point that.
That's my definition of inactive.
Like if you looked at the roster, it said inactive.
Yeah, yeah, that's my definition. Right there.
Oh, what if Howard traded 30 for Buda Baker? Does that do anything for anybody?
I mean, I love Buda Baker. I just I wouldn't hate.
I wouldn't trade a
Brian
first
Branch.
on him.
I wouldn't hate Brian Branch. Like I know Buda Baker's the sure thing, but you're gonna have to pay him a lot of money too, like a lot of money.
Yeah, I'm not.
So if in the end, the Eagles traded Chris Olave and Trevor Penning with the Saints pick for AJ Brown, Jalen Carter.
Win.
And the second round pick next year?
Yeah.
Oh.
Nice. You gotta love it. You got to love it. Eric, if Nick serves any kind of pork at his wedding, I'll give you a piece of that. How does that sound? Does that sound like a compromise? Like, I'll get you a bacon, egg, and cheese the morning of. Like that. If that'll just get this to stop.
I'm getting anxious with the fact that nothing's happening right now.
Yeah,
Way
it's
too
too quiet. Like you're not even hearing any kind of movement on Philadelphia's side, and that's like, is that because they're content with how the night's gone, or is that because
they're
there's
they're
something
on the
big
phone
coming?
with Doug. They're on the phone with Dougie right now. Saying,
With Dougie P.
The Giants and the Cowboys are right there.
Jordan Addison to the Vikings, another wide receiver.
Poor Rager.
Yeah, well. So that's it, though, right? That's all the first round wide receivers, unless you're talking about Jalen Hyatt, which we're not.
Oh wait, what about Josh? Was it Josh Downs or something like that?
No, he's a round 2. Josh Downs is round 2. I mean, we're on to pick 24, and there's this kind of talent left on the board. Like Josh Downs is round 2 for sure.
Just kind of crazy. I'm gonna go get a bottle of water.
And the Celtics are going to beat the Hawks. That's a shame. Eric, to which Tillman are you referring to?
Cedric
Tillman? The first round? I don't know about that. I mean, especially with like Ronald.
Ron's drunk.
Yeah, Ron's calling you drunk.
Ron's hammered right now.
I mean, the only thing about him, I mean, I guess like he could, like we've seen crazier things happen, obviously, but I don't see him going above Hyatt or Josh Downs. But again, like, yeah, it theoretically could happen.
I just really want to see the Eagles trade up over the Giants again.
Yeah, I would love to see that too, honestly. That would be pretty great.
Just for like 30 and Doug's ice cream that he left in.
For sure. No,
Like,
you could
there's definitely a
do
freezer.
Giants are on the clock. Giants did it instead.
Motherfucker.
Yeah, is this who could this be? Dalton Kincaid? Could it be Joey Porter? Hopefully not Nolan
Brian
Smith.
Branch.
Definitely
Brian Branch.
So help me. Is it? Or are you?
They just lost Jordan Love, maybe.
Is
Yeah, it has to be Brian Branch.
Or are you saying that?
Oh, no, I'm speculating, but it has to be like it's a no-brainer for them, unless they're going for Downs, which I don't get why you would trade up for.
Or they're gonna reach for a receiver that should not be in the first round, like
Jalen Hyatt.
Like a Kadarius Toney type thing.
That was the dumbest pick in history.
Really.
Terms for
160
What?
and 240 and 25 for 24.
Wow.
Damn, that's a lot for one spot.
Yeah. Well, there were other offers, must have been. Like, that's the only thing I can think of.
My God. Just give up the world for moving up one spot.
I'm just refreshing like every 5 seconds, just waiting for.
Yeah.
Like that puts more in perspective. The Eagles went from 10 to 9.
Yeah.
For 10 and a fourth rounder next year. Like you go from 25 to 24.
Yeah.
And you spend 3 picks this year.
Well, I think also to your point, like if the right player's on the board, then yeah, maybe that Rams trade could happen because now we're starting to see the value pivot the other way where we're looking at I don't need NBA news right now. Where we're starting to see
where is it?
Grander corner. No, damn it, Breer.
What did they
corner?
What if they trade? What did they sign Levis? I mean, what did they draft Levis?
That'd be funny.
That would be hilarious.
I would laugh a lot.
Miles Murphy, come on, let's go.
Oh, I thought you were confirming it.
No. Pick Luke Musgrave. Let's do that.
Pick a running back. That would be real funny if they picked a running back.
That would be funny.
I have to urinate.
Now
Yes,
is not the time.
At this very moment,
unless it's on screen. That is not the time.
I mean, I got a cup here.
Get the can. Get the can.
Oh,
Put a little skin in the game.
I'm gonna cut myself.
Not worth it unless the risk is there. Levis would be hysterical, Isaac. Get that?
I would die laughing if they be Levis.
Oh my goodness. A lot of time going by. Oh my gosh. All right, maybe Ron was right after all.
Chris is definitely drunk.
I think Ron might have been right.
I'm done.
I judged you too quickly. Oh man. Deontay Banks. They took Deontay Banks. Which, like, that's a good pick. Like, don't get me wrong. But
that's a really good pick for them.
Not Brian Branch, not Nolan Smith. Nolan Smith, Brian Branch still on the board.
Do the Cowboys need a safety?
Yeah, kinda.
Eric for Jesus.
Dreamer,
what are you doing, bro? What are you doing?
Like, Ron really wants me to be drunk, and I'm not drunk.
we all think we're all convinced you right now.
I think we're all in agreement with Ron now.
I wish I was.
I think you might be, and you don't know it.
Yeah, I think you're.
No, I definitely know. I've had 2 mimitas and a beer. I'm not drunk.
But you leave the mic on.
Oh, you heard me peeing.
It was thunderous. Good job.
I'm allowed here.
We're super proud of you.
I'm allowed here.
Could the Cowboys go for Dalton Kincaid here?
Who?
Tight end Dalton Kincaid. Utah. Number one tight end on the board.
Just make a stupid pick so we get Brian Branch.
Oh wait, no, it's not the Cowboys. It's the Jaguars.
I thought the Jaguars.
But the Giants traded up, remember? Yeah, which the Jaguars I feel like could always use a safety. So I don't know if this is the end.
Now that the Vikings picked the wide receiver, how long until Rager puts a story up with lyrics about something?
It may already be up.
Yeah, he's gonna black out his Twitter profile picture.
No, it's not there yet. It's not there yet.
I hear what I can only imagine is Brian's phone as he keeps refreshing Twitter because I'm doing the same thing. Yeah, because I'm doing the exact same thing.
My thumb is sore. I'm not gonna be able to move it tomorrow. This thing is loud.
Come on.
Damn, Deontay picks is such a good
It is a good pick.
Such a good pick, dude. Freaking good pick.
Wait, so the Eagles tweeted out inserts Jeopardy theme song a minute ago.
Yes,
because it's taken so long for them to come up. That's why.
Or
they're trading up.
How do I make this about something more than it really is?
Or
the Bills are on the clock.
Interesting. Wow, that's super interesting. So Jacksonville trades back twice.
Dallas is getting jumped twice.
Mm-hmm.
Buffalo's going tight end.
What do the Bills need? Tight end Dalton Kincaid?
Everything.
They needed a running back, but that's gone.
Yeah.
Thanks to the Lions.
Do they need another? Hey, what's up, Alec? How you doing? Do they need another corner?
They always take corners.
I don't see why not. Could be defensive tackle. Who's available for defensive tackle?
Mozzie Smith.
Maisie
Smith? Mozzie Smith? Something Smith.
As long as it's not Nolan Smith.
Not Nolan Smith. Anyone but Nolan Smith. All right, so 27 and 130 for 25.
Jags are just...
Get wrecked, Brian. I am faster than you. I am stronger than you. I am better than you.
I had to scratch my nose. It's literally they take it a timeout.
You scratch, you lose. That's how it works, baby. That's politics. They could. They got a long Tre'Davious White.
I don't know who they go for.
Yeah, I don't know that safety is a big need there either. I mean, they could reach at wide out here.
Brian Breesy?
I mean, that's another. Miles Murphy's still on the board. Like,
yeah,
let's not forget about that.
We're just waiting here for the Eagles to trade back. That's just.
That's gonna drive me nuts.
Probably, but we're not gonna. Also, I don't know that Buffalo is going to draft it back this high just after bringing in Damian Harris and they brought in Hines at the trade deadline. Like, I think they may want to at least begin with the committee of Harris, Cook, and Hines, and then maybe get a younger guy in one of the later rounds to kind of groom in the good way.
Or maybe do they go? I think I saw that they need offensive line help. Maybe they go Osiris.
They could,
or
they could. I mean, Avila, it could also be taken. Like, or if they just like one of the bigger edge rushers, you know, Felix Onodike Uzuma.
Or tight end.
Or a tight end. Honestly, a tight end, like if you put Dalton Kincaid on that offense, like, I mean, man.
Yep, Dalton Kincaid. Confirmed by Albert Breer.
All right, there we go.
So now
that's a good pick.
That's a good. He jumped the Cowboys for a tight end.
Yeah, see,
so Cowboys going Joey Porter Jr.
Oh, please draft Luke Musgrave now. It's got to be Luke Musgrave. Forget Michael Mayer. Just go straight Luke Musgrave. I would love to see the Cowboys trade out in this situation and then just miss out on all these quality players.
I would love to see that.
They're gonna take Nolan Smith.
Most likely, and they're gonna waste them away.
Yeah.
Who do you have a defense?
Well, here's the thing.
Right
Here's how it works. They get Nolan Smith, and then in just a little while, then Micah Parsons comes to Philadelphia because Nolan Smith will be the heir apparent.
Replacement. Yeah.
They don't want to pay him eventually, so that'll work.
I feel like Micah Parsons at Philly is inevitable at this point.
Would you sacrifice Nolan Smith for Micah Parsons? I think that's an easy yes.
Hell yeah.
Cowboys like Michael Mayer too, Albert Breer says. So he is still on the board.
Yeah, we saw Michael Parsons on Bleacher Report, Sports Medal.
Yeah, it was awesome.
It was a very
Thank
Philly
you,
thing
Eric,
to do.
for checking in.
All right, so Cowboys are up.
All right, so wait, how many more until we're at 30? They're at 26 right now.
4.
So 26, 27, 28, 29. 4 in front of us. Who are the top 5 players? Let's not include Will Levis because obviously we're not going to.
Michael Mayer,
Nolan Smith, Michael Mayer,
Murphy,
Joey Porter Jr.,
and Brian Branch.
Murphy, Brian Branch.
Liam Lewis is
then
mine,
you
I think. Brian Branch.
Brisset's still there. Tyreek Stevenson's still there.
Oh,
Quarterback factory.
Isaac has a point. What if they go QB here?
Quarterback factory, baby.
That'll be interesting. That'll be a real smack in the face of Cowboys fans.
That'll be funny. That'll be real funny.
That'd be pretty funny.
And
Like
the
I would
pick
just
is
retweet all my duck laughing memes all the time.
Come on, who's Dallas picking? I need ESPN to update faster also.
I need Twitter to be better.
Yeah. I need you to be better, Brian, if I'm being honest.
Hey, I mean, Dawson Kincaid, okay?
You're still in the office, but you're not doing any work, Eating snacks on the carpet, it's just
chewing loud.
What can I say? Chewing loud. You're chewing into the mic. You got Chris who's just pissing right into the mic. Like this whole thing is in shambles. This night is ruined.
Oh, is that why my mic was muted when I got back?
Yes, bro.
That's exactly
Sound like you're trying to put out
why.
a fire. So you call the fire department.
That's true.
Yeah, I mean, I got a hose, so. I'm just saying. No, me and Ron, drop your address because me and you.
Part of me really wonders if Ron is just a burner for Chris.
It has to be. He just talks himself all day.
My hands are right here.
Yeah.
The louder the noise, the closer it is to the water. So. My wife's not complaining.
Man? What's the pick? What's the pick?
Come on, Cowboys. Do something stupid. I mean, what are the odds they go for receiver there too?
But who can you really get? That's gonna be
how about your boy?
Expected. No, stay away from my boy, okay? What the hell? Where's the fucking pick, man? Come on.
Yeah, I
Come
know.
on now. They're going Nolan Smith. They have to be going Nolan Smith.
Listen, we already knew about Dalton Kincaid. We called Dalton Kincaid. Moving on. We're ready to move on.
You say I'm Chris's kid burner. What are you doing, Chris?
What the fuck, Ron?
And I like the fact that Chris's kid called himself Chris's kid. Hi, Chris. It is your kid. This is your kid's brother.
Definitely your kid.
It is me, your son and or daughter.
Cowboys taking mighty long.
Yep.
Because they're talking to Dak right now and say, listen, we just need insurance.
Just your back. Just your back. Don't worry.
It's okay. You're not Carson. It's okay. Don't worry.
Sure.
This is normal. This is normal in the NFL.
Alec is angry for Dawson Knox. Well, at least somebody is.
I feel like you can run a good two tight end offense with Dawson Knox.
Oh, for sure. And you can keep Knox, as a red zone threat too. Like he's gonna get his touches still. Like
you definitely get creative.
For sure.
On October 3rd, the Honest NFL tweeted, "If they end up with Jalen Carter, may God have mercy on the souls of the other 31 rosters."
There you go. Now just imagine how it'll be after we get Nolan Smith too.
Oh my God.
Come on. Draft Will Levis. Let's go.
This is insane.
I know.
Like, we're all just trying to go to bed. Like, come on, Jared.
Honestly, like I got work in the morning. I don't know about you guys, but
Me too. I gotta get up at 5:30.
Yeah.
Damn, that wasn't it. We still got Jacksonville, Cincinnati, and New Orleans ahead of us. What are the odds that New Orleans just absolutely tries to dick over Philadelphia?
Very, very, very high.
Yeah, I would not disagree.
I think if you're Philly, you got to make the move and jump up and get Brian Branch or Nolan Smith. One of those guys has to be in your mind. You got to.
Yeah, for sure.
Just make the move. That would end the night and call it a night.
Yeah. So Cincinnati, though, like, what are they? Do you think they would go safety to replace?
100%.
Yeah.
They've been trying to be cheap with safety for a long time now.
Yeah.
What the hell? What's going on with Dallas?
Oh, is that it? No, that's not it. I mean, Cincinnati also always needs O-line.
That's very
The
true.
Bills were looking for a replacement for Cole Beasley in the slot. Okay, yeah, I think they did a little bit better. Slight upgrade.
This pick is taking forever.
Imagine they run out of time.
Oh my gosh, that'd be amazing.
That's happened before, right?
Yeah, it has.
Who was it? Was
Was
it the Vikings?
I think it was the Vikings.
It was the Vikings. Why is Albert Breer tweeting about Josh Downs and not to the Cowboys?
James Palmer, that was a very interesting look at the Cowboys war room. I want to know what the look was.
I know. I'm not even watching the draft. I'm just refreshing Twitter now. Screen limit on YouTube TV. Damn. I mean, I'm not using someone else's YouTube TV. For sure, not happening right now.
And the pick is
not in.
Not in.
1 minute.
Got 1 minute left?
Yeah, I'm down to 45 seconds on this clock here.
If they run out of time.
40 seconds. They just lost 4 seconds. Down to 35.
Wow, there's nothing breaking on Twitter yet.
Who the fuck is it?
Pick is in. But who is it?
Nolan Smith. Motherfuckers.
Damn. Why do you wait all that time just to draft?
Wait, it was
Nolan
deleted.
Smith?
Wait,
Like,
it was deleted.
Was it?
Beard deleted it.
But was that because he called him a linebacker?
No,
Instead of
Mozzie
an
Smith.
edge?
It's Mozzie Smith.
Mozzie Smith?
Yeah.
Well, I kind of hate that because he's going to be a really good player, but at the same time, I'm very happy Nolan Smith is still around. Mozzie Smith,
Oh,
yeah.
this is getting spicy now. All right, so who's up next?
Okay. That's going to be not a fun matchup for Jason Kelsey.
I mean, he gets to practice with Jalen Carter every day.
Kelsey is practicing against three of the best defensive tackles in the league.
I mean, that's true, but like at his age, like I'm not doubting Kelsey at all, but like there's got to be a time where it's like I hate going up against these fat ass defensive tackles who just like are unendingly pass rushing. Like, though you did really bring up a good point. I really would like to see Jordan Davis against Jason Kelsey in practice.
Mm-hmm. All right, so who's the next pick now?
Like Mozzie
that'd be
Smith,
Jacksonville.
Mozzie Smith is a second round talent. He's not a first.
No, hard disagree. Hard disagree.
Really?
First
He's
round
not.
talent,
Really?
second round projection because there was something off the field.
Talent. No, he's not.
There was something off the field with Mozzie Smith that was holding him back from teams, but I absolutely believe he's a first round talent.
Well, you're wrong. So
Okay, well, I hope I am because he went to Dallas, so I'll agree with you there.
We hope he's a 7th round talent.
Oh, for sure.
All right, so Jacksonville's on the clock. Safety?
Could be. Could very easily be.
Well, I'd probably guard. I think they picked the tackle, right? Probably guard because Cam Robinson was suspended, so they drafted a tackle. I think something else happened to one of their guards. So,
what do you mean? So they drafted a tackle?
Because Cam Robinson's suspended for like half the season.
Yeah, so you're saying they could draft a tackle, or you
haven't drafted anybody yet?
No,
yeah, they haven't drafted anyone.
Something else. No, it's Cam Robinson.
I was starting to believe.
Suspended.
I'm starting to believe
that
Ron
much is
more.
Cam Robinson is absolutely suspended. They have not drafted anyone yet.
They have not drafted yet. So they could go tackle.
They could go tackle. They could go tackle. That is definitely true.
Maybe I am drunk, Ron. I don't know. Like I've only had 3 drinks.
Oh man. But who's Anton Harrison is like the top tackle on the board left. I mean, ESPN has Matthew Bergeron, but I don't know.
Somebody put the Cowboys drafted the Wish version of Jalen Carter.
Hope everyone realizes my name on here is the best Lil Wayne album.
Yeah, well, we're aware of that. I did also love Ron's little religious moment that he's in the middle of having there too.
He thinks I'm God, so he calls me Christ.
I feel like Liam's gonna watch this tomorrow morning. Like, oh shit, I should have never left.
Oh my goodness, yeah, like you got day 3 shenanigans in the first round. It's it's not a great start. Does Jacksonville trade down a third time?
Trade down a third.
Anything is possible.
The question is, if Brian Branch is available at 30,
yeah,
do the Eagles actually pull the trigger and actually get
probably
it
not? And I hate to say it, but probably not.
Interesting.
I mean, it depends who else is available. Because, like, look, there's still other real quality players available. Like Nolan Smith is obviously still there.
Well, say Nolan Smith goes to Jacksonville, like goes beforehand.
Okay. Miles Murphy and Joey Porter Jr. are still there. Even though I'm not a Joey Porter guy in this defense, he's okay, sure, whatever. We also can't forget about. I'm not going to try and say the name again, but the Northwestern edge rusher that Howie likes.
Excuse me. So one of the 3 of us here has mocked him in mock drafts a few times.
Yeah, Morgan did the same crap. Like, yeah, okay, you mocked him in a mock draft. Okay, that's very, very good.
And no, in a legitimate mock draft with a detailed explanation as to why.
In a legitimate one as opposed to Morgan's. Got it. Noted. On the record that yours are legitimate and Morgan's are not. We're good.
The only thing legitimate about Morgan
is Anton Harrison.
Anton Harrison. There it is. Harrison. Okay, so there's the tackle.
There you go. I told you.
So one of Nolan Smith, Miles Murphy, and Brian Branch will be available at 30.
All right, Cincinnati's on the clock. I wonder if it is safety for Eagles if they actually do trade up with Cincinnati to avoid having to work with New Orleans.
Yeah, I mean that is a possibility because I don't think. Well, I mean you can say that the Eagles are a threat to draft offensive line, but I really don't know that the Bengals have a threat before Kansas City for offensive line. So. Big one with Cam Robinson suspended to start the year. So there you go, Chris. Shout out to you from Albert Breer. So what do they end up getting? They got 2 4th-round picks and a 7th-round pick by moving back 3 spots.
Who,
They got
Jacksonville?
130. Yeah.
Yeah. If I'm saying.
Something like that. 2 4th-round picks and a 7th, I think.
I believe so. Another thing to look at is Nolan Smith is dropping kind of similar to Nakobe Dean dropping last year. And the Eagles ended up picking up in the 3rd.
Yeah.
But I don't think Nolan lasts past the 2nd round.
No, Nolan, to my knowledge, Nolan does not have the health concern that Dean did. Because that's what brought him down to the 3rd round was that the health concerns around him. So
yeah.
We shall see. We shall see. But another Bulldog to the pound. Hope no one gets in trouble for it this time. That's just. I hate when Breer just give me draft picks. I don't want the retweets. Just give me the draft.
I want to
picks.
converse with you. Just give me the picks.
I'm here for a reason.
What about Will Levis? Oh no, they just got their car. Say to New Orleans.
Well, I mean, the other thing is we could see a trade up here, like from someone from the 2nd round. Like if we could see someone move up for Levis, and that includes trading up 430. But so Adam Schefter listed the teams who he was on a visit with. Is that me?
Yeah, you're cutting in and out.
Is that SZA?
You okay?
Me?
No, Zach. No, you're not okay.
I got like all kinds of advertisements playing. Who the hell's doing this?
To what?
It's not any of my windows.
What?
I'm either very stupid or someone's having a good laugh at me.
Definitely not us. Chris is on his phone and I'm over here looking on Twitter.
I'm refreshing like crazy.
Come on, Bengals.
Nah, I don't trust you guys.
Dude, I don't even know what's going on right now.
There's no one's getting a commercial for the Star Wars video game right now. Is that
The what?
the new Star Wars video game? No one's getting a commercial for that in their ears right now.
I'm on NFL Network.
I don't have anything on. Literally, it's quiet in my living room.
It's literally all ads. The Burger King commercial now is.
You have a window open?
No, I'm closing all the windows. The only window I got open is this one.
Hey, Miles Murphy to the Bengals.
Bengals, yeah, Miles Murphy.
Ooh.
So Nolan Smith is just creeping up there.
Nolan Smith or Brian Branch. Who's going to New Orleans?
Or I could see Detroit trading in. Okay, bye, Zach. I could see Detroit trading in to take Levis.
You think Detroit will make that move?
Goff's not going to be there much longer. You trade for Levis and have him sit behind Goff, and you get the fifth-year option.
Trade with New Orleans? I'm down for that. But I really want Philly to go freaking safety, man.
Let's take a moment. Look at us. Look at us. Look at the original FTBs.
The last two standing. And here comes Zach.
To apologize to everyone.
No, sorry. Me and Brian were going to original FTBs. Sorry, Zach. You left.
I closed the window, and as it turned out, you guys were correct. You were actually not playing a joke on me. I still have no idea where those ads were coming from. I had to completely shut off my headset to get them
Thank
to
God they were
stop.
rated G ads.
And they're now done. Miles Murphy to the Bengals. I don't know if you guys talked about that or not,
We
but
said
that
that
just
already.
came through.
Yeah, we did.
I was stuck in commercials, man. I couldn't escape them. I still don't know where they are. They're probably still around here somewhere. I just don't know. I had nothing open but this one page and preview, so I don't know what it could have been.
Oh man, this is gonna be crazy.
Oh, wait, I found it. Okay, yep, no, here it is. I had a secret YouTube TV window open the entire time. That's what it was. Playing American Dad the entire time. It was because what it is, right, is that I got my laptop hooked up to a desktop, so I'm working off two windows here. And then in the very, very, very far right of the second window was hidden an American Dad episode on YouTube TV. Then I guess I hit something that started playing a bunch of commercials. So we're back. We're good. No, everything's fine. No, we're almost here at 30. We just got the Saints. Then we're gonna have either Nolan Smith or Brian Branch at 30. So we're good. Things are going good. How are you?
Well, we were talking about Detroit possibly trading up with Saints to get Will Levis.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, I'd love to see it personally. Like, if Levis can go and we can have our pick of Smith or Branch, which I definitely think the pick would then be Smith. I would already be. I'd be fully into that.
I mean, there's a few teams there that you could see moving up for a quarterback to get the
Sure.
option. You have Detroit,
the Rams.
You have the Rams. You have Seattle, Tennessee.
Tennessee good.
Tennessee
definitely good.
Come on, New Orleans. What's your freaking pick?
Yeah, 5.5 minutes left.
Oh my God, these 10-minute things are terrible.
I mean, could they not also possibly go for Will Levis?
No, they just signed Derek Carr to 2 or 3 more years.
Oh, that's right. Derek Carr's there now. That's right. Yeah, but also he sucks. So, how does that factor into the future plans?
I don't think they're convinced they suck yet.
Bleacher Report is saying the Eagles are on the clock,
but they're not.
Well, yeah, it does say that.
But no, I just clicked on it and it still says the Saints.
The Bengals have not taken a defensive lineman in the first round since 2001. That's crazy.
No, the Saints haven't made their pick yet.
Imagine they trade they draft Nolan Smith and then they trade for Buda Baker.
I'd be for that.
That'd be bold.
Take that. I just really think that Smith would be a great because, there's some concerns about him as a year one guy, but he would be able to, work behind Hassan Reddick. He'd be in a rotation. I just feel like all the potential negatives with Smith, you can kind of write off in Philadelphia. And plus at 30, that's killer value for where he was projected this morning.
Mm-hmm. People saying they should have reached for 10 for Nolan Smith, and for him to be available now it's amazing.
And you gotta keep the Bulldogs together.
Why
Bulldogs
not?
are a pack animal.
Come on, where's the freaking pick?
I know, honestly, this is great. Albert Breer, so help me. This better be.
Just tweet on
it's the Micah Parsons thing, so I will accept that. Did Jory Epstein block you?
No, I don't know. But no, I've been getting a lot of that. Like lately, a lot of like my Twitter, a lot of tweets just come up as unavailable from people that I'm not.
I mean that's Alon's Twitter, and we're just living in it, you know.
Saints Brian Busey or Eagles. Zach Berman just said Eagles are on the clock. I think Saints went with Brian Busey.
Did they really?
I mean, that's
Eagles on
NFL
the
draft.
clock, it says, oh yeah, Brian Brucey. Okay.
Yeah,
Wait, where are you
Brian
getting
Busey.
that from?
NFL draft time. Yep, and then some other guy just confirmed it.
Zach Berman just said Eagles are on the clock.
Yep,
Okay.
Brian Busey.
All right, I'll take it.
Nolan Smith for Brian Branch.
Thank you, Ron. I love your hat as well that I'm sure you're wearing.
Ron's not wearing a hat. He's just.
How would you know, Chris?
Because he's talking like he's a drunk, hatless bastard.
Yo, if they get out of the first round, I'm losing my mind.
For this, I know. They just treated that they're up again, so let's go. Come on.
And then they're gonna retweet that and say, "Just kidding."
Yeah, that's exactly what they're gonna do.
Hatless bastard. Chris is correct. Oh, come on.
Damn, the way the draft board really fell for the Eagles today. To end up with Nolan Smith and Brian Branch, it's gonna be it's just incredible.
Don't forget Luke Musgrave.
They're gonna take him right now. Or Darnell Washington.
Steve Avila.
Come on, boys. What's the pick?
Just trade it and get it over with.
I don't think they're gonna like it. I don't know. It just feels wrong for them to trade it with Nolan Smith right there.
Yeah, it just feels like a backward move.
But if they feel like they can get Nolan Smith at like one of the 30s,
you're tempting fate, man.
Yeah, that's a little risky.
Tempting
Especially with Kansas City right behind now. Kansas City using Nolan Smith right now.
Somebody give me an update. Well, I mean, they could also still go with an offensive lineman. I feel like. I mean, it depends on how you like. It depends on how you like certain tackles or not. But if they wanted to go for Bergeron here and kind of reach a little bit for a need, like, I think that's a possibility. Someone had mocked Hendon Hooker to Kansas City, so I suppose that's a possibility as well.
Poor Hooker.
Yeah, those poor hookers.
Come on, what's the pick?
Nope. We're getting there. Oh, no. Damn.
Freaking Rappaport.
It's all this Brian Brucey stuff.
If Howie takes his safety over Nolan Smith, then that's gonna go crazy in a good way. But if he takes Nolan Smith, it's still gonna go crazy.
But if it's Brian Branch, though, like that's the thing. Like
it's gonna go insane.
That's why, like, and I guess the other thing you could say is like, hey, Smith and Branch are both still on the board. Like you can trade back, but I don't feel good about it. Just take one of them while they're here. See, now I'm starting to get like a little knot in the old gut. Like, I'm just miserable in a different way because I don't know what the.
But if you get Brian Branch, you have him for 5 years, right? Because he's a first rounder.
Yeah, for sure. Same thing with getting Nolan Smith here. You know.
Yeah, whoever they pick now is a first rounder.
Wait, what? What? And the pick is
5.5 minutes. It's still not in. Tommy, get out of here with that Will Levis nonsense. We don't need that here.
this is not a quarterback factory.
I mean, they could go edible worry.
They could go edible? What?
Edible worries.
Oh, yeah, they could. They could. You're right. You know, I read that in a mock draft somewhere. I think it was Morgan's. Where Also, Tommy, you're not getting Bryce Harper. I just need you to know that, bud.
It's Nolan Smith. Nolan Smith. Jeff McLean.
What?
The Eagles select Nolan
serious?
Smith at 30.
Nolan Smith?
Oh, yeah.
The Georgia Bulldogs?
Oh, we're doing it, baby.
Wow.
Come on. Somebody confirm it.
Wow.
Confirm it. But is John Clark at the airport? I need to know that so I know this is real.
Jeff McLean tweeted it out. Yep, and
flipping the birds. That's us.
Freaking Eric.
The honest NFL, the best possible first round ever for the Eagles.
Oh man, that got me.
Yep. NBC Sports Philadelphia also Nolan Smith. Yeah.
Well, then where the heck is Rap Sheet? Where the heck is Albert Breer? Give me a national guy. Come on.
JPA football, Nolan Smith.
National champion Georgia Bulldogs had N'Kobe Dean, Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, and Nolan Smith.
John Clark, Nolan Smith.
All are Eagles.
I must have met him at the airport. Good.
And then tomorrow, Eagles are trading Quez Watkins for a couple of second-round picks. So.
The Eagles have the best defensive line in the NFL.
It's not even close. Like you just drafted Hassan Reddick Jr.
Nicardo, how are you doing?
Nicardo. Nicky Nicardo.
They went and gave up a 4th-round pick for Jalen Carter and then didn't have to trade up for arguably the 3rd best pass rusher in college football.
You were playing chess out here.
Like, look at Howie on the phone right there. Look at him. He's just, listen. You're Nolan, you're coming over to win a Super Bowl, man.
So how do we feel about it, boys?
We freaking love it.
Look at Nick on the left side. Look at Nick on the left side. Just look at him.
Not watching NFL Network.
I was gonna say, are you talking about our Nick or are you talking about?
Yeah, I was talking
Nick? No. Like, I'm looking at him. I don't know what's supposed to happen, but I'm looking at him.
Chris has lost his shit. So
there it is. Albert Breer, Nolan Smith. The Philly now has Jordan Davis, N'Kobe Dean, Jalen Carter, and Smith from the historic 2021 Georgia defense. Pretty hilarious.
And by the way, just to remind everyone, they have the draft capital and cap space available to trade for Buda Baker. Just a reminder. There's still enough capital in there for Buda Baker.
Day 2 and day 3 is gonna be a wild one for Philadelphia. And after 4 hours and 41 minutes, the Eagles selected Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith, both from Georgia, at the 30th pick and at the 9th pick. I guess we'll do quick takes all around, except for Nick, because it just can't stop laughing. Before we end the show today,
I had him mocked at 10. And he's there at 30. This is incredible.
Zach, how you feeling, man?
I'm just tweeting at Liam real quick. He's talking about how he wouldn't have taken Jalen Carter, and someone asked him what his pick was, and he's like, probably Nolan Smith. So I asked him how he likes these apples. No, I'm over the moon, man. Like, Nolan Smith is a guy that I liked for a while. I mean, obviously, like, who didn't like Nolan Smith? Like, but to have
N'Kobe Dean is at Nolan Smith's draft party in Athens, Georgia.
Oh, you love it. You love to see it.
That's so
you love to see it. So to have him join Jalen Carter and both of them join Jordan Davis and Nakobe Dean, like, not to mention the fact that Dean is, it's almost going to be like he's playing as a rookie because he had so few snaps last season. Like, we're still kind of taking the rest of the bow off that present too. So this is just a really
Insane.
incredible draft. Like, this is an insane first round, and then we accomplished that. How he was able to do that just by giving up a future 4th round pick. Like, that's all that it took to get Carter and Nolan Smith. Like,
Technically, they lost 2 picks for next year because one with the Cardinals tampering shit. They lost next year's 2024 5th.
Oh, hold on.
They sent it to.
What are we holding it for? Zach, you're muted.
Something. Hold on, let me switch back to the good mic before I cut Chris off here.
Mrs. Kelsey's up there to announce the domination of the Eagles.
All right, we should be back in now. Perfect. But anyway, yeah, like we did give him the 5th round pick next year, but that is more so related to the 3rd round than the 1st round. So it wasn't part of the Carter deal. It wasn't part of the Smith deal. I feel pretty great. Plus, on top of that, losing that 5th round pick next year, I don't even care because you move all the way up to 66. Like, that's huge. Like, the difference between, what was it, 94 and 66? Like, that is a pretty big difference in this 3rd round. So, you're talking about still being able to take a quality safety.
Mm-hmm.
So, I think that's something.
Still get Sidney Brown
tomorrow. So, yeah, you could be looking at a Sidney Brown there. Like, there's a few different options that obviously we know we love Sidney Brown. But you'll have a few different options. There's going to be some cornerback options. Like, there's going to be some offensive line options like that early in the 3rd round. Like, I don't know. There's Howie's favorite word is optionality. And they were able to draft 2 of the best players in this draft and keep that optionality and perhaps create even more. Like, this is an A+ draft. There's no other way to look at it after day 1.
How you feeling about it, Chris?
I have to get off. I'm sorry. I'm going to keep laughing so hard that I'm going to keep crying. I love you all. I'll see you guys over the next weekend.
I have so many questions. How you feeling about the picks, Chris?
Knicks just sound like Kermit.
Yeah, I heard it.
that was Kermit. I think that there is no other defensive line front 7 that's better than what the Eagles have right now. Absolutely not even close. You have a defensive line that is Jalen Carter, Hassan Reddick, Fletcher Cox, Jordan Davis, Brandon Graham, Josh Sweat, Milton Williams. Now you're adding Nolan Smith. And linebackers, you got Nakobe Dean, and then they signed the guy from the Bears for his name, and
Nicholas Morrow.
Yeah, Nicholas Morrow, and you still got Slay and Bradbury, and you got the only question mark is still safety. But you either trade for Buda Baker or you draft. Maybe you can trade up for Branch, maybe. Maybe you stay back and get a Sidney Brown type thing, or the dude from Penn State.
Jordan Battle's going to be a name there too.
Yeah,
and Johnson.
There's a lot of fucking options, and they're the main question of the Eagles was the defense. And yeah, I was clamoring for Bijan Robinson, and I would have loved him, but the biggest thing going into this draft was, the Eagles lost all these defensive players in free agency. How are they going to replace them? Well, they're probably the best player in the whole fucking draft, and a guy that many mocks had going at 10. Both of them went to the Eagles. It's phenomenal. It's absolutely phenomenal.
It's definitely amazing. I'm happy with both picks. I'm happy with how this draft show went. I think it's fair to wrap it up at this point, right?
Yeah,
okay.
I think for everybody's health, you might have to. Yeah.
Yeah. Be sure you guys tune in tomorrow. I think Liam Nick, and some of the guys. I think Zach might. You tomorrow or Saturday?
I'll be here. I'm
not
here every day,
Zach will
baby.
be
You
back
can't
on.
get rid of me.
I'm not here.
Yeah, so PSN Eagles team will keep things going for tomorrow and Saturday. Be sure to tune in. Yeah, until next time, I'm Brian Cameron alongside Chris Infante, Zach Chavalella, and the whole PSN squad. Thank you guys for joining us, and we hope you have a great rest of your night.
Go Birds, baby.
Yes, sir.